like when you take a trip out with your parents when you're a child. That's what it's like listening to Suleiman set this up every day. Like we go along the journey with
Yeah,
him.
you're like the children. That's why. Because I don't want you to feel like your parents forgot about you. So if I speak while I'm doing it, they're like, "Oh, actually, Daddy's here. He's just walking us through it."
Don't make me turn this stream around.
Like stream. Is it? And guys, is it working on the YouTube? Let me know, and then we're sorted.
I think if this isn't over soon, then
This
it's
could
going
be
to be
celebrating.
like...
Let me know if it's working. Okay, brilliant. Okay, cool. Okay, we're back. Sorry, back to you, Matt. You were saying something. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't want to make you turn the stream around, Suleiman. I know you'll put the kids in the back of the car and we'll just go straight home. Anyway, when it comes to the nuclear weapons thing, is like that's such an illogical thing, because the original theory was we have to stop Iran getting nuclear weapons, but we've all seen the compilations going back 40 years of Netanyahu saying they're minutes away from having a bomb, weeks away, months away, and it's like they have underground facilities, which we know they do have, that make the fissionable material. We know they have underground facilities that make weapons that are unique to Iran. So it's not like they're copying or stealing information. They have their own engineers. This is technology that has been understood for like 60, 70 years. Nuclear weapons, what, 80 years? What is it, almost 100 years now? 80 years at least that the world has known how to do this. This is something that they could have done easily. If they had have wanted to do it, and like Israel says, the only reason they want to do it is because they want to blow up people. Like they're just crazy lunatics that just want to finally make a nuclear bomb and just blow it up for the sake of it.
Yeah,
if that was their goal,
golden
they would.
billion.
Yeah, they would have done it by now. What does it take? If they're minutes away 40 years ago, and they have all the equipment, and they have all the centrifuges, and they have the underground, they have the missiles, and they have the technology, they have the weapons, they have everything, but they just haven't quite just figured it out yet. It's like, does anyone believe that? The only reason that they would have a reason to have the nuclear weapon is the same reason everyone else has it, is because it's a deterrent. The same reason why Kim Jong-un has one, because nobody fucks with him anymore, because now, ever since he's got his nukes going, he's in the nuclear club, and nobody wants to mess with that smoke. So it's like, the idea that Iran just wants to blow people up right away with it, if that was their goal, they would have done it already by now. So that whole theory is complete BS too. It's just complete bullshit.
Awkward silence.
Oh, can I say something?
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I want to say is I was debating with Adam yesterday about whether or not there would be a deal, and I said that there would be an escalation, and I think that they're putting troops on the ground. So I know it's a little early, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that, Adam, you were wrong on that one.
I don't know. I feel like this could be like, it's like it could be a negotiating thing on Trump's end. He's made the threat.
I think we
I don't know.
want that to happen, but I don't think
Well,
that's.
I think
it's
give it one more week. If in one more week there's no deal, then I'm going to be with you that this is going to be a Vietnam situation. Like, I'll be fully with you on that. I'm going to give it one more week before I decide. Like, I'm not saying either way. Like, I'm not deciding either way, but I'm going to give it one more week before I decide. It's going to be a Vietnam.
I don't think there's any possibility of a negotiation.
I don't know. Completely renegotiated Middle East, like completely renegotiated, like just like Iran's future, a new like security architecture, a new trade future, like just like completely, prosperity for Iran as a country with security guarantees. Like, but similar to what Simon was saying, but like, America has really messed up and going after Iran's children, like that school bombing, was a red line. So that's why I'm not decided on it. That's why
There's no possibility of negotiation. I don't think any possibility whatsoever. The negotiation is the battlefield now. It's about who wins on the battlefield. That's it.
that would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good. I'd prefer it that way, because I'd rather them just de-Zionize the Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I chime in? Sorry, Adam.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, if we compare what they did to Gaza and Gaza's military force and resistance took care of their own, took care of, even if they flattened it so many times and it got rebuilt by so many times by Qatar, by Dubai, by all these people, by all these countries. But this time they're not allowing anybody to build. So if they did that to Gaza, and Gaza basically is 0.01% of what Iran is, no matter all the support they had. And then the troops ended up saying, We don't want to go to Gaza." So when the troops say we don't want to go to Gaza, it's because the IDF soldiers themselves couldn't handle it. The IDF soldiers trained, for the most part, trained the United States and the UK and here in Jordan as well. So they're like, if these people couldn't do it and they're right next to them, why the hell would we go and do it if they couldn't do it? So that's just Gaza, a little 80 kilometer square little piece of land. Imagine the force Iran has. So this is something that's like completely obvious there. It's headed towards chaos no matter what deals made behind the scenes, just so Trump can save face and be the businessman that he is. But at the end of the day, this is very obvious. It's going to shit.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Omar. I think it's very hard. I don't even see how. I think everybody is. It's a very uncomfortable position because everybody's put in a position now where they can't really get out. Like Iran, if Iran made a deal, then they're going to look weak to their people, and they don't want to make a deal. If America makes a deal, they're going to look weak. I mean, and they're not. What are the concessions on both sides? I think the bridge is too far now, and they're too entrenched. And so I think escalation is the more likely, and Israel is obviously to them, it's existential. And if we think they obviously they do, they're the reason that we're in the war in the first place, they're going to push it as far as they can. So they're happy that America is stuck in it. America, a lot of obviously the public is against it, but the people up top feel like they're stuck in it. And how do how do you get out of it without without losing your empire. And the only way you can do that is you have to go all out. And so I think it is a uncomfortable situation, and I would bet on escalation. I do want to say one other thing that I don't know if you guys talked about already, but did you guys see where the Yemen came out and said that they could close down the strait by the Red Sea as well? And they were waiting for Iran to give them any direction on that?
Yes, sir. We talked about that.
Yeah, so I asked Grok just for the heck of it. I said, yeah, I said, Grok, can you just give me like a good guess on what you think oil would be if Yemen shut down the strait by the Red Sea while the Strait of Hormuz was shut down? And it said basically 200 to 250. I think it was 150 to 250, but I think 200 was like the median guess for oil. And so I think it's a very realistic, and honestly, what's even kind of maybe even crazier is the way Trump is escalating it is talking about hitting Iran's oil fields, which possibly could make the situation even worse, right? Because then Iran's going to blow up everybody else's oil fields. And now you're talking about maybe even worse than the straits being closed. You're talking about no oil production at all because the straits being closed can actually be solved.
So you're
So
thinking we go to 200 oil uncommon?
I mean, I don't like to make these number. I think oil is going higher. I don't know where it's going to land. If I was to bet, which I'm not, This isn't financial advice. I own very little oil stocks. It's not like I'm some oil man guy, but I would bet. I would definitely bet higher. I think it's going up. I don't think it's going down. I mean, the fact that it still went up. They did the largest release in history it's still going up shows how much they can't control. um I think it somewhat spiraling out of control, and that's why is Italy and everybody else knows now. I think to Beatrice's point, it seems like Iran's playing a little bit more ball with the other countries, but they really are trying to squeeze the United States and Israel. And the only way they can do, this is their best weapon. The price of oil is their best weapon. The Strait of Hormuz is the problem. Everybody knows it. Like, if the United States could actually miraculously reopen the strait and control that area, then I think you're looking at a completely different war, maybe. because that's the pain point for America, right? I mean, most Americans literally, I mean, I hate to say it, but they don't care. I mean, they are against the war. There's no doubt. I would say probably it's the most unpopular war probably in our history. Maybe 70% against, 7 out of 10 people, right? The 3 out of 10 are the Fox News watchers. They're probably 40 to 70 to 80 years old or 50 to 80 years old, whatever. But are Americans willing to take to the streets and, how much do Americans care? I think, unfortunately, probably not a ton. Will they care when their gas is very high? Yes. And the politicians know this, and Israel knows this. And that's why there's so much talk about the Strait of Hormuz and the oil price, because that is the pain point for America. So they have to either commit ground troops to it, and who knows, maybe it will be militarily. It sounds like most of the military experts I follow, and I think Suleiman is interviewed, and Daniel Davis and Doug McGregor, the people that are keeping up with it, sounds like it's going to be a suicide mission to send people in there and try to open it up. So, but I mean, if you're looking at it tactically, it does look like that is the most important point to hit from the American standpoint if they're trying to get through this in any meaningful way. I don't see how they won't. But yeah, I think oil is going higher. I will bet higher.
I agree.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool. I think you have the majority opinion there, which is by going escalation route. I didn't actually commit to saying which route I think, but yeah, this Hog Island stuff is really throwing me for a loop in terms of trying to analyze this situation and these 2,500 Marines being sent out there and like trying to figure out what is their purpose, what is the purpose of those guys, so I'm still thinking about where I land on that. So I don't think I'm wrong or right about anything yet until I crunch it up. But yeah,
I
I'll give
think
you that
I think you and Simon.
it's spiraling out of control, and that's why they either need to get a lid on it, or it is going to become like Armageddon kind of thing, economic Armageddon, Vietnam War scenario.
Yeah,
Completely. Yeah.
you're right, and I think that's what World War Three is, like an economic Armageddon and a cyber Armageddon, and it's not really based just on military power, because that was World War One or Pearl Harbor or whatever you want to call it. But right now we're living in a digital age, and if you turn off electricity, no one can live a single minute without their phone. People start going haywire. So they
We'll be
gave us all the
rationing.
signal. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, no, go on, Omar. Yeah, we'll be rationing things.
Yeah. So I mean, they give us all this technology, and then in a snap and a switch of a finger, they take it all away. People go haywire. They turn on each other. No one really sticks together. So they're going to try and cause some kind of turmoil. What I believe is, and then it is still going to end up in some kind of confrontation, because that's it. Iran says we don't want to negotiate. They have a list of demands, whether they're authenticated or not, but those demands, I'm 100% sure, are very, very, very just. Because if you want to have nuclear power, we're allowed to have nuclear power just to defend ourselves, like just you want to defend yourselves, amongst other things. So I truly believe. I mean, this is a digital age we're living in. It's a cyber World War III, and if they target electricity and energy and water, I mean, none of us would be able to communicate, talk, live. I mean, we'll barely be even making it. So this is
I think this
scary.
is far worse than Vietnam. Sorry, Adam, you were saying comparing this to Vietnam. This is like orders of magnitude worse. This is
Oh yeah.
this is basically the Republic telling America, we now control energy. We can dictate how it's sold, how where it goes. It's complete. It's a complete catastrophe for an empire. It's like
Yeah, that's why I called it
what Trump
Armageddon. Yeah, I agree with you.
what Trump started here is like a sequence of events which is out of control. I said this always before. I used to say this, and I was on space. I think it was a month ago or so. And Simon was like, "This is going to be negotiated, all this stuff." It's like it's nonsense. There's going to be negotiation. No, we're at a stage where it's already spiraled out of control, because whichever direction America takes now is screwed basically, and that means there's no off ramp for it, and it's just either continues as a war on attrition, or they have to escalate to try to find a way out. But that's only going to cause them more problems. So It's a very bad situation for
Yeah,
them.
the Vietnam comparison is only good because of the idea that we tried to bomb Vietnam into submission and it didn't work because it hardened the will of the people. Other than that, basically nothing else is the same. Iran is considerably, much more formidable. They have a lot more. I mean, it's like everybody that's been warning about it for years is like, yeah, like this is probably a bad idea because they have underground missiles. They are an intelligent, they're an intelligent people. They're, even Iraq is really a poor comparison. It's a mountainous terrain. It's twice the size. It controls the strait and it can control. I mean, so it's, it's like legitimately though, if you're in the United States, I mean, it is literally almost hard to
Well, yeah, it's
Yes,
overstate
impossible. It's
how
you have
impossible to
impossibly stupid
defeat.
this was.
It's impossible to launch a successful ground invasion of Iran. It's a losing thing, and that's what I'm saying. Like, why would are you? Is the American government so incompetent that it would wage an impossible war? And that's what we're about to find out. You know.
well.
I
The
think the
the,
answer
the,
is
the
yes.
Republic
Yes.
the Republic called this the
Uh-huh.
Republic. I don't know if anyone knows this, but the Republic called this operation the Seal of the Flood. We know that Al-Aqsa flood was obviously the start, and they called this the Seal of the Flood. To me, that indicates that they've made the calculation finally that this is an existential war which has to go all the way to the end. So any like negotiation or delay is just going to bring about the same situation further down the line. It's
Yeah.
just delay,
So Hassan.
and they
Uh-huh.
yeah.
I have a question for you then. So Pescazan and the Supreme Leader both said that their demands are security guarantees and reparations. What do you make of them saying that? Like, do you read into that, or do you think that's what do you think?
I think it's diplomatic talk. To be honest
Uh-huh.
with you, it's just diplomatic talk. I don't think. I don't think. I don't. Let's just keep everyone on side. It's not. It's not. It's not actually realistic anymore. The name of the operation is, as I said, it's all telling. Like the seal of the flood. They said this is going to. There's many statements come out that this will be us or them. It will go to this. Will go to the end. The entity has to cease to exist by the end of this. Now that might mean they finish them off in one go, but they have to put them into such a state that they can no longer pose any threat to the Republic, and anything less than that just invites them to come back and do the same thing and do it even worse. So there's really no benefit and no incentive at all to negotiate with the states, and they put themselves in that situation repeatedly now. The boy who cried wolf is a very simple metaphor, but now that's where we're at the stage. Trump can't do anything to convince anybody of anything. So it's just basically we fight, and you either submit or we submit. It's just literally as simple as that. Who caves first?
And if I could go again on the Navy side of it, the worst scenario, and they've done war games in this, and I'm talking computer simulated war games in the Gulf. And when we created the Fifth Fleet was created entirely to control the Persian Gulf and the Middle East and the GCC, to have control and hegemony in that area, naval power in that area. So what happened was traditionally before the Fifth Fleet, and we had the Seventh Fleet and of course the Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean, and between the pincer movement between the Suez Canal from the Sixth Fleet backup coming in to augment the Sixth Fleet, and the Seventh Fleet augmented to cover the South China Sea and the Straits of Malacca. We never had problems with it because Iran was still under heavy sanctions and really not a threat. But right under our nose, and I was heavily involved with Naval Institute for years and years and years and worked as a contractor. We saw it build, and China went in an existential growth from a brown water littoral navy to now they're a formidable, not saying they're at party with us yet, to a blue water navy. But what happened? They went exponential on their engines and their ballistic missiles and their satellite technology, et cetera, on and on and on. And if David Z came in here, David Z goes like bat crazy, man. He's like, and he's speaking facts that the Russians could do. So here we found ourselves in an asymmetrical war, which we're not capable of dealing with, to be really blunt, in that area, and an existential enemy. And we have Israel on their side, existential. So this is a no-win game for the United States. So we have two alternatives: either just nuke the hell out of everything, make everything a glass parking lot, walk off, or use tactical nukes. I know nukes not as unthinkable. I know, but that's it, because the boots on the ground, it's going to be a blood ritual sacrifice. Anthony Aguilar said it. Colonel McGregor said it. General McClellan. I'm sorry, I forgot his last name. I listened to an hour interview with a 4-star general. He was laughing. He said, please, please. And when, again, I'm going to land it here. Please listen. I was in the Gulf War at the Pentagon. I was a watch officer at the Pentagon during the first Desert Storm. We had like 10 times the force amassed. We had a stronger army. We had the will of the nation behind it. We got to go destroy we got to go destroy the terrorists. They're going to come and get us. This radical Islam is going to take over America. But now we don't. And it is a suicide battle. So here we are saying we're on a runaway train with a madman, and that's why two great admirals, and I repeat this 1,000 times, Admiral, 4-star Admiral Alvin Halsey, he walked out of this. He says, this is a shit show. I'm done with this. And Vice Admiral Ketcher, he's a great man. He's extremely intelligent. He's very honest with moral courage. Trump fired him. He fired him. The director of the JCS, his job is the day-to-day operations of the all joint forces. He said, what the hell? You're done. Bing. And his lapdog, and I'm sorry, and I hope you come back into space, and I respect you, sir. There's a fighter pilot. He was in Desert Storm, and he and I went and had offline communications, and I respect the man, don't get me wrong, but he actually was pushing Raising Cain. And I said, no, sir, he's a lapdog. And we went around on it. But so I'll land it with just this. We are at an existential war, and it's a suicide mission. So the only answer is eventually they're going to have to use the N-word. So tactical, then who knows what after that.
Yeah, and if it's boots on the ground, I mean, Iran by itself is basically, I mean, just mountains and mountains and mountains and desert. By the time they reach the army, I mean, they have the higher ground. They'll have a strategic plan. I mean, boots on the ground is just so bad for the United States. I mean, it's like you said, it's gonna end up with the N word from one part of the world, but definitely not Iran. I mean, they're gonna do what they have to do, and they're gonna do it by the Islamic way, where you got to do war in a certain way. You can't go overboard. Yeah, even when you take prisoners, you got to like Gaza. When they took the prisoners, they treated them. Everybody saw the way they treated them. It's because that's what Islam's asked for. So even if they're Shia or this or that, we're not sects. I mean, they all abide by the Quran, so they're gonna go about it in the right way. So I doubt it's gonna be from them, but eventually it could be from the Zionists, or it could be Zionists pressure the United States and be like, you know what? Here are the codes, launch them, and let's see what happens.
Amen, brother. I hear you.
Just wanted to say real quick to what Uncommon said about Yemen, because we haven't even seen Ansar Allah yet and what they can do if necessary. But just to put that in some sort of perspective, it would be like, what is it called? Like a poetic type of thing. It's weird. I live in America, right? Obviously, I don't want to pay, gas prices $100, but it is what it is. But like, I've been put in this position by this establishment that is extremely irresponsible and beholden to another nation. But remember, Scott Bessent was excited to say how the sanctions, the harder sanctions they placed on Iran, caused a little bit of an uprising, which obviously was taken over. But they were proud of what they did economically to Iran. This is an economic victory for America. Like, yeah, we're causing chaos in that country. If this situation happens, like Uncommon said, right now Americans aren't paying that much attention to it. They don't want the war, but they're still going on their daily lives. But if it happens that prices just skyrocket like that, it will be the same thing here. Like, there will be people out in the streets, and wouldn't it be poetic justice? Yeah, it would be a form of poetic justice. Like, this is what our establishment tried to do to them, and they would still have a way where they could do it to us. I don't want that. I don't, but This is a war, right? This is a war that shouldn't even be happening. So they get the right to do that. And by the way, guys, please, again, I know Suleiman restarted the stream. I also see that he put his link over top of Suleiman, Beatrix, and Adam. You guys hit the link to YouTube. Everybody who's on the street, this space right now, I think we got like over 3,000 people, which thank you everybody for being here. All you got to do is hit that link, hit subscribe, and the notification bell. I truly believe we could get 30 people to do that in the next 5 minutes, because when I say that, I get more than 30 people to do it. It really helps with the algorithm on YouTube, not to get all into like YouTube education, but the more people who subscribe, it tells YouTube that people want to watch this channel. And this is how Suleiman's channel will get on the homepage. It helps to move the channel. And we know we need real news like this, because places like Fox News, Blaze Media, they're telling you we're winning. We're taking everything out. We already won. I mean, Trump said we already won. Clearly we haven't. We're sending more troops to Iran, and people need to hear the truth about this, and this is where you're going to find the truth. Again, 30 people in 5 minutes. I know we could do it. To hit subscribe to Suleiman's YouTube and hit the notification bell. Like the stream if you're listening to the stream, and retweet this space and have your notification bells on for Twitter as well. Thank you.
So Russia Today reported that Russia Today says that talks are underway to evacuate U.S. bases in the Middle East to stop attacks. The U.S. is allegedly in talks with Iran to permanently vacate all their bases and withdraw from the Middle East. Interesting. Don't know if that's might want to take that with a great grain of salt, but it's interesting in terms of the deal narrative. I don't know though. Yeah.
I do want to say something about that. I mean, I don't know how much people put stock into what he says, but I think his reporting has been fairly decent or fairly good recently, which is Tucker Carlson, and he's been saying that I don't think I agree with him on this, but he has been saying that it was almost intentional from his Israeli perspective to get America to hopefully take out Iran, but also get America out of the region so then Israel can become the hegemon in the region. And I see that 5D chess that basically Israel could be playing, but I also think it's a little early because there's a risk that it doesn't work because obviously Israel still needs us, whether whether they want to be a regional player. There is no doubt they want to be a global player. They want to be the only player if you really go far enough down the rabbit hole. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it could be religious fanaticism, but it does seem like it would be a little premature to kick America out now because obviously the main reason that we figured out from this war is why America is there is to protect Israel. Now, maybe they're thinking, well, if America succeeds in taking out Iran and then they leave, we won't need them anymore because we'll be the only nuclear armed power in the area. I guess, except for Turkey. And that's why they're saying Turkey's next, right? But I don't know. I think he's getting a little. Just my 2 cents. I think he's getting a little ahead of the storm. I think it was pretty straightforward. I don't think there was like a lot of 5D chess. I think we're ran by idiots. I don't think it was as. I don't think the Israelis are as idiotic as the American leaders because the Israelis do see that support for Israel is declining at a rapid rate. And to them, this was like their last chance to go after Iran. So they're dragged, Trump into it. Trump's the perfect Shabbos squad to do it. And so I think from their perspective, it makes sense. From the American perspective, it makes no sense. But I think it's just been a blunder and that's why there's no plan. That's why they're like, oh, what are we going to do now for the Strait of Hormuz? And they're making it up and saying that there's a plan, but there clearly isn't a plan. They thought that the decapitation strike would work. I think it really is that simple. They thought that they would kill Khomeini and then everybody would just be like, all right, well, we're going to have OnlyFans and a Democrat elected Zionist, and it obviously failed. And now I think it's literally just a cluster and they don't really know where to go. I don't think it was necessarily a 5D move. I think and I don't know. Everybody can give their takes on that, but it's just something to point out.
I'd love to answer this just real quick. But Adam, if you got something to say, you can go ahead.
No, I think he's confusing me with Simon. I never said it was 5D chess.
I did watch that Tucker Carlson where he's saying that, and I do think it is. I mean, I do, because think about it. We swallowed this war for Israel. Who's fighting Iran? It's America versus Iran. You don't really hear much talk about Israel really and Iran right now. We know, yes, that they're involved, like you know, but it's us. Every time you turn around, it's Hegseth, it's Trump, all of these people making speeches about the Iran war. This is the America-Iran war. We swallowed this war for them, and we will go down. Like, it's not so, and it puts Trump in a rock and a hard place. And I don't want to talk about nukes. I hate this conversation because I'm not God, and I just feel like that's way too much predicting. But if things are put that much in, as a rock and a hard place, and it's not going to be Israel that would do that to Iran. It would be America. They would again force his hand, and I'm not making him out to be an angel, because he's not. Okay, but it would be America to use that on them, right? And so America still goes down. The region would still be given to Israel, and then America would still go down as like diplomatically, everything else, and whatever else comes with that. And then the fifth column of Zionists who are here, and I'm on YouTube, so I know just to say are here, would take care of the rest. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, without a doubt, they would love to do that. They would love to do that to America. Absolutely.
Definitely. I understand exactly where you're coming from. But the thing is, these Zionists, they plan 25, 50, 100 years ahead. So when they're the ones who basically made the GCC, Saudi Arabia, and this project Neom that they're doing, which is basically only for them. So they have a contingency plan. So if they have to get out, they're gonna get out the same way they came in on ships, by plane, and then they're have to gonna go out to places that they came from. And the fact that you have synagogues, I mean, I'm not against, because here Jordan is a country that respects Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and all equality, and we've never ever felt like one's against another. The only problem is the Zionism, the Zionist propaganda, the Zionist state, that the Balfour Declaration was the start of it all. I mean, they're not just gonna be like, all right, okay, United States push the button and we have nothing to do with it. It's all United States. When we all know APAC, every single member of Congress is Jewish, has kissed the wall, whether he wanted to or not. And I mean, some people do it for power, some people do it for money, and like someone, like, I don't know who said it. I think it was Uncommon. He said we're literally run by a bunch of idiots, and these bunch of idiots are like scrambling right now. Like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And there's literally nothing left to do but confront the people that you've been threatening for so long and sanctioned for so long. So now you got to put your money where your mouth is. Whether it's nuke or not, I really don't believe it's going to be nuke, even though they have targeted nukes where they can contain it to a certain point. But I think that's something left for, like, where God intervenes when the world ends, or He wants it to end. That's how He'll end it, or in a certain way. But nukes right now is kind of like really early talk, because right now they got to put their boots on the ground, even if they don't. The military doesn't want to, because that's what they said they're going to do. And then they said that within 10 days they're going to demolish basically all of Tehran and all of Iran. So they're talking a lot of smack, and when someone talks a lot and the other party's silent, and then his leader's just going out through the streets talking to people, talking to cameras, the commander of the military is going doing the same thing, reassuring the people. People are all following and all chanting. Yemen is another story where they're like, "We want war, we want war." I mean, like, you have a bunch of alliances now, and especially GCC, after they felt betrayed by the United States, they're going to be like, "All right, can we please be a part of BRICS? Please, please, please." I mean, it's kind of too late now, but you never know. I mean, they might allow it just so they can preserve the Middle East as a stable region, and then turn the GCC and Saudi Arabia to the new United States, because that was, and Europe, because that's where, or not, maybe not United States, but the new Europe, because that was their intention all along with Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf. So there's just, it's like so crazy. You get so tired because there's so many scenarios But this is total chaos.
Can I say
So
something?
guys, it's just I don't know
Sorry.
who's speaking there, but I'll give it back to you in a second. Guys, I've got a video in the nest, and I haven't put it in the nest. But anyway, I've got the video that's about to go in the nest, and it's been posted on the YouTube in the YouTube comments, and it's pertaining to actually the YouTube guys did watch me making it, to be honest, but it is in relation to the ground invasion. It's about wait, why is this video showing like it's about the ground invasion, and yeah, if you can do oh no, it's fine here. So yeah, it's about the ground invasion. So as you normally do, especially the last one, like the Netanyahu is dead one, cause you guys, so many of you guys opened it up on a separate tab. It's doing really well. We had about 300 of you guys who opened it up on a separate tab and watched it. And really, my YouTube guys are awesome because they actually watch me make the video and then they see me post it and then they go and watch it as well. So they're legends. So if all 300 of you guys can open it on a separate tab like you did before, everyone on the space, we've actually got more people on the space than we did then. And what we're saying is, look, every single person on the space, every single person on the YouTube comments, if you can open it on a separate tab to help push it. And it does help a lot because the last one there was 300 of you guys doing it, and it did push it pushed the last video really well, more than any video on our channel. And I mentioned this before, but you guys know the reason for this, so it's going to sound a bit annoying that I'm repeating it, but like this is the way of pushing back. Like I can make the videos, I can go 24/7, I can do these 15 16 hours, I can invite people for the interviews. We've got another collab in 30 minutes as well, which is going to go live. So we can do all of this, and I don't mind putting the effort to do it, but I'll do that. But then I need you guys to do your bit, which is to like these videos, to open them in the tab, to share it with your friends and families, to subscribe, to let everybody know about the real news, the real information, because you're not getting that anywhere else. The only place you're getting real news and real information is here. So please open it on a separate tab. Just get the thing, open it, and open it in a separate tab. If you're on the YouTube, I can see the YouTube comments, and I can already see Sidat's here straight away. Always the first guy. I appreciate Hiba always as well. Saad as well. Saying you got Jake in there. You got Sidat saying please leave a like and a comment in the main section. Let me pin his message. That's a golden one. Xplay said the same thing. Jump in, like, and subscribe. Opinda said hello or like the video. SS said YouTube comment. Justin said we're in it. What a legend. Subhan said Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam. Calling Larry said yo yo yo. Saad said let's get those likes and subs up. If you're watching the stream on the phone, hit the X button to close the chat and hit the like button. Subscribe and hit the bell and icon and open the notifications. We've got 120 people here. I'm reading all the comments. I do want everyone to come on there. Everyone to open a tab. Don't be lazy. Don't be a Gen Alpha. Be a Gen X. Be about it. Nasser said opened. Chifo said we're here. Helen said thumbs up. Hiba said like and comment. Let's go. 19 said opened. Riaz said like. Chifo is there. Said I like the hoodies vibe. Really? Thanks, man. Justin said, thanks, man. Omar said, boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Did they boom Tel Aviv, bro? They did a lot of them boom, booms today. Justin said, I love the shout. That's why we're doing it. Sonic said, I also enjoyed those videos. Appreciate it. X comment said, every comment. And I said, yeah, I'm reading every comment right now. It's a X comment said, I had dreams about Mancos yesterday. Oh, my God. Manco's the guy that chicks dream about, it seems like. He's like a guilty pleasure, some people said. Seems like it. This chick saying she dreams about him. So, I mean, I ain't going to comment about that, but we know chicks and the kind of things they like. I always said this. About the chicks. They're just proving it. They're just proving that these chicks are. Oh, that chick's going to come up again and be like, oh, this space is quite misogynistic. And let me tell you about misogyny and women's rights. I would just like drop, bro. People are dying. I don't want to hear about misogyny. Anyway, there is coming back to it. Yeah, guys. So thanks to every single person who is on there. Let me see how many people are on there now. Let me go back to it. Where's it gone? Well, that can't be right. It can't be just 131 after I give a whole speech. 168. Let's get another 100. Let's beat the last one. The last one we had 270. Someone said you can't honeypot this boy. You definitely can't honeypot me. Dizzy said much love. Omar said, bro, I have 4 devices on different computers at the moment. I'm connecting as well. What a legend, Omar. Right, Radio Auto said Somali nobody here. We love our Somali community. You know how much flack I got for defending the Somali community? A lot of flack. Let's put it that way. I got a lot of flack for defending the Somali community, but we'll always do it. We'll always defend them. Opinator says 300,000. Depends on the objective. Maybe they will look for a partial occupation. Clyde Frog says the empire is done for. Hiba says like and comment, guys. It helps. She's right. Hiba knows what she's talking about. Listen to Hiba. Muhammad Jamal says, I, Somali brothers in the chat. Free Hagesa. Hiba says, hoodie vibe, resistance vibes. Yeah, listen, it's the resistance. Somalis are chosen right to defend them. Yeah, I mean, US was promised to them more than 3,000 years ago. That girl, Casey, saying, hit that like button. Listen, even the tethers are in there. So listen to her. What does Trump do if Bibi isn't there to tell him what to do? Good question. We need more people in there. How many people are there now? Let me see. 161. How come it dropped? How did it drop? Casey, how did it drop? I'm promoting it.
I don't understand. Yeah, y'all
I
just
do.
put it back on. Where's it going?
Casey, you wouldn't believe what happened. I run my YouTube channel. One of my subscribers, this was last week, they wrote me an email and they said the views were dropping even though they were increasing. When you're under, what's happened, Google owns YouTube.
Sorry, Andrew, I do want to hear the story. Just tell us in a second. Casey, if you could just tell everyone to move across because you're really good at that.
Thanks. No, seriously, everybody, please look. All you have to do is open the video up in a different tab. Even if you put it on mute, but let it play. Definitely hit the like button though when you do that. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, you might as well go ahead and hit subscribe and hit the notification bell. You guys did push that last video extremely well because Suleiman, you had confetti coming out of the numbers. That was golden what y'all did for that video. This is how the algorithm works on YouTube. It shows YouTube that people want to see this video, that people want to hear from this channel. So that's all you have to do. Even if you open it up on, there you go. I see the numbers going back up. There you go. Thank you so much. Like, guys, it really does mean something. This is real news.
I know, Casey, they always listen to the chicks. And Dizzy says, and she's a chick as well, because I know you listen to the chicks. She says, guys, for the shorter videos on YouTube, and this is what it is. This is only 8-9 minute videos, 10 minutes. She says, guys, for the shorter videos on YouTube, it's not enough just to open or like them. Actually watch them through, put them higher in the algo as successful videos. Yeah, guys, make this video a successful video. I'm relying on you guys. Sully, where's the merch? I mean, I'm so busy, bro. How can I make merch? I'm actually really I'm so tired. I got to do a collaboration with Rathbone in 30 minutes. Manco is an international playboy. They're all obsessed with Manco, you know. So I told you the chicks are into the bad boys, bro. So this guy's like literally the heel on the space, and somehow they're all into him now. They're all like, you know, it's chicks, bro. So come on, boomers, like, comment, and subscribe. Paul Janisco. Queen Finn says she's got some emojis. It looks like some chickens. Let's see how many people now. Okay, cool. Still on 167, really.
YouTube playing with you a little bit. It was at 178 and then it went down 167. Guys, more people go in because YouTube is playing with the numbers.
Last time, the other one, maybe the people in the daytime are better, bro. Nighttime people are dogs then.
Nah, they going in. Go in, y'all. Go in. You have to go in hard because I just watched them play with the numbers. Like it was 178 and then all of a sudden it went down to 167. This thing does that, and so guys, go in. We need a little bit more. If Suleiman wants 200, we have 177. Come on, 23 people can open up the video and play it, guys. I know. All right, we have 186.
You're all anti-Semites if you don't open the video. You're all anti-Semites, disgusting anti-Semites. Sully, don't give Mango that much credit. He's trash. Well, it's not me, it's the chicks in the chat. I'm reading just what the chicks are saying in the chat. It's the chicks' blood. Someone said, I'm seeing 373. Really? What's he talking about? Oh, no, you're on the wrong chat. We've got another chat going. It's the link that I put, Gilan. Gillian, it's a different chat. Oh my God, Gillian, you're a bit special, aren't you, Gillian?
You guys are listening. We just need 10. Oh, there you go. We need more though. Keep on coming though. Keep on. I love that your audience listens to you. The audience on this space.
What did you
That
say
is
about the
beautiful.
confetti? What did you say about the confetti? What did that mean?
So one of your videos hit really hard, and you know I can still see like behind the scenes, and I saw you had like confetti going off. I was like, damn, this video is like
No, what
moving.
does it mean by
Yeah.
confetti? I don't get you. Where do you
That
see the
means it's
confetti?
like your top video. It's like you beat your goal, like you beat your own record. And so then when you see the number, you'll see like the number. After like 2 hours, you'll see the number of views. So I say it says like, you know, after 2 hours, it says like you can actually see it in an hour, and you got like 1,000 views. I think that day you had like 2,000 something in an hour, and then the confetti is like coming off of the number. It's like it's actually cool to see, and your audience is great because they're giving you that.
Yeah, the
They're a
legends,
really
bro. We
great
got
audience, man.
212 people here. So Gilani's figured it out now. He's in the right place. Avra said there's 218. There's no way they can just keep an island. They're not that stupid. I know, bro. It is really stupid. This is why I don't get what they're doing. I don't get what they're doing. Like, it's craziness. It's like they want the destruction of the world. I don't get these people, man. Because I was thinking Karaj Island. In the video, I explained. I said that if America takes the oil field in Karaj Island, they might not. Iran may not hit the oil field in Karaj. They might just hit the oil fields in the Middle East. Either way,
He
the
said
oil
he
fields in the Middle East get taken out.
did the most powerful bombing in history, taking out its military facilities. Like the island's tiny and it has barely any
Yeah, I mean,
facilities.
I posted those videos that have come out. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the most significant because you remember they can't because the oil facilities are everywhere. They'd end up hitting the oil facilities. Guys,
Yeah.
thank you so much to every single person who watched that video. It really, really helps a lot and I appreciate it. Send it to your friends and family, auntie and uncle, brother and sisters, everyone. Send it across. Let them all know about it. Oh, send it. Okay, sorry I interrupted the conversation. Let's get back into the conversation. Who was speaking? Was it you, that girl?
Yeah, no, it's just me saying shadow ban. And when they throttle, they hit with these algorithms, and when they reach a certain point, they will shadow ban you, and you will literally start losing likes. But then it'll come up, and then it'll knock back down. So you're being shadow banned, is what it is.
That's why your audience is amazing because they're pushing through it. One thing about that,
Yeah.
I'll just say this, not to give like a whole YouTube, education. I know this is the space about the Iran war, but when we tell y'all to like watch or to go subscribe and everything, it is to push through the algorithm because even though they will try to suppress you or whatever, the algorithm always can reset. It's something, don't ever let it take you down. It can reset. And so that's why this audience is amazing because they came through, they show love. And Suleiman, I think you'll see the confetti with this video as well. So just look out for that. You guys are really amazing. And we got Suli Pass of 48. You got 48,417 subscribers. That's beautiful. I really want to see us get to 48,500 before 10:30. I know we could do it, guys. I know we could do it because this audience is fire. Thank you, guys.
I got some breaking news there. So Trump's defined his terms for an unconditional surrender of Iran, and he says that he says the terms are basically their military is gone, their big threat is gone, the air defenses are gone. Basically, it's destroying their things. So it's kind of weird because think about it this way. He's not saying that Iran needs to do anything. He's saying that he's put it in his court. Like he's saying America destroying the equipment is Iran's surrender. That's very weird. Very weird way of putting it. Because you'd assume if someone surrenders, it's them telling you they surrender. But he's not saying that. He's saying I'm going to do something to you, and when I'm done doing it to you, I'm going to take that as a surrender. It's very weird, and it puts him in the position where he can, just bomb them and be like, "Oh, I've taken out your stuff," because they've been saying
I
it the
mean,
whole
that's
time.
fine if he wants to rationalize that at him to like his public and say, "Oh, we won. They surrendered because we bombed them."
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he's
That
trying
means
to
they
say.
surrendered.
Yeah,
That's fine
it's
as long as
ridiculous.
listen. We don't want war. We want peace. we want Israel to cease to exist, but we want peace. We want peace. But we want Israel to cease to exist. We want peace. We want the sanctions lifted, but we want Israel to cease to exist. But you know what I mean? You get what I mean. We want
Yes, I do.
peace.
Yeah, yeah, sure. But yeah, that's just him trying to weasel out again. Like he just keeps doing this. He keeps doing this, like I think that's significant was and the other day he said there's no targets left in Iran. Well, there's almost no targets left in Iran. He said that, this is after saying, oh, it's going to be a small little excursion. He keeps trying to back off, back away, And like we've all said, it's in Iran's court. It's up to Iran what happens now. Because Trump obviously is he's trying every which way to back out, in my opinion. So yeah, that's him again, giving himself a way out. Now Trump can just say we've bombed everything, and that's it. But yeah, weird way to define an unconditional surrender.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's crazy. We also got some more reports. Initial reports of a building in an Israeli settlement was hit. Okay, let's see. That's my hit. Hit on a building in a Israeli settlement in Upper Galilee from Hezbollah attack. So that's happened right now. Just also, let me just read some of these super chats because I kind of missed a few. We've got one Mike with a level 1 membership. Thank you so much for joining the community. Appreciate you. Cool says, can you please elaborate on Carg Island? Well, I just done a video on it. Cool, watch the video. I made did a whole 10-minute plugging of that video. So check it out on my YouTube channel. Christo says, consider adding Operation Epstein Fury to the space title. The Zayas will hate it as us pushing the narrative. Yeah, that'd be funny, that actually. The US, oh no, but then I think when you put Epstein in the title, they do actually deboost the spaces, I think. The US economy is most vulnerable to high oil prices. If Trump harms oil infrastructure at all, we are all done. Oil is a global market. Demand can shift anywhere. Yeah, great points. Great points indeed. I agree with that. This is the issue we're dealing with. This is craziness, man. Trump be crazy, bruv. Trump be crazy. Dizzy Kitty with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Dizzy, for your support of the space. It really means a lot. Appreciate you. Dizzy's been follower for a very long time. Very, very long time. And she's a chick as well, so we don't want to hate all chicks. Just nearly all of them. Appreciate the support
Disavowed.
Disavow what, Adam? Oh yeah, Adam, you're a simple, isn't it? So
Yes, I am.
Mike,
Yeah.
Mike, this is why you've been allowed. But Adam, listen, you don't get. You're like, if someone said to me, "Who's primed to get honeypotted?" I'd say Adam. Adam, don't get honeypotted. This is what they
No.
do.
Yeah. Thank you
You
for the
got a
advice,
big
Roman.
account. You're a threat. They might honeypot you. Don't fall for these chicks. Okay, Mike says, thank you, Sully. Appreciate your support, Mike. It means a lot. Also, another huge super chat from Anonymous. Really appreciate your support as well. Yeah, Adam, listen, we need to have a talk about this. Please, Adam, do not get honeypotted. Don't take that. Don't let the movement get taken down.
I won't. Yeah.
Promise.
I promise I'm gonna deny all
Okay.
the honeypots. No DMs.
Promise
No
in
DMs.
in front of everybody.
Happy to talk to chicks on spaces, but yeah, DMs no. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Okay, we got Inevitable West. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. First of
hey,
all,
you know
first
that I still get thrown off every time you say that. Go ahead.
Also, I mean, listen, Ian Miles Chung is your number one global influencer. So do explain that and then do continue.
Number one op. No, so well, no, I was just gonna chime in because I think you had mentioned Lebanon. Yeah, well, look, crazy day, huh? I think to what Trump was talking about with what is the unconditional deal. I think he's carving his way forward. That is the idea. He is giving himself and essentially his coalition permission, and it seems clear, at least to me, just with what information I have, that he wants an international coalition. He wants a coalition of so-called justified rational actors to go in to Iran and make this sort of unified front. And he's positing himself in the United States and other countries as well as the ones who are trying to talk down, quote unquote, Iran from the ledge, but it's not real, right? Meanwhile, Israel is I think they pretty much confirmed that they're going to go all in on Lebanon, which I know they needed to do that. They, in their perspective, they needed to do that. They did not see themselves as having any other choice other than to go into Lebanon completely. And they've even, I believe, they've called up a lot of reserves in the IDF as well, and they have to go all the way in their view because the United States is going to do that in Iran, and it starts with Karg Island, which has been, of course, the center of attention. But with that, I think so. So I saw a little bit about the amphibious unit, and I heard Andrew and a few other folks today talk about the specific details of that Marine unit, the Marine amphibious unit. And from my understanding, and I could be wrong, the idea of that unit is to be sort of an arbiter to the island. Hence, why they control. They stopped short of the oil, deposits and infrastructure on the island and hit everything militarily, which is obvious that they would do that because that is the largest export, and they're probably going to contain the ships that are meant to go out to Asia. These are usually Iranian ships, from my understanding, so they can seize the ships. They don't have to destroy them per se. But that task force that they have there, from my understanding, it's designed for expeditionary warfare, and that they can just basically loiter and stay offshore and basically act and move around at will as they need, which is the idea. But it's also sort of a bedrock, right? It helps them be flexible. It's sort of like a floating base where you can kind of monitor things that are down there. And look, is it a death trap? Probably, right? Probably, because they've underestimated Iran constantly. But it's an opening and an excuse that they've given themselves to carve themselves forward, because it starts with 2,500, it probably gets to 5,000, it probably turns into 20,000, and it takes time. And of course, the idea is, well, Iran's not going to tolerate that. They'll just hit every oil asset and other asset in the Gulf. Yes, and they're prepared for that. They are betting the United States government and other governments in the West, which I probably don't have the full list of that, but they are betting on their citizens basically taking the pain and suffering. They are betting. They are willing to take the pain and instability, if you will, in exchange for essentially consent, and really just in exchange for consent for a continued ground invasion, because there's just no other. Look, I kind of likened this to COVID the other day, where you didn't see the effects all at once when it started in Asia, right? And then eventually it became inescapable. And eventually the people, the citizens, especially in the West and especially in the United States, seem to have really pushed for a lot of the government, stuff that, if you will, like lockdowns, and same for like in Asia as well. It was really, the lockdowns were extremely, vigorous, all over the world, and it depended on which country, right? But here's the point. Um, with this lockdown, or rather, with these conditions that take place with the international shortage, that is going to, whether we like it or not, basically get permission from the general public, because the scapegoat is going to be the IRGC, which is why Trump is saying, well, surrender means a destroyed IRGC. That is his way of carving his lane forward, of saying these are the reason why this is happening to you, these people over there. There is no real feasible, so what is it called, the strategy, or rather an out, right? Which we were told that they were looking for. There's no out that doesn't involve basically crossing one of their own red lines and reneging on a non-negotiable. Israel Israel is not a negotiable. The security of the state of Israel is a non-negotiable. What else is non-negotiable? Um, Nuclear. So when Trump met with Putin and had that phone call, Putin said, "Oh, well, we'll just take Iran's enriched uranium, right? We'll keep it." And he might as well have just told Trump, "Fuck you," right? Because that is what he meant, and that is how Trump took it. That was the deal breaker. That basically ended the call from basically what information is out there that talks about this a bit more. And the idea that Putin would hold, and the reason why it's a fuck you, right? Just so I'm not being too coy, is because if Iran lets Russia hold their uranium, all Iran has to do is give back like literally ask Russia, "Hey, can we get back our uranium to create a bomb?" This is how Israel and the United States think, right? They don't trust Putin. Putin has probably led, not Putin, I'll say Russia. Russia and the Kremlin allegedly have basically helped Iran seek and destroy, hundreds, if dozens and hundreds of assets of the United States throughout the Middle East, right? So Trump is not going to say, "Hey, yeah, sure, yeah, you can hold Iran's." No, he doesn't take it that way. But he's still going to leave a diplomatic channel with Russia and China, hence why he hasn't attacked any sort of ships that are leaving that island, a Karg island in Iran. I'll land pretty soon. I think the thing that I kind of just wanted to harp on again was the necessity in their minds. Again, from all the information that I have regarding this, the necessity in their minds for the ongoing plan is to make Iran look like the dangerous, irrational actor before the world stage. Some of the Gulf countries are not hedged for what's going on whatsoever. Iran is going to have to be pushed into a position where they must continue their attacks on the Gulf assets. They will be cornered further and further, and they will aggress further and further on the oil infrastructure in West Asia. And I don't blame them, right? But many people will blame them 6 months from now when oil is basically impossible and energy in the middle of what I imagine would be the summer for many people is extraordinarily expensive, and the way of life is just completely unrecognizable. I think Trump and the other powers that be have willfully made that sacrifice because they intend on a full scale at some point through time, but full scale eventually international invasion and overthrow of the IRGC. That is what they are going for. That is the end game for them. They believe they will win. They believe that the other side will capitulate. They believe that Russia and China will not take it nuclear, and they will try their best not to step on as many toes as they can. But ultimately, they deem the IRGC rather, they deem the existence of the IRGC to be a non-negotiable. They cannot have it. But I'll end there.
Appreciate that, Inevitable. The Cool sent a super chat saying, "Just saw your video on Karg Island. And bro, let's just admit it, we're already in World War III. The escalation just is not stopping." I mean, I don't think we're at World War III, but I agree with you that we're definitely on a pathway towards it. And each time you think, or those who think that, "Oh, guess what, this is just, it's fake, or it's a negotiation," or whatever the thing is, each time it just escalates more and more and more. And so I agree with your thesis that this, in terms of, not that it's World War III, but I guess what you mean is we're moving towards a pathway towards World War III. I want to bring TT into this conversation. TT, I hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hey guys, sorry, I haven't spoken up because I was going to comment on the surveillance stuff, but then we kind of moved on from that
Well, I
conversation.
wanted to
But yeah,
ask
I'm
you
good.
specifically. Well, like, you can obviously add whatever you want, but I wanted to
Yeah,
specifically
of
ask you
course, yeah.
because if I remember right, you said that you work within the oil industry.
Yes, I do.
Um,
Yep, oil and gas.
so obviously this is up your alleyway because Karg Island is a very important island for Iran. It basically 90 to 95% of Iran's crude oil is administered there.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the fact that the US may go there in a ground invasion and take control over the oil, A, and B, the possible situation where then Iran has to respond with one of two things, or maybe even both. bomb Karg Island because the US troops are there, US troops lose their lives, that may make American public think twice, or bomb the oil fields in the Middle East, or both. But this decision is going to require a cutthroat decision. What's your thoughts on the possibility of this escalation by Donald Trump?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to, I guess, I mean, this is me just sharing because of just a bit of research that I've done on the Clark Island. Um, I think when it comes to a ground invasion, I think any part of Iran, it doesn't matter whether it's, you know, a small island in the south or anywhere in Iran. I just don't think Iran as a country and as a proud nation will allow for that. So I think that's just me speaking as a proud Iranian, but also knowing where the Iranian mentality sits. Because this is not just a military conversation, right? Like, this is to do with how far they're willing to go. And I genuinely don't see an Iran that will just stand by and allow, especially the US, to invade and to occupy any part of our country. So I think just let me caveat with that. But then also, I was just reading online that actually that island was bombed back in the Iran and Iraq war. And yeah, like a lot of the facilities were destroyed. I'm not sure exactly what facilities they've got on the island, but it sounds like a lot of the oil is kind of channeled through there because of maybe processing, because not all of the fields are in that region. We have fields all across Iran. Um, so I think if they were to go down the route of, you know, just saying actually it's better for us to destroy our own facilities than let the US take over, I do think Iran would take that option because there are other ways of sort of processing oil and going around the island. So they've probably prepared for that. And this is not me talking based on facts or anything. This is just based on what I've seen so far. I don't have too much knowledge about it. And I think when it comes to sort of destroying oil fields in the region, I mean, any sort of oil rig or any sort of facility costs millions, one to build and then to maintain. So if we get to a point where they're going to start threatening um, any of the facilities or any of the sort of fields in the area, I don't think that will be taken lightly, because not only does it actually have an impact on the world, but to rebuild these sort of facilities, or actually to shut off a well, for example, you can't open that back up, as in you will lose access to your fields. So I think it would be very, very serious if we get to a point where Iran will actually, I mean, they are trying to make Iran look like a rogue island, the rogue state, which is insane because they're literally threatening us with invasion. So if Iran gets to a point where they start to threaten other sort of states in the region, I don't think that would be taken lightly, because that will be catastrophic. So I think that's just, yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about it too much, Suleiman. So that's just kind of my views on it right now.
Cool. And then what else did you want to add?
Oh, the surveillance thing was interesting. It was actually a while ago, but I became so interested in the rest of the conversation, I didn't chime in. But I think with this conversation around Palantir comes up quite often. And I don't think people understand the extent of the crimes that Palantir has actually committed. So I actually work in the technology part of oil and gas. So my background's more in, I mean, it's in both. And Palantir is an organization that has done some evil things specifically in Palestine. And when we're talking about a surveillance state, that is Israel. So what Israel has done in Palestine, and I actually do have a podcast that you can listen to, which I'll probably drop in the comments if anyone's interested, which is about AI-driven wars and how much these companies profit from it. And the whole Palantir system and the technology and the algorithms that they've built is actually based on the fact that they've built this based on the Palestinian people, a lot of it. And because Palestine is a region that they've had complete control over, and they've been able to do whatever they've wanted, they've managed to develop these systems which are for heavy surveillance, for heavy targeting of people, and they're basically decision-based systems. So what they do is they have all of these attributes that, for example, in the UK, you wouldn't be able to use this data because we have regulations and we have sort of GDPR, for example, to protect us from our data being used incorrectly. But actually in Palestine, what they've done is they've created all these algorithms where basically based on some attributes, so for example, based on who you are, your religion, which is all sensitive data, and for example, like if you've been in contact with someone or if you've gone to a mosque at certain times, they will come up with these attributes to basically decide whether you should be a target or not. And then using AI, they would target people and they would kill people. And a lot of the deaths that came out of Palestine was actually based on these algorithms. And Palantir the Palantir sort of, what's the word? The Palantir owner and the founder is obviously a staunch Zio, and they built these systems based on basically the sort of Palestinian data that they collected at the time. And now they've obviously Palantir has taken over the whole world. They have access to so much of our medical data, to our sort of even in the energy sector, they've got access to so much energy data that they should have never had access to in the first place. And based on this data that they keep collecting, they're just improving their systems. And I think just today, actually, I've seen so much about Palantir sort of news coming out of Palantir. So yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I was going to share that earlier because essentially, I think because AI is moving so quickly, our rules and regulations are not moving quick enough. So essentially, they're well ahead of the game to the point that we can't actually control what they're doing. So they develop these systems so quickly, and especially in places where there is no one to stop them, essentially. And that means that, yeah, it's quite dangerous. I mean, we are very much at this sort of surveillance state level at the moment. I just don't think people understand how much, essentially. That's basically what I was going to share earlier. But yeah, we did move on from the conversation, so I don't want to interrupt. But I thought some people might find it interesting because Palantir does come up as it's quite a popular name when people talk about the crimes that they've committed. But that's essentially, and that's why they target, for example, they've targeted like the police park in Tehran is probably just their algorithm failing because it's just a park, but because it's named as police park, they've targeted it. So a lot of the AI targets are based on the attributes that they feed into the system, essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Palantir's made a deal with the Department of War, actually. Recently, they've unveiled their new system. So the government is using it for assassination and surveillance, it seems. And that will
Yeah,
be turned against us,
in
absolutely.
Palestine as well, it was lavender, and in the UK, it was 2020 when they got all the NHS contracts, and they've got a number of they've got a number of secret military contracts in the UK as well. So these guys are all over the place and in control of things for sure. Triller says, does anybody remember the map Kaga Island from BF4, a game made in 2011 by EA, in which the storyline involves the US Navy storming the island to attack the Chinese defensive positions? No, I don't. I've never heard of the game, but yeah, that makes sense that it would be proposed in the game. And actually, someone made a comment and said, if JD Vance wins, Palantir rules. Well, yeah. To add to the Palantir conversation, JD Vance is a creation of Peter Thiel, and he was designated as the new future president of the United States of America, which would have been the Palantir president. But we'll have to see if that still happens after they've gone to war. Let's bring Omar, jump in, and then we'll get David Z into the conversation. Omar, give us your thoughts.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, basically, you know how the reputation of Israel was so strong, and everybody believed in Iron Dome, and in all their power and everything. I mean, with what happened on October 7th, it just goes to show, and the reputation was just all show for nothing. And I think Iran's relying also on that for the United States because they compared the military of China to the military of the United States. No disrespect to all the servicemen, and I appreciate all your service. But the thing is, once they saw how China was so completely organized, and they saw how the military of the United States is just like the IDF, posting TikToks and playing games and doing random things, I'm not speaking in terms of generality, but some entities. So I think they're relying on that the reputations were what scared them for so long, because I mean your reputation precedes you and follows you. So I guess after October 7th, they realized, okay, this is a game. Let's play their game. Let's play the United States game, and let's see where this is gonna go. And I'm sorry if this is off topic. I was just on the phone, so I couldn't hear what you guys were talking about until I heard TT talking at the end.
No problem, no
Thank you.
problem. Appreciate it, Omar. And guys, I'm going to give it to David to speak. David, you only got a couple of minutes, though, because we're about to do the next collab. But go ahead, jump in, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just give a quick one. Have you spoken on the news that there is a Marine group going to Carg Island?
Yeah, that's what we were speaking about. Give us your thoughts on it.
All right. Yeah, I just jumped in because I got some information. An associate who is in the American military has just told me that 2 sources on the ground of the battle group tell him that an air assault op is to seize the island is imminent. He also said that he received a final will and testament from one of his associates, their friend, because they recognize it as near suicide. Now, that is from a senior officer on the site. I'll DM you who it is in a minute. I'm not going to say it publicly. But there is a general assessment that Trump is acting like King Lear, and he's genuinely mad. And that was said within this person now as well. So it does look like, I mean, I've just read some points that the Russians are talking about, and they're assessing this like similar to the 2024 incursion that the Ukrainians did across the Dnepr when they invaded Kherson on the Krinky Islands, when they were literally all wiped out. I mean, this island has full military oversight, and they're totally underestimating it. The fact that an officer who is going in has just stated he's after handwriting his last will and testament and believes it's a suicide op, I think that says everything about it. Yeah, I just got it literally 5 minutes ago. That's why I hopped in. It's very depressing. Like, I've gone through years of this dealing with the Ukraine issue, and now we have good men, and they are good men, going in on a near suicide op because some psychologically damaged president believes that he's back in his playroom as a child playing with Action Man and G.I. Joe. I mean, it's obviously he's being misinformed by a bunch of warmongers like similar Petraeus and Jack Keane and the likes as well. I mean, it's sick. Like, I mean, I have no favoritism to the United States. I mean, I have 2 brothers living there with families, but you know, the military for me has been an illegal terrorist weapon for many years. But to hear that sort of message coming through, you got to feel that this is wrong, even though we all know that, you know, Iran has been the victim in this. I mean, just bear in mind that there are men in the army that are now, the sentiment of one of them at least is believing this is a suicide mission, and it's wrong. It does go back to what the psychological assessment last year that was done by Russian Ministry of Defense on Trump. They treat him, and I can't remember what the verbiage of the note I got was, that they treat him like an African despot dictator, someone who is highly volatile, like any of the guys that are in Sierra Leone or wherever like that, Guinea-Conakry, and that they appease him like a child. I mean, this is not the way a president of the United States. But this is standard practice, like that they organize. But that's how they defined him, as an African despot dictator who is living on the edge, and you must appease him consistently in order to not make him freak out.
Collab coming, guys.
That was last June. I got that. But that statement now at the moment makes me sick. I just said to him, this takes my breath away. Bad enough good men are lost in Ukraine. This is just wrong. And he said, yes, David, I agree with you too.
No, I appreciate it, David, and we definitely want to hear from you a lot more. We are about to start the collaboration, but appreciate your comments and thoughts. Guys, obviously we're going to, on the YouTube, let me know if you guys can hear. Let me know if you guys can hear on the YouTube and everything's good. I need to put the volume up for you guys. Okay, so I sorted. We need to move this here. Okay, they said they can hear. Let's join.
He mentions his teenager son, and he says that, you know, my son's thinking of joining the service, and he basically says that to say, I would trust my child with this administration. Now, just consider the context of all that, because we're talking about the Epstein administration And he's like, yes, I would totally trust my child with these Epsteinites. And then on top of that, he was apparently living in South Carolina, Scott Bessent was, and he had to move South Carolina because Republicans like outlawed same-sex marriage. So in order for him to like raise his kids, he had to move to like New York or something. So it's kind of funny, right? Because now he's working for the Republicans. And he's like, I would trust them with my family. Anyway, I see Suleiman's here. We're gonna bring him on the stage and see what's up. What's up, Suleiman? How you doing today? Hello, Suleiman.
Hi, how's it going? I just had to press start record so I don't make the same mistake as last time. How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How's doing great? Just obviously covering the war and actually concerned about a few issues, and then some things are going well. So it's a kind of like a mixed bag.
Well, let's maybe we can unpack it, because I woke up to a flurry of major headlines happening with regard to the war with Iran, and it seems like the top stories today are the bombing of the Karg Island and the announcement of Congress that we're going to do this ground invasion of 5,000 Marines. It just seems like this is really escalating. 2 weeks into this war, we've got a major escalation once again. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, it's extremely concerning. But before I start, obviously, where's Netanyahu? The real question is, where is Benjamin Netanyahu? But anyway,
I was going to ask you that too.
Yeah. But let's get into the other part of it, which is Karg Island. So, look, just to like kind of go back a little bit, we know this war isn't going well for the United States of America. The plan initially was they wanted to strike Ayatollah Khamenei, assume they would only take a quick strike like Venezuela. They'll come out, it'll cause a regime change. They'll have a Israeli-friendly Iran, and the job is done. But what they realized was that their plan failed. Ayatollah Khamenei was replaced with Ayatollah Khamenei. The government had no change whatsoever. There was no change of plans, and actually they were strong as ever. And what's happened over the last 14 days, the war now being longer than the 12-day war, is they found out that that didn't work. And they're now continuing to bomb various areas in Iran, but not having any success in terms of obliterating key military positions. So, for example, the weapons stockpiles or the weapons launch pads. At the same time, Iran is having a lot of success. They've been hitting the GCC countries at will. They've been hitting Israel at will. They've not been able to defend themselves at all. Today we saw hits in Negev, hits in Haifa. Negev being where they have the military base, Negev being where they have the nuclear facility. So they've been hitting these. So they can't, I'll explain all of that to say they can't continue going down this road, because every day things are just getting worse. More and more hits are going to occur. So they need a change. And they have three options for change. The first option being an agreement. They can come to an agreement. Trump can claim victory, but the agreement will mean that they need to do serious concessions. What are those serious concessions? Well, they could either remove sanctions from Iran. They could remove the settlements from the West Bank. They could remove out of the Middle East, maybe even give the Palestinians a state. But at a minimum, one of those will be remove sanctions. The problem with removing sanctions with Iran is, or for Iran is, Israel won't be happy, because this will make Iran a powerhouse in the region. Probably the most dominant country within the region. The oil is very easy. It's very thin. It's one of the best oils in the world. And so it's very sought after. So it will make them a powerhouse in the world if they were allowed to trade without sanctions. And Israel won't allow that. So would Trump make a deal without Israel? Highly unlikely. And so then you're left with ground invasion or nuclear bomb. Let's put the nuclear bomb aside, the ground invasion. I always thought the ground invasion was extremely difficult. You've basically got Iran, I think I explained in your show before, a very mountainous terrain, large population, large area. It's just simply impossible. They have 100,000 soldiers ready on the border, Iran does. So you would need, according to Pentagon briefing, about at least 500,000 soldiers to go to war with Iran. There simply isn't that many American soldiers, even if they got the allies involved who are not very open to this possibility. You're going to struggle with the 500,000 soldiers, and that would leave a lot of Americans going back home in body bags. So then the question became, because I was seeing the troop movement, I interviewed Anthony Aguilar. He said he saw 3,000 troops move across to close to Iran. And then today, Pete Hegseth confirmed that they were sending the Tripoli as well as 2,500 troops to the region. And so I thought long and hard and thought, wait a sec, how can they be sending 5, 6, 7,000 troops? There's no way they could do an invasion with that. Even an isolated invasion just wouldn't work. And I thought, like, where could they go? And there was only two possibilities. One was Karag Island, as per what you said. The other one was the Strait of Hormuz, because the Strait of Hormuz has specific smaller islands within it. It has specific smaller islands within it. It has obviously Hormuz itself. They have Larak and they have Kashem. So those specific smaller islands, they could take. So what you do is you take those islands, you control the Strait of Hormuz, what goes in and out. The problem with taking those islands, and I thought, was you could take control over the strait, but Iran could just bomb you with a missile. So that risks your troops, and obviously American lives would be lost. The other possibility was Karaj. The problem with taking Karaj is they take Karaj, again, same problem. They can bomb, and American troops could lose their lives. But the difference is Karaj adds an extra calculation. What that is American troops would take the oil, and Iran has a difficult decision to make. Do they bomb them troops who've now stolen their oil, taken their oil? And Karaj has 95% of all Iranian oil goes from Karaj. They have the tanker loading facilities there. They have the storage tankers there. They have the pipelines there. So that would be taking control over the crude oil that Iran holds. But then America has control over it. So they have to make a decision. The Americans are there. Do we destroy our oil facilities to hit the Americans, or do we leave them? That's one option. The other option would be you bomb the oil facilities in the Middle East, you bomb the desalination plants in the Middle East, or you do both. You bomb both because you think, look, you're not going to have the oil. You're not going to take our oil. We're going to obviously basically destroy our oil facilities to destroy America, to win the war, and then we can rebuild later. I mean, if they're cutthroat, they need to do both. But this is the problem with the IRGC. Sometimes they've always been a bit more softer. They've always been a bit more negotiable. They've been a lot more agreeable. But this isn't the time for agreement. But these are kind of all the calculations that I've kind of thought about in the last few hours about what could happen.
Should we be congratulating Trump for what he claims is his decency of not targeting the oil infrastructure on Karaj Island, or however you're supposed to pronounce it? He said that in the tweet that he didn't target oil infrastructure, but yet that's what the island is for, right? So how is that true? I mean, is there any truth to his claim?
I mean, from the videos I've seen, it doesn't look like oil facilities were targeted. Which means it was very limited bombing. I've seen a few different locations that were bombed. It looks like it's very limited, because I was thinking when he bombed, I had the same thought you did, which is it's going to be very difficult to bomb the island without hitting oil facilities. Obviously, they managed to do that. It seems like no oil facilities are hit, although it just happened recently, so we could get more information out on that. But that's not so he did that, but there was nothing achieved from that. Like, what has he achieved except a threat? So
the only reason he really gave as to why he bombed the island was because he characterized it as Iran's crown jewel. Now, what does that mean?
Well, in the sense of Iran's crown jewel is the oil. The oil is administered through there. 95% of the oil is administered through there. So it is their crown jewel. There's no doubt about it.
So that's in reference to the oil.
Yeah, that's
right.
The
oil industry.
That's right. It's in reference to the oil, because Iran is just surviving on its oil because they have severe sanctions. The only thing they're doing is right now is selling their oil to China at an extremely, extremely discounted price.
Then I wonder, how strategically important of a node is this island for Iran's oil infrastructure? And why if it was so strategically important, why put it out in the middle of the Persian Gulf where it's susceptible and easy to attack?
I mean, it's not that easy to attack. It is going to take a bit of work for the Americans to do it. And ordinarily, the reason why, and obviously there has been hits in it in the past during the Iran-Iraq war, but that being said, it's not that easy to attack. And obviously the calculation is that if you end up going into Karaj Island, you're not in Iran, mainland Iran. So you become easy prey. Like Iran can hit them people, can hit the soldiers. So I mean, the oil facilities being there, there's pros and cons to it. But the reason it's in that location specifically is, again, it's easy to administer. It's easy for trade, accessibility, export, those things. So it makes sense from a logistical perspective. Obviously,
yeah, when you're not under the onslaught of imperial invasion, it works fine under normal circumstances.
You're quite right. You're quite right.
Well, you seem to think that Trump has lost his mind. I'm pretty sure you said that in a tweet because of this bombing. Do you still believe that?
I do. I mean, I'm not being hyperbolic. I mean, if anyone has been on my spaces, my shows, when I speak, I don't be hyperbolic. Like, I'm always like a bit more chilled. I don't think things are always as bad as they are.
Right.
But what is the result of this? So if they don't get a deal done, let's say this isn't a negotiation tactic, what is the implications of this? The implications are absolutely crazy. So he takes the oil, he takes Karaj Island, he takes control of the oil. Iran has to now bomb Karaj Island, kill all those American soldiers, and then what happens is they have to bomb the GCC countries, bomb the oil facilities in all of those countries. They bomb the desalination plants. You basically destroy the entirety of the Middle East. There's no access to water. You destroy oil throughout the whole region. That's access to the entirety of oil. This is going to sound hyperbolic, but honestly, I'm not like, but this is where it's leading to. It then causes a complete global financial crash. Yeah. It becomes, there is no access to energy. You then have to basically have it where there's no access to energy. What is the countries going to do? They're going to put limits on your usage of that. They're going to put you in these kind of controlled Palantir style state environments where you can only use, you'll be given a certain credit. You can use only a certain amount of electricity. You can only go out of your area in a certain amount of time. You know, you need to do, it'll be a social credit system. You won't have no freedom of movement. You won't be able to be, Rathbone, we won't be able to be online. I said to my audience, listen, I'm going to have to choose like warm electricity, being warm, or giving you guys a space. This is how bad it's going to be. But jokes aside, it is going to be horrific, horrendous. We will be moving to a dystopian society. I cannot minimize enough. I cannot explain enough how bad this would be if Trump takes Karaj Island. It will be the beginning of the end. It is just one of the worst, horrific, escalatory things you could do.
And that's the word, escalate, because it seems like everything that is happening each day pointing towards escalation rather than this fantasy that, oh, we were just hoping that Donald Trump is going to say, we won, you know, let's withdraw. That doesn't seem like that's going to happen, right?
I mean, the only reason it doesn't seem like that is because of Israel. Because if you take Israel out of the equation,
yeah, there's no reason for any of this.
Of course, there's no reason for it. But what I agree with that. But also, in addition to that, there would actually be an agreement because Trump could come out and say, look, I won. I killed Soleimani. I took out the Ayatollah. No one's done it for 47 years. I was the one able to do it. I bombed them. I destroyed many of their places, many of their bases. They're so weak. They lost. And then slowly he could remove sanctions and say, oh, look, the new leader is being more amiable now. He's been taught a lesson. He learned what happened to his father. He's now been a lot more amiable. He could create a win in a loss and it'd be fine. He'd move out. They, in the past, were willing to do that. You saw in Yemen, the 7-week expedition they did in Yemen, they lost. They had to retreat. He took an off-ramp and no one ever heard about it. So he has the ability to do that. The only reason he isn't going to do that is because of Israel, because Israel cannot allow that power in the region.
Wow. So, it's funny. In Netanyahu's recent speech, he even admitted, I mean, if we're going to take it as being real, I thought it was funny. He was telling the Israelis, it seemed like a speech where he's trying to quell their fears and basically placate to his audience. And he said something to the effect of, we got rid of the old tyrant and now they have the new tyrant. So it's like, yeah, you didn't solve the problem, did you? But let's talk about Netanyahu. You asked a really great question at the outset of this segment. where is Netanyahu?
Where is he?
What's your opinion?
Where is he? I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's very strange they used an AI video. He's not been seen for quite a few days.
Is it confirmed to be an AI video? We've seen the whole clips of the 6 fingers, the teeth. You know, it seems pretty circumstantial. But is it? Can't we run this through some? Like, can't we ask Grok if the thing is AI? And I mean,
yeah, I mean, the problem is with a lot of these tools, they're not perfect and they don't really give you a real verification.
Right. No, for sure.
Of what happened. Sorry, go ahead.
Like Snopes.com for AI or something, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure you can put it through that and it can give you some kind of result. But again, I don't think any of these things are like totally accurate. I think there's a very good argument. I mean, I do think that it's highly likely it's AI. And even if it's not AI, what we do know is that we've not seen him for quite a few days. And it's easy for him to debunk this by coming out in public amongst people, not in a room where it could again be AI. And that would just verify if he's alive. The issue is that circumstantially, it does look like there are a lot of elements that seem to suggest that there is a possibility that Netanyahu is no longer alive. And what I mean by that is, I'm not saying it is, because I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. And what I say, what we know is, I believe it was 3 or 4 days ago, a bunker with high-level Israeli personnel was blown up. We heard a number of Israelis were injured. We know that we've not heard from Netanyahu since then, except for these isolated videos that could be AI generated. And so would Israel lie about this? Yes, they would. We got a tweet. Again, I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, but we had a tweet that allegedly was deleted by the Israeli ministry that seemed to suggest that, oh, look, it needs to be investigated or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, they said unconfirmed reports of where Netanyahu is. So they basically were saying, we don't really know where he is. It's unconfirmed. He could be dead. He could be alive. But I didn't really understand if that was a true tweet. I saw it was screenshotted.
Exactly. And I wasn't sure as well if it was a full tweet or not. So we basically say all of that information to say this. He definitely hasn't been seen for a few days in public. The last time he was seen in public was before the blast.
Before the bombing of that bunker.
That's right. And what we do know is that it would be in Israeli interest not to admit the truth on that, because it would lose confidence in this war. It would lose confidence of the Israeli population. If he had been killed, they'd probably want to keep the facade up in order to continue this war and then slowly kind of do things behind closed doors, almost like Biden-like. So one
question. Can I just ask you, if it was true that Iran got to Netanyahu, wouldn't you expect that Iran would confirm it or at least make a statement about that?
They wouldn't know, as a matter of fact, because
you don't think so?
Yeah, Iran wouldn't know if they managed to kill, because they hit the bunker. They won't know who was killed in there, which person.
But yet, when Israel killed Khamenei, or when the U.S. and Israel killed Khamenei, we saw that picture. I mean, the picture was released, and apparently it came from Israel. I don't know if that's true, but
that is true.
Yeah,
that is true. And that was because
he wasn't hiding. So that's
You're quite right. He wasn't hiding, and the picture came out from the hospital. And I saw two different reports from that. One is that it was actually public, so it was easily accessible. And the second report was that there may have been like some kind of collaborator who got it to Israel. Who got it to Israel. With the Israelis, they're a lot more better at hiding things. So again, things are up in the air. I'd say the onus is on the Israelis to demonstrate that Netanyahu is still alive. I do find it strange that he's not been seen in public, and I think the only way he can quell those rumors is to go in public, because sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just like exactly. So why aren't we seeing him in public? You know, if it was.
Well, this is the strange thing, because if you look at it, I think I mentioned it on your show, I can't remember now, but if you look at the 3 or 4 people where there's been claims that they've been injured or died, so Netanyahu, not seen. Netanyahu's brother, not seen. Ben Gvir came out with a video, if you remember, said, I'm still alive, but many are suggesting, people who came out of space, saying that was an old video from 2024. So again, but on his own. And then the last one was the other one was Smotrich's son, We've not heard anything since then. And the other one was the ex-head of Mossad. Again, we've not seen any visuals of those. So all of those people, we've not seen any visuals for. It doesn't mean that they're dead, but it is very, very highly suspect that we've not seen it, especially when we see Iranian leaders. We had Ali Larijani, Pezeshkian, various other Iranian leaders out in public on Al-Quds Day today. So you can't say the same for them. So I think there is a big question mark about it.
You know, that's so true because Ben Gavir was involved in a car crash in 2024, correct? And it was feared that he was dead.
That's right.
So they just recycled that video where he's...
That's the claim that someone on my space had, but I would need to verify. But they said that, look, that video, it was from 2024. He remembers it from then. And again, he's on his own. The problem now is with the advancement of AI, you do need people to be in a public location with other human beings to verify that that is an actual real-time video.
Do you see this bottom of the screen? You have the StreamYard, right? Do you see that there's somebody else here? Do you recognize that name?
No, I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it? That's so weird.
Who is it?
It says Grizz Khan. Does that ring a bell?
No.
Because you're the only one that I shared this link with, unless I've been hacked.
Nope, I don't know anyone called Grizz Khan. It's the Ziods. What are they doing? They're taking over the stream.
Maybe they are. I don't know. I'm definitely not gonna. I could literally add them to the stage and be like, "Who the fuck are you?"
It's strange. Yeah.
Anything else that we should, anything else that's off the top of your head, things that we should be aware of at this moment?
In terms of what the news of the last 2 days?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, so much. So much. Rathbone. So much news. So much news. So yesterday, there was a huge amount of news. So the first one was 2 US KC tankers were hit. The Americans claimed that these were accidental, but this has just become the modus operandi when they claim that they were accidental. 6 US servicemen were unfortunately passed away from there in service of Israel. And what makes the KC tankers extremely important, and I would argue that more important than fighter jets, because fighter jets, you have one of many. KC refueling tankers are very limited. You need them for the operations of refueling all the fighter jets, for the offensive weapons, for the defensive weapons. You take out enough KC tankers, it makes the situation non-operational. Something I said from the very start of the war, actually before the war, was that if I was the Iranians, I wouldn't even target the fighter jets. I would target the KC tankers. You take enough out and it's over for the offensive of the weapon. The fact that we now have 2 KC tankers that were taken out, and I believe it's more than that in total.
Yeah, I heard it was up to 5.
You're right, there was 5. And in addition to that, I believe in Saudi Arabia today, there was, is it 6? I can't remember the number now. It was a large number. It was either 6 or... It was a big number, 6 or 12 or 19. I can't remember the number, but it was a large number. I think it was 6 of American KC refueling tankers being taken out, KC 135s. That demonstrates it's a huge problem. They have been taken out. That is going to be a problem. And if they continue to lose those KC tankers, once again, it demonstrates things are just not going right for them. So that was the first piece of news. The second piece of news, another important piece of news yesterday was, we had reports that the Abraham Lincoln, if you remember, there's two points about this, yesterday and today. So as you know, there's two US carriers in the Persian Gulf. One was there, which is the USS Abraham Lincoln. The second one, which is the USS Gerald Ford, moved from protecting Israel and was moving towards the Persian Gulf. In terms of the USS Abraham Lincoln, as you know, they've had 3 incidences. The first one was 4 missiles were struck on there. I heard from my sources that at least some of those missiles struck and caused some damage. The Americans remained quiet about that. That wasn't mentioned in mainstream media. The second time I had 4 more missiles came and towards the Abraham Lincoln, but I heard nothing about whether they were successful or not. So I just assumed that they weren't successful because I never heard anything from Iran and I never heard anything from the mainstream media. Yesterday, we had reports. This is from the Iranian IRGC. Their claim is that they struck the USS Abraham Lincoln, it caused damage, and the USS Abraham Lincoln had to retreat. The carrier group, just for your audience and obviously mine, is that well, they'll probably know, but just to recap, is that the Abraham Lincoln is a very long, it's almost like a airport runway on the ocean, which works as almost like a a floatable military base. So this is where your planes come from. This is where your refueling occurs. This is where your destroyers are. Like, so much military equipment's there. So when you don't have enough bases in the region, you need aircraft carriers to basically become a base on the ocean. So that's the problem with the Abraham Lincoln. That's what we heard. Another report that came out today, apparently, this was reported by, it was by the mainstream media, but I can't remember what outlet it was now. But anyway, it was by the mainstream media, but I think it's the Wall Street Journal, but don't quote me on that. They said that the USS Gerald Ford had a fire, and the fire was internal, and allegedly this was done by US servicemen. Apparently it was done intentionally in order to sabotage the situation because they don't want to go to war against Iran.
Which would be the second incident on the Gerald Ford of such a case, because the first time was the sewage system they were trying to clog, right? It's the same aircraft carrier.
You're quite right. And actually, when the first incident happened, I found it a bit funny. Obviously, we made a bit of jokes about it. I thought there was a small possibility, but I kind of brushed it off. But this incident now has become a second incident, a fire. I don't know. There just seem like there is more to this, and I do think that these claims.
So you know, just so to recap about that story, because it's true. It was being reported yesterday by mainstream media like MSNBC that there was a fire, that, you know, a random fire just happened to be on the Gerald R. Ford, and that it was laundry in the laundry room, and it seemed accidental. And then everybody wonders. But you're saying that the Wall Street Journal broke the story that it was, or you know, we're not quoting you on that, but according to a subsequent update, that they're now saying it was actually a case of mutiny.
Exactly. Now, I don't remember if it's the Wall Street Journal. I can quickly check for you.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't remember the source, to be honest.
I do remember you sharing about that, so I'm glad we went over that.
Yeah. Let me actually check, because I'll check my page.
But
I'm getting old.
Hey,
So I can't remember. Yeah, let me find it.
It beats the
it was
alternative.
reported by Al-Mayadeen. Al-Mayadeen reported that it was a coup and it was an act of sabotage, as per what you said.
Huh. Look at our orange Cheeto in chief. Let's see if I can throw this up for us. Wait, no, not there. I think it's on my reposts. Oh man, I had a post from Adam. Oh, so here's your post of the footage of the bombing of, how do you pronounce it? Garage?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to pronounce it myself. It's Karj Island, I think.
Wow. Really, I mean, I'm kind of got to be careful about what we show on YouTube. They don't like when you show that. I was trying to find this clip of our president. Apparently he's in Palm Beach right now. Okay, well, shoot. Anything else we should talk about before we end the segment?
I think those are the major items from yesterday.
Okay.
I think those were the big ones, to be honest.
Well, that was a great synopsis, and we've got to let our audience know to follow Suleiman, of course, on his new YouTube page, you guys. I just shared it in the link. I just shared the link in the comments, so be sure to follow him. Great reporting as usual, Suleiman. We thank you. What are you going to be doing this weekend? Are you going to be live 24/7, monitoring the situation?
Of course, yeah. We're live 24/7 on YouTube, so you can follow us on YouTube. And my YouTube is Suleiman Ahmed X. We're streaming 24/7. The news, and then I do daily updates. So I already did 2 today about the updates. The second one was about Karga Island. Basically, what I explained to you in this show was something I'd explained in that video. And before that, it was, where is Benjamin Netanyahu? And then obviously I do interviews of various military people or geopolitical experts. So yeah, just check the channel out. Try and get me to 50,000 if you can. We're trying our hardest to get there. We're not too far. So that would be really appreciated.
Absolutely. And we got to support independent journalists, and you really do great work, and you're consistent and you're constant, you're relentless. And we're always checking in on you. And yeah, it's true. I want to also say your interviews are great. and I especially love your recent one with Larry Johnson. You've been interviewing all the heavyweights. It's been really fruitful. I've been learning a lot. So thank you, Suleiman.
No, I've been blessed, and yeah, I learn a lot from those interviews as well, because these guys, like, for us, it's like we're like, I'm like a nerd. This is like like it's academic for me. I study it, I learn it, I've been researching it for many years. So I make my predictions on that. But sometimes, like, some of these guys, they've experienced it, they've physically experienced it, they've been part of the game, and so they bring a different perspective that sometimes you may not without.
And it's really.
No.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's really, there's only a handful of people I feel like we can trust nowadays.
100%. This is why people like you, people like myself, people like these people that we're interviewing, people like Ryan and various others are very important, because it is like, if you look at it, there's only a few people who actually do get it. There's only a few people who are researching it from a very rational, logical perspective, and we need to continue doing that. We need to continue fighting. I don't exaggerate when I say this. Like, I do. And it does sound like I'm exaggerating, because I exaggerated the other one now, but I didn't think I exaggerated it. But I was like, end of the world is coming. But
well, we're in the middle of World War III. I don't think you can exaggerate anything.
Exactly, and you say, and when you say that, that's basically my fear, that I do believe this is the final battle. I do believe that this decides the future of the world. It is Iran v. Israel. If Israel wins, they become the dominant superpower. They get everything they want. They control the region. They control the world. They put in the AI surveillance state. They do all of those things to us. If Iran wins, that is going to likely diminish Zionism, make it a lot weaker, bring about freedom, bring about opportunities for everyone. So I do think that this war is the final war, and this is why we're streaming 24/7. This is why we're not sleeping that much. This is why we're researching it. I tell my audience, we are definitely the online resistance. We need to resist against the propaganda, because they want to tell everyone that America's winning. They want to tell everyone Israel's winning, because they want everyone to conform to this idea that there is domination, so that everyone basically bends to their will. And actually, if they realize, and everyone realizes that things are not going well, maybe they can pressure Trump into agreeing to a deal, agreeing to get out, because we don't want brutes on the ground. I don't want Americans to die. I don't want people from Iran to die. We want peace in the world. We don't want a nuclear bomb to be thrown. So what we're doing right now is extremely, extremely important. So I think, like, you continue doing what you're doing. You're doing great work, and we'll continue doing what we're doing, and hopefully we can pressure, because I do believe we did that in the 12-day war, and I think hopefully we can try and do it again.
Yep, absolutely. You can see why we love Suleiman. Thank you so much for stopping in. And here's Suleiman's YouTube page. Help him get to 50K. He just started a new page. He's a heavy hitter on Twitter. He's got 1 million followers, and he's trying to branch out. So help him out. He's doing great work. And catch him this weekend. I won't be streaming, but we know Suleiman will be. So catch him this weekend. And we're going to be doing live updates like this every Tuesday and Friday. So.
And guys, just my audience as well, because guess what, Rathbone? We're on the TikTok, so we got a lot of Gen Alphas there. I'm gonna make them do a bit of work. They don't like doing work, because you know how these Gen Alphas are. They're like,
gotta put them to work.
Yeah, they just want to do TikTok maxing, lazy maxing. But listen, let's do some Rathbone maxing. Everyone, make sure you go to Rathbone's channel, give him a follow. It's Rathbone with a double E, and also his Twitter. Twitter is _Rathbone. Everyone on TikTok, I know it's too much for you. I know the pressure's going to get too much, but I believe in your ability. We don't want their cortisol levels to get too high, you see, Rathbone. But anyway, they can do that. And on the X space, obviously, on X Rathbone, _Rathbone, and the YouTube as well. I think we've got quite a few bit of people on there as well. So everyone, make sure you give Rathbone a follow. Love this guy. Appreciate him. And thank you so much for having me. And we'll definitely see you again on Tuesday.
Absolutely, Suleiman. Looking forward to it, friend.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
See you soon.
You too. That was
wow.
Rathbone. What a great guy.
Rathbone maxing. That's a new term. Thank you, Suleiman, for putting a new term in my vocabulary. And that's what we do here.
That was Rathbone. Much love to him. Appreciate him. Let me get the X space back up for my peeps. But yeah, I like this guy a lot. Make sure you follow him, guys. Make sure you follow him. I wasn't just saying it. He's definitely worth following. He streams Monday to Friday. Great guy.
Let me just get this back up. Okay, YouTubers, let me know if this is work. Oops, Yerkin. Guys, if you're on TikTok, I know it's too much pressure for you, but I believe in you. Follow me on YouTube, and the YouTube is Suleiman Ahmed X. I repeat, Suleiman Ahmed X. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on YouTube, Suleiman Ahmed X. We got a collab. Actually, we might be staying on TikTok because I think I might have another collab. I need to check if that person has confirmed. What do I need to do? I need to go on here. Guys, can you hear the YouTubers? Can you guys hear the space now? Let me know it's working. Yeah, we love Rathbun. Great guy. Great guy. Appreciate it, guys. Is it working? Yeah, Suleiman Maxin. What is it working, guys, on the YouTube? Yeah, sweet. Sounds good. Brilliant. Okay, let me just check if I keep forgetting to put the Telegram. Okay, TikTokers, I'm literally the TikTok's still live. You won't see my video, but don't get upset. Don't get scared. Don't feel like I've abandoned you. You still matter. You still matter. Don't feel like you've been abandoned. Daddy's coming back. Just give me 2 seconds. But we're still here, but you won't see the video for a few seconds. I know the Gen Alphas may feel abandoned and the cortisol levels may go too high. But let me see. Okay. Okay, cool. So we're not doing that one. Okay, cool. Okay, we're back on the X space. Guys, appreciate all of our people on the X space. Guys, if you're on TikTok, we're about to end the TikTok. We'll be back tomorrow if there's a Boom Boom Tel Aviv. So make sure you're following us on TikTok. Follow. And in addition to that, follow us on YouTube. And the YouTube is Suleiman Ahmed X. We give you so much. Breaking news 24/7. Don't listen to the mainstream media. Listen to us. We give you the real news and real information. We give you daily updates, snapshot updates of what's happening. Nice small little 8 to 10 minute videos. We give you great interviews with military experts, geopolitical experts, Larry Johnson, Scott Ritter, Daniel Davis. We had Trita Parsi on today. And then we stream 24/7 as well. So make sure you're following. Don't miss out in life. Follow the YouTube. The YouTube is Suleiman Ahmed X. If someone could put it in the YouTube comments, that would be brilliant. But I am about to end the YouTube. Basically, do Suleiman Maxing. Come and follow us on YouTube. Suleiman Ahmed X. Okay, let's get back into the space. Appreciate you guys waiting for it. I think it was a good collaboration with Rathbone. It's a good situation to recap. Sul, can you get a one-on-one with BB? BB would be afraid to do a one-on-one because we would obliterate him. We would decimate him. You've seen the Zios. They're so easy to debate. How many Zios last time we debated? 13 on 1? It was easy pickings. It was easy pickings. BB ain't got nothing on us. Netanyahu got nothing on us. Okay. We're ending the
Hey,
TikTok.
Sully, can I?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say something interesting. I don't know if you guys mentioned this in the space earlier, but like, so the son of Netanyahu hasn't really posted anything on X in the last 5 days. So I don't know if that's a clue to something.
Interesting. He might be in mourning. He might be in mourning. Oy vey. Oy vey indeed. If that guy has passed, that will be the biggest celebration in the history of mankind. Billions of people will be celebrating that. Imagine living such a life that billions of people will celebrate your demise. That is horrible. Anyway, TikTok, we're about to end. Appreciate you. Have your notifications on here. Follow on TikTok and follow on YouTube. Suleiman Ahmed X. Okay, check you guys next time. Appreciate you. Okay, back to the space. TT, you got your hand up. Give us your thoughts. I can't hear her. Is it her or me?
No, it's her.
Okay,
I can hear
cool,
you.
cool. I always get worried the space is crashing or something. Okay. Okay, sweet, sweet. Okay, sweet. Okay, she's dropped. Let's go to inevitable China. Give us your thoughts about one of two things. Either give us your thoughts about what's going on, or about the number one Chinese influencer on the whole of X. Give us your thoughts, inevitable.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sweet. No, well, okay. Number one Chinese influencer. I know it's definitely not who's the guy? Ghislaine Maxwell's best friend. Is that who that's supposed to be?
I mean, he's got
Isn't it Professor
he's got
Jiang?
1.2 million followers. I mean, Manko, Manko. Let me get Manko in this. You don't like the Chinaman, Mankos. What do you think about China's number one social media influencer, Ian Miles Chung?
Wait, isn't he Malaysian or something?
Oh my God! Shame on you, Manko Smash, for someone who likes the Asians in the bedroom department but not in the war department. You don't know the difference between these different Asian countries. He is not Malaysian. Does a horse, does a pig become a horse because it's living in a stable? He's a Chinaman who used to live in Malaysia and now he lives in Dubai. Is he now an Emirati?
Gee,
He
I wonder
look
if he's still in Dubai.
he's like really dark skinned and he doesn't really have like Han facial features. He doesn't look like Chinese to
He's
me.
Chinese, bro. He's Chinese. He says he's half Portuguese or something as well. I don't know what he's saying, but he says he's a Chinaman.
Yeah, there are like 65 ethnicities in China, so yeah, he doesn't seem Han, but he might be Hakka or something. He might
But
be
like
more from the south.
in these countries like in Malaysia, ethnic Chinese in Malaysia are like the Jews of Malaysia. They're like the upper class. So maybe he's just saying he's Chinese, but he's actually like a native.
Yeah, back in the late Ming era, there was quite a bit of migration to the Southeast Asian area, specifically for that reason, to be traders and whatnot. And a lot of them actually never went back because the royalty at the time basically banned anybody from leaving through ship or being a seafarer. But a lot of those people did end up becoming naval traders. But yeah, that's basically why so many people are of Chinese descent down there.
Yeah, he definitely looks Southeast Asian. He doesn't look like East Asian or from any part of
Yeah, this is
China
a
that I've
black
ever
bro.
seen.
He's a Chinaman. I know him. He's told me in detail. He's a Chinaman. He ain't no Southeast Asian.
Does he even speak Mandarin?
Yeah, he does.
Well, speaking of which, the
Can you speak Mandarin, inevitable?
uh, uh, yeah, we won't get into that. But,
So
I
he's more
dabble. I
Chinese.
dabble.
So he's more Chinese than inevitable China. Exactly. Debunked. Anyway, go ahead, inevitable. What were you gonna say?
Well, speaking of really what we were talking about, the yuan is apparently the only way that you can safely get oil out of the Karg Island now. Of course, the island is supposedly on its way to occupation, and that's going to be an interesting crossroads. But I think Trump is making a trip over to China next week. Am I correct? Is that
Inevitable.
next
Thank
week?
you. Thank you for breaking that news about the Juan. I have not heard that yet today.
You haven't? I think that's being sarcastic. That it was all over the place.
No, I'm just
Well, either.
joking because earlier today, like three different people broke that news at different times in this space because they weren't listening to the previous people. Like Beatrix did it, and then I think Adam did it, and then Maze did it, or something like that.
I was first, just saying.
Oh
Well.
my God! Why are you
Mhm.
attacking? Why you, bro? Why? Wow, these videos are doing so well. It's all because of thanks to you guys, man. But anyway, what you saying? Now listen, it's not that, man. Cause if it was the chicks before, then the space has been trained not to listen. But if it wasn't, oh, that chick's gonna come up and I'll be like, oh, women's rights. But anyway, if it wasn't, then it's good to recap. It's good to recap the news. It's good to give the real news all the time. So
Wait,
that's what it
Suleiman.
is. Yeah.
But so Ian Miles Chung moved to Dubai. It
Yeah. He's
seems
now a
like
Dubai influencer.
if you're making like Elon bucks money, and he definitely was doing that. I don't know if he is now, but he was definitely for a long time. He's been making more than enough money. You could live like a king in Malaysia off that
Oh,
kind of
so
money.
Mancos, what happened? I'll tell you what happened with him. So yeah, I can tell you this is not secret. So basically, he was in Malaysia, and as you said, he was living the very good life, and he was making a lot of money on X. He was like me and him, and that's how I know him. And a few others were part of the original creator program. That's why we were getting paid so well on X. The mistake that Elon felt like I did was to stand with the Palestinians, and I was making a huge amount of money before October 7th on X. And he was part of that program as well, so he was making a huge amount of money, like 5 figures. And what happened was after October the 7th, obviously everyone branched out, wherever it is. And he was obviously pushing the pro-Israel position quite hard, and the Zionist position, but then trying to dox and get anybody who's pro-Palestinian in trouble. So there used to be an account called Censored Man, and Censored Man basically put a thread together exposing Ian Miles Chung. And the Malaysian authorities found out about what Mr. Chung was doing. And being a Chinaman in Malaysia, standing against the Palestinian people and attacking Muslims and Islam, they basically launched, I believe, an investigation into him. So then he escaped to Dubai. So I don't know if they arrested him or what happened, how far he went, but then I know he escaped to Dubai after that.
Is this related to all of the like cross-dressing pictures of him that came out?
I think that might have been him who released it, but I can't remember fully.
Man, you guys know more about him than I do. I had no idea about that
Well, he was
cross-dressing
China.
affair.
Okay, so I know him because he's China's #1 influencer. And what happened was, whenever we did a space, which was, I'm not even joking about this bit. The first bit was a joke, but actually, whenever we did a space about China, he would come in and be pro-China. And whenever we did a space about Russia, he came in and be pro-Russia. So he's like, that's how he used to be brought onto the Mario spaces. So he was always weird. Like, he was a pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-Trump, pro-Elon Musk, pro-Israel kind of person. So anyway, an anti-Islam. So this is why he was on those spaces, and yeah, this is how we got to know him, because he was China's #1 influencer.
On
Yeah,
X.
I
11.
only knew about him because he would glaze Elon all the time, and so Elon would repost him. So I muted him very quickly though, because it always seemed like slop. And the only time I heard about him later is like I would see other people maybe gossip about him, but I've never seen his posts.
Okay, so that sounds like xenophobia. So I reject your attack on them.
Yeah, I
So
thought that too. I was like, what? Where is this going?
exactly, reject the xenophobia. Okay. Oh, look, another Chinaman's coming out. He's like, listen, Iman Chung in the #1 influencer on China. Mr. Jing Ju is. Or Mr. Jiang. That's what Jiang is, but Jiang's YouTube is not X.
Yeah, it's a kind of a little odd to say that Mao Zedong is the #1 influencer. It's almost like saying because Americans speak English, so the #1 influencer in the United States is Prince Harry. Many people know Mao Zedong, but Mao Zedong is certainly not in the mainstream. Okay, he's definitely not the mainstream type of Chinese. Partly because of his look, his way of carrying himself. The mainstream Chinese are more like Professor Chen. And the other thing is, keep in mind, CCP keeps the entire Chinese internet ecosystem, if you will, behind its great firewall. So therefore, for the Chinese overseas, like for example, we can access the Twitter, we can access the Google, we can access the Facebook. That's not the most influential Chinese in the world. The most influential Chinese in the world are those people who are in the Chinese internet, like for example, like Bilibili. Bilibili is a Chinese version of YouTube. Okay, you can have like let's say 14 million, 13 million followers on that easily if you are very influential. Now, of course, this means the Chinese government will not come down to censor you. When the CCP comes down to censor you, it's very hard. They can totally destroy your entire internet presence inside China at once immediately, and sometimes can even throw you into the jail. So Mao Zedong is definitely not. He's not even close.
What
People
about
living in China.
what about Tony from LC Sign? Is he a big influencer?
I haven't heard about him. Not really.
Wait, you know who
So
that is,
Most
right,
of
Suleiman?
yeah.
who?
The Chinese guy Tony from LC Sign, and he's famous for doing all the TikToks. He's like the marketing guy for a Chinese company.
No, let me check who it is. I might recognize him by face. Tony LC sign. No, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I see that. Not really, because I'm pretty well versed with the Chinese influencers. He's more like a
But Jing,
younger generation. Yeah,
Jing, isn't it all the people you're mentioning? They're just in China because that Chinese thing is a Chinese ecosystem, right? It's not a worldwide ecosystem.
yeah. It's very segregated.
Yeah,
It's very
exactly.
segregated.
So
Yeah.
in terms of worldwide influencer on X, Chung's your number one guy, though, isn't he?
This is very hard
Don't
to
fall
say.
for it.
But it's very hard to say. I'm looking at, for example, Tony. I really seriously doubt he's that influential. I really seriously doubt.
No, Ian Miles Chung has got 1.2 million followers on X. No other Chinese man's got as much as Ian Miles Chung.
It does not matter. It does
He's
not matter.
the number one influencer on X.
Yeah.
Not. I'm not saying in terms of these other sites that you're saying, like.
Okay. Let me tell you something. If Ian Chang says something is good, okay, his influence to China will not be much greater than someone who's just in Shanghai in the corner of the street. People don't care. When someone like Ian Chang comes out, now there are a bunch of, for example, let me give you another example. Falun Gong, okay? The number one organization with the most pervasive appearance is actually Falun Gong. They spend a lot of money on the internet. They're all over the place. They appear to be radically anti-CCP, correct? So they have a huge internet presence. They're everywhere. They have offices in every country. So collectively, Falun Gong has much, much greater influence, okay? But do you know they are actually intricately linked to the Chinese intelligence? Do you happen to know that? Chinese intelligence.
Jing, are you from China?
I'm from China. I grew up in China.
Oh, which part?
Shanghai. That's my
Okay.
hometown. Yeah.
Is it Shanghai?
So, Shanghai, yeah.
Interesting. Are
My
you
family was there. My family was there for 4 generations. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, let me throw one more name out
I get
there.
you, Jing. I get you, Jing. I was just having a bit of banter, a bit of like humor with my good friend.
Sure, I
West.
understand.
I wasn't serious.
Understand.
No.
Yeah.
I have another contender. What
Yeah,
about
sure.
what about Chen Weihua?
Zhou Hua is a governmental official. Okay, so he represents the voice of the CCP official. It's like a spokesperson for Putin, someone like that. So yes, he could have a huge following because a lot of people working for CCP or they're doing business in China follow him, right? When he says something, people listens, not because he's super cool or super smart, but because people want to hear what does the Chinese government are thinking. Okay, so if you cannot get Xi Jinping to say something, it's like you go down the layer of the pyramid, right? So Qin Hua definitely is much closer to the CCP decision-making body than me. So when you hear Qin Hua is saying something, well, that probably represents where CCP is. Or sometimes we use that because CCP, like any propaganda or the institution. You cannot take their words for granted. But you can see, okay, he's draw a line here. This is where the limit is. He's opposing something. So you use that to size up where probably the Chinese government stands. That's what you do. You don't go there. It's basically there's a in the old when you study the Soviet Union, there's what's called Kremlinology, right? So based on how the Soviet communists they say something, they take some stance, you kind of gauge out where they stand. Instead of saying everything they say is truth. No, definitely not. That's what you use them for. So yes, he will have a lot of people following him, not because he's very truthful, but because there are too many people want to keep a close tab with the Chinese government, which can be very powerful for their own interest. Marcos, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Great conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanna bring the conversation a little bit back, if that's all right, to the news. But appreciate you, Jingju. Always like your thoughts, although that was a little bit
Sure.
advanced. So,
Sure.
let me quickly get into the news, guys. Reports of the U.S. Embassy in Qatar being targeted. I am hearing there's been a number of explosion. One of my comments. I'm just reading one of my comments on the YouTube super chat. These guys are funny. These guys are bands. These guys are bands. I've trained them well. We took out all the sims from the. We took out all the sims from the. We took out all the sims from the YouTube. Now we got the quality cool crew. That was a good one.
Well,
You
if
got
it's
me
super
there,
chat,
Joy.
you should read it.
Joe Johnny. It's not a super chat. You just said breaking news is always the way out for Suleiman. That's a good one, because it actually is. Warplanes are participating in intercepting the Iranian attack in the sky of Al Udeid Air Base and the US Embassy after the failure of the air defense system to intercept. Actually, I'll post that one. I should post them. So Qatar is being targeted quite significantly right now. So just to clarify, because I kind of read it backwards, is reports of the U.S. Embassy being targeted. And then the second piece of news was that warplanes are part. So they're using warplanes because they haven't even got missiles left to defend themselves. So warplanes are participating in intercepting the Iranian attack in the sky of Al Udeid Air Base and the U.S. Embassy after the failure of the air defense system to intercept. So the air defense system fails to intercept. They're now using the warplanes to defend themselves. This is craziness at a very, very high level. And yeah, Netanyahu's son has not posted for 5 days. Is he in mourning? Is Netanyahu's son in mourning? This is a very good question. Where's Netanyahu? Tell me, what is Netanyahu? Okay, Meta Ryuk says, and he sent some Singaporean dollars, 20, and I've been told that's one of the best currencies. This is what I've been told. So that's probably worth for like $1 million. He says, Singaporean here. Ian's Malchung is a Malaysian born, a Chinese Malaysian. He's not a Chinaman. I like this guy. This is so funny. Tony from LC Sign is not a political commentator influencer. Thus, he's not in the Chinese government's crosshairs. Appreciate that, Meta Riot. But I'm not sure. I don't think your $20 super chat from Singapore has convinced me that he's not a Chinaman. I need some more pushing. I'm more towards thinking he's a Chinaman rather than a Malay, or rather than a Chinese Malay. You're going to have to do a bit more convincing. I think your arguments were okay. They were okay, but I don't think they were strong enough at this point. Where were we at? Let me give some more breaking news. Okay, here. Okay, here we go. Barack Bitch Hebrew page read Iran raids in Qom, fire on the oil. Oh, we meant that was old. That was ages ago. Okay, reports of an explosion in Baghdad. Major alert in Qatar already said that. Okay, so the major alert in Qatar, we'll have to see more how comes from that. Miz, jump in with your thoughts.
Just some more news. State Department orders non-emergency U.S. government employees and their families to leave Oman, which is crazy. Also, did you guys cover Iran's report regarding the U.S. attacks on Karg Island? That was
Explain.
like 23 minutes ago. So, according to FAR's field reports, 2 to 3 hours ago, Karg Island was subjected to U.S. attacks with more than 15 explosions on the island. During these attacks, the U.S. attempted to damage the Army's air defense systems, the Joshan Naval Base, the airport control tower, and the Iranian offshore oil company helicopter hangar. FAR's field observations indicate thick smoke rising from various parts of the island, but none of the oil infrastructure was damaged in these attacks. Iran had previously warned of the consequences of attacking the country's energy infrastructure, stating that should such an event occur, all oil and gas infrastructure in the region, in which the U.S. and its allies have an interest, would be set ablaze and destroyed. Following these attacks, Trump claimed that the U.S. had successfully targeted all military objectives on Karg Island and completely destroyed, in quotes, the island's air defense systems. However, an hour after the attack, there was air defense activity on the island, which debunks their claims that they destroyed all air defenses here. Trump also repeatedly claimed that the complete destruction of Iran's air missile capabilities, yet the wave of missiles and drone attacks from Iran has now reached its 48th round. That was it.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay, let's go to Jing. Jing, jump in.
Okay, I just did a little bit of research on Elon Musk, John. I could very confidently answer some of the questions. First, is he a China man or is he just an overseas Chinese? Okay, he's an overseas Chinese. He was born in Malaysia. Here's one thing: you look at his last name, the spelling, Cheung. Okay, just like for example, if you hear someone says schedule, you know 100% this person was not born and raised in the United States. Okay, spelling matters. The language spelling matters. Realize, Lise or Lize tells you where this person is from. Okay, exactly the same with the last name spelling. So Cheung, 1000%. This guy was not born and raised in China. In China, the spelling should be Chang. In Taiwan, the spelling would be Chang. So he was born and raised in Malaysia. Now, in the history,
Yeah,
the
but
Chinese
Jing,
basically.
Jing, don't you live in
Yeah,
America?
I live in America. So you look at
Is
my
your
last name.
children are your children born in America or China?
Correct. Correct.
Which country?
So they're in the United States.
Oh, so your
When you,
children are not proper Chinamen.
yeah. So in the United States, you look at the last name, how we spell, you know immediately. We are Chinese with roots in the mainland China, period. You look at how the name is, it's the same, right? Based on how people's name is spelled, you know pretty much. For example, you look at the last name, I'm pretty sure you can guess out if that person is a Turk or it's more like an Arabic spelling. You know it immediately. Same. So in the history, so the Chinese nation was formed this way. So there are waves and waves of nations from the north invading south. Then many Chinese fled south. So when they fled south, they went to Southeast Asia or southern China. So there are waves and waves of these kind of expansion, conquering, so conquest. So you can view the Mongolian history with China as just one episode. Okay, so Mao's Cheng belongs to the Chinese, who in the history was probably 3,000 years ago, was Chinese, but they fled south and settled down in Malaysia. And they formed their own community. So the Malaysian Chinese community, I know, they want to distinguish themselves. So Manco's description was correct. they behave a little bit like the Jewish community in Europe or Jewish community in the West. They form their own community. They have their own loyalty. They don't necessarily mix with the rest of the people. They keep their family name within themselves. But more or less, culturally, like Chang, I can tell you it's a very detached from the rest of the Chinese community, especially in mainland China. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it does. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Okay, it's still a Chinaman to me though. Jokes. That was a joke. I don't want another.
Sure, no,
Yeah,
sure, no worries, no worries.
yeah. We gotta bring Jeng. We gotta bring it. You know what it is. We gotta bring a bit of humor in there. You gotta bring a banter in there. You gotta bring news in there. You gotta give information in there. So that's all we're doing. We're just trying to mix it up. Okay.
Sure, I've been following you for 2 years. Big fan of you. No worries.
Appreciate it, Jing. Appreciate it. Blame inevitable West because he's just bringing a lot of this propaganda into the space. So I have to push back on him. But anyway, let's get back into the news. The sound of an explosion is heard in the center of the capital of Baghdad. One of the towers, which has American forces in Dubai, has been targeted and is on fire. Preliminary reports of an explosion near the plane landing area at the US Embassy in Baghdad. Okay, Divine Rags, go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Thank you, guys. I've been listening to Suleiman for a long time. I'm here in Memphis, Tennessee, and I never voted for Trump, ever. But I would like to just give you a brief history of who I am. I came born in Zimbabwe. We're oppressed by the British regime, and we fought and defeated them. But we had a lot of support from neighboring countries, including Russia, including China, including Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia. And we tasted freedom. Of course, we ended up getting oppressed by our own regime. Black people taking over and oppressing us. So now we are fighting again. So one thing I know is that it's become harder to fight on our own. And now when I look at Iran, I hear everybody, I'm angry at what Israel done, but I also understand that they are the only democracy in that region. I've never seen a democracy in the Middle East, not one. I don't know, Suleiman was born in Syria, I guess, Kurdish. He's never even seen democracy himself. I want to ask here, everyone who talks about sovereignty and Israel, but tell me one realistic path for the Iranian people to become free. I mean, I want to force this discussion specifically how you are going to solve this. Because if you tell me sovereignty, that means no outside pressure, then I would like to counter before you answer that. They have military courts in Iran. They have they can't carry out elections. The Iranian people could never do it alone. This is the only opportunity. And above all, I like to see every regime every regime thrown away. I want to see America invade and turn around and even change regime in each and every country until the elections. Freedom is what will lead people to success and eternal happiness. Thank you, and I'll be here to be challenged. I'm not a Zionist, but I know that some of you can't even speak English. Never been in a country and enjoyed life. And some of you live in Britain and you are already most of you are religionists. You hate Israel so much that you have lost the goal. Yeah, Israel makes mistake. We're gonna punish Bibi, but we need to make sure there is freedom for everyone, regardless. I like to see, how Iran used to be when there was, real democracy before America made a mistake they're trying to
Okay,
fix now.
Steve. Okay, Steve. You keep repeating yourself. Look, let me respond to you. So, bro, I didn't expect that. What is going on? What is going on with this space, bro? It's like 11 p.m. I'm kind of winding down, and I'm like, bro, this guy, man. What is going on? He's like, I ain't a Zionist, but I love Israel. Oy vey, oy vey. Oy sir, oy sir.
Let me in the house. Let me in the house, sir. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy in the house if you let me in. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy if you let me in the house. Anyway, let me answer your question. So, the first claim you made was that you want America to invade and take over a wide range of countries because they're going to bring freedom. The other point you made was about democracy. The third thing you made was about sovereignty. Okay, let's take each one of those propagandized points. And you also mentioned about Israel being democracy. You mentioned quite a few points. So let's take each one of those one at a time while I'm half asleep, like literally half asleep. But it's fine. We can do this. Unless you want to take it, Hussein. But if not, I'll take it. So the first thing is your claim that if one doesn't have, if one has a military court, that somehow means that they don't have sovereignty. Let me tell you, but this is the most ridiculous, stupid, illogical argument that there could be. And the reason is because sovereignty isn't having a military core. Because you could be a sovereign nation and still have a military core. And actually, the vast majority of countries have military courts. So I assume that's not what you meant. I assume you probably meant, just to steelman your argument, you are possibly making a claim that the military has undue power in the country. Even that's wrong, because if you and Iran isn't a military dictatorship, but if it was, it does not mean that one does not have sovereignty, but instead it's a theocracy. So your entire argument's in shambles. Actually, Iran is a country that has sovereignty. No other country has undue rights over Iran. And this is the problem with the American Israeli regime, because they want to take those sovereign rights away from them. America wants it that so that that country is not sovereign, that it's controlled by a foreign nation. So that's your first point about sovereignty. The other point you made is about Israel. You're like, Israel's the only democracy. Israel's the only democracy. Listen, first of all, Iran is a complex political structure. It is a theocracy, but it has a democracy underneath it. For example, the reformist president, Pezeshkian, is a reformist and he won the election. They even allowed some chick to stand, which made me disavow Iran's freedoms a bit too much. But put that aside, coming back to the point, they have sovereignty. And in terms of their structure, theocracy or not, democracy or not, republic or not, monarchy or not, democracy or not, they have sovereignty. And actually, what we've realized in Western society, I'm not sure where you're from in terms of born, but you've got a strong accent. You said you're from Zimbabwe. But in the West, our countries have been commandeered by a foreign nation because democracy allows for an easy amount of control of a foreign nation to take control over it. The second thing with a liberal democracy is, and I mentioned this previously, that if you look at your continent of Africa, of course, it has many issues, it has many problems. One of the issues and problems it doesn't have is population collapse, the destruction of the family structure. And so if you look at the West, it's collapsing in numbers, collapsing in family structure, just to the point that it's called a ticking time bomb. It will cease to exist. Africa, despite its ills, despite its perils, despite the pain and suffering it went through, will continue to exist. So there's more of a chance that a Zimbabwean who doesn't want to be Steve, his lineage will exist than a John Smith. And for what is it that we are created for, other than our connection to God, but is to the continuation of our lineage. The third thing you mentioned was about how you want America and Israel to invade those countries. But that's the antithesis of being sovereign. For if a foreign nation takes over you, you are not but the controller of your own nation. You don't have control over your own territories. You don't make your own laws. You don't manage your own internal and external affairs, which is what are the requirements of sovereignty. The other point you made is about Israel. Israel being a democracy. Israel could be a democracy because they claim to hold elections, although they've not had elections for a while. Netanyahu took away the rights of the court in Israel. That's why they had mass protests in Israel even before October 7th. He was taking ultimate power within the country. Never mind the fact that within the country, Steve, they have more than 65 laws that discriminate against non-Jews, discriminate against Goys and Gentiles. You would be a Goy. And the lowest of Goys because you're black. If you look at the videos coming out of Israel, you would be spat upon, puked upon, thrown away and discarded. For you would be the lowest of Goys. And all Goys have 65 laws against them in Israel. Never mind the law of right to return. So what is but a democracy when it can be easily controlled and accommodated, and you also don't have something really important in the West, because you mentioned Britain. Yes, I am from Britain. Yes, we have common law. Our country was based on Christian moral values, which are congruent on this issue with Muslim values. Same with the United States of America, which is that all man is equal, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. It doesn't matter if you're a black man, white man, or a Chinaman. It don't matter if you're a Muslim, Christian, or Jew, or atheist. You have all equal rights in these countries. Those are values that Israel doesn't have. And this is why they're an antithesis to Western ideology. This is why they're an enemy of the West. This is why they're an enemy of the United States of America and UK. So when you talk about problems that occur in Africa, whether it's the Zimbabwean man or whether you were abused by other African men, but that's your internal issue. That's your internal problem. Each country, each continent has their own internal issue and internal problems. And Africa would be stronger, just like Asia would be stronger, just like Western society would be stronger, if the African people united did not allow external powers to come and destroy their countries. For example, in the Sudan, where the Arab Emiratis are stealing gold and making them fight into civil war, or the Congo when King Leopold came in, oppressed and abused the Congolese people, took the limbs of the children, amputated them and turned them into rubber so they could make rubber. Some of the worst horrors I've read about in my entire life. Reading it put such levels of emotions in my heart. I was shook. And I'm not an emotional guy. So the thing you asked for, it demonstrates to me that you are chained. Your mind is chained. Your heritage is chained. Your your lineage is chained and you need to break free, but you have been colonized. Your mind has been colonized by propaganda. Your being has been colonized by propaganda, and you need to break free. Divine. It's a bit sad because when you came up, you said you've heard me or you listened to my spaces for a while. I thought you would be bringing out some articulate, cogent points, but all you spewed was Zionist propaganda. And I thought that would be beneath you. I thought you would be someone who understood these different ideas and thoughts and were able to articulate them. Yes, many countries have problems, many countries have issues. But you know what the number one thing, from a materialistic perspective, the number one thing a man can have, the number one thing is what? Is land. It is land that is sought after, it is land that is required, and it is land that you have that is yours. And so when an African man, when the land of Africa is his, is telling me that he wants to be colonized, that he wants someone external to come out and take it from them, or he tells me that he wants that for the Iranian man, or he tells me he wants it for the Palestinian man, or the whichever countries you mentioned, it shows that you're not even a man. It shows that you don't even understand the basic needs and the basic requirements of a person. And this is very disconcerting because this demonstrates to me that you need to break free from these ideas and thoughts. You need to become an individual. You need to become a person who has his own ideas and thoughts. And this isn't just a problem in Africa, and it's not a it's a problem in Asia. My origins are Asian. And we have the same problem in those countries, whether it's India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or whichever those countries it is. They are also colonized. They also worship the external. And so the two things that I want you to remember is that are the most important thing is land and lineage. Land and lineage. You want to give away your land, and you look up to those who do not even are no longer going to have lineage. This is the mind of a colonized person. Anyway, good conversation. Let's bring in Tom. Go ahead, Tom, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I really appreciate you all, you and other guys in the panel. You are doing fantastic job. 24/7. It's not easy job, but it's kind of you are making a movement. It's not just covering the news or like analysis or some other stuff. This is kind of movement that hopefully gonna move some part of the colonized people for future. I am. I was going to talk about this Hark Island. I personally have worked in Hark Island back home, and pretty much I'm familiar with it. During the Iran and Iraq war, this island, because of its specific geographic and strategic location, has been bombed at least 2,000 times during 8 years of Iran and Iraq, like a war. It's not like a first time it's being bombed, but Iran's oil export never ever been stopped during the Iran and Iraq wars. And after that, now, after this many years after that war, Iran has developed new ways to export oil if something happens to this island. Although that's the reason is that it's on the top of the mountain, so they have put these tankers on the top of the mountain. So when these tankers just approached the island, they just open the valve and it's like a gravity feed. Like they can fill out the tankers without pumping or extra energy required to like being used, and that was the reason. But it's not just vital. It's not only way to like export the oil from the Iran. And I think Trump has done this to show like a bold action, honestly, to Iran to a little bit back off. And in his tweet, he has mentioned that I didn't wipe out the oil infrastructure, but I can do easily. I think he knew very well that if he does this, and already Iran and IRGC has declared that if something happens to Iran's energy infrastructure, whole region energy infrastructure will blow up, which mostly are US companies which have invested in Iraq, Chevron, Halliburton, I don't know, the big guys. And he's very well know that this is not the right direction he wants to go. Otherwise, Monday morning, he gonna wake up, quote, with a oil price that never seen before. So for sure, he's not gonna go that way. I'm guessing this is mostly like a kind of bold action, as I said, to show that okay, if you want to continue with the blocking the Strait of Hormuz, so we have on other leverages like this oil export that I can push a little bit back on this. And as you mentioned before, and your panel said, it was in the news as well. So Iran's export has been increased from starting the war. So he wants to kind of show that if I want, I can stop your oil export as well. But he's gonna on the other side, he's gonna damage the oil price from the other side as well. I don't think, personally, I don't think they're gonna have a boot on the ground for this island. For if they want to, let's say in their, I don't know, imagination, they want to solve the Strait of Hormuz issue. Because if you even look at the Google map, Gesh Island is way much strategic than the Hark Island. It is exactly on the Strait of the Hormuz, and it's at least 5 or 6 times bigger than this island. So if he wants to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, he should go if I am the military expert and I want to give advice to a president, okay, we want to do something, I can go for the Gesh, not the Hark Island. And this is the small island, like 8 kilometer total. They just, as your panel already told, they have hit. I was just reading some internal sources. He quoted that okay, this was the biggest bombardment in the history of the Middle East. 15 bombardment. Like there is a small airport for the workers, like whoever works there, because they are fly out 2 weeks, 2 weeks. A small a runway for small planes for the workers of that one, and a couple of like air defense, very simple air defenses. There's not that much things. Like he said, okay, we just destroyed all the military infrastructure of this island. So I don't think it's just kind of showing a little bit leverage. Whole Iran has almost 1,000 kilometers of the shore from Gulf of Oman all the way to the west to the like a border of the Iraq. All this shoreline has been stored by IRGC and the military, like Iranian army. They have stored all this ammunition in this old shoreline. So it's not like something you hit one or two and you are done. It is there is no there is absolutely there is nowhere. Um, 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 Another things like for this Strait of the Hormuz is not just for the oil, because my background from oil and gas, I know that very well. Like if you just stop, you heard that Iraq cut the production, like Emirat nothing, Bahrain almost nothing, and even Saudi Arabia is they are decreasing their production. So if you decrease the production, and Qatar they are working on this south part, biggest gas reservoir in the world, which is shared between Qatar and Iran, right? They shut down this process. So if you shut down a oil well, it's not just the oil gonna stay there, and whenever this problem resolved, you're gonna go there and just open the tap and you can use it. Oil gonna migrate. So these big oil investors and oil companies, they're gonna the damage is like in the billion. It's not in the million for the future. And to bring this production level to whatever was before this war is going to take for at least months. It's not easy. The second term is not just the oil. There are byproducts, there are petrochemical products, there are sulfur. Like Saudi Arabia is the biggest exporter of the sulfur for all the world, right? They have too much that they just give it for free. Now that stopped. So too many like downstream industries gonna have cascade effect. Qatar by himself, like they produce 30% of the helium. Helium is very precious gas for semiconductors, for too many other devices. Qatar it's a byproduct by the gas. It just comes from the earth, right? So that's stopped, and all inventory of the helium for whole world is just for 1 month. After 1 month, this all semiconductor especially, they are very vital industry for everything. They're gonna start taking up. That's why it is not just oil or energy or heating or LNG. It's too many like a cascade effects has invaded in this vital strait. And another things is that like I think this gentleman Andrew, a couple of times you mentioned like this, where are the Houthis? I think Houthis are loaded and locked. They just waited because it's not the right time. Iran plays the cards one by one. So if it reached to that point, they're gonna squeeze the bubble mandab. They did before, they can do now again. So it's not the right time. If it reached to that point that it needed, yeah, who sees us? I think they have the availability, and they have shown before that they can do that. They hit one of the U.S. navies. I can't remember the name. And right away, if you remember, they were just on bombardment. Right away in the middle, just Trump popped up that, okay, we agreed upon, okay, you don't fire on our ships, and we stop bombing on you, which was because they hit their carrier, and they can do again. So that's why that's the second. I think that the second nuke, economical nuke.
Thanks for that,
That
Tom.
imagine if something stops in the bubble mandate.
Appreciate it.
Sorry.
Thanks for that. Appreciate.
Yeah, thank you so much again, and really appreciate your time and your effort, and just thanks again for the time that you gave for us to talk. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your contribution. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Silver Sailor, give us your thoughts.
Hello. Hi, Mom. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
I'm
you.
a bit
I can
mobile
hear you. Your
today.
mama can hear you. Everyone can hear you.
Today's a white day, so I like to say a shout out to all the women in the space, Beatrix, that girl, Maze, everybody else. I hope Amanda's listening. But I got a quote from Princess Diana. So here we go. Carry out a random act of kindness with no expectation of reward, safe in the knowledge that one day someone might do the same for you. Thank you. Love you, everybody. Suliman, you're the man. Thank you. Sailor out.
Appreciate it, Silver Sailor. And we know who took out Princess Diana. Do you guys know who took her out? She was taken out by someone. Who was she taken out by? Okay, let me read this super
The
chat.
same.
Sorry?
I was going to say the same people who took out Michael Jackson. But yeah, go ahead and
Damn.
read the super chat.
Who took out Michael Jackson?
I mean, you know, I'll really say it, but I'm going to respect your stream and not go there. But we know.
They don't care about us. They don't care about us, Casey. Okay, let me read this super chat. It is, I want to understand the real intention behind this war, in your opinion. What are the goals of the US and Israel in the conflict? Is the US doing this to harm China and control oil, or is it linked to religion? Is linked to Israel. Israel wants this war. They want to destroy their rival in the Middle East. They want complete domination of the Middle East, and then they want to take over the world. And they already have key elements in place to take over the world. This war is being done for Israel. There is no benefit to the United States of America. And because they control the US, they're making them do it. So that's basically what's happening with that. This other super chat says, what are your thoughts on the recent information about the possible amphibious operation and suicide mission to seize Iranian islands? Well, TruckQuest, I did deal with this in detail in the video, on my YouTube video. So you need to go to the YouTube video, you need to watch it. I'll give a quick breakdown of it. Check it out. It's worth checking out. It was breaking news at that time. Real news and real information. But yeah, my concern is, not to sound hyperbolic, that this could be the end. The end of everything. This is escalation like no other escalation. What could happen is extremely concerning and could lead to the end of civilization as we know it. Okay, let's go to Jing. Jing, jump in.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the guy who was talking about Israel being the democracy and we should give it a chance. So I want to just lay out a couple of things. Okay, number one, is Israel a democracy? I'm going to use the Jewish scholar Dr. Finkelstein's word to describe it. So Dr. Finkelstein's word to describe Israel's political system, he was saying it's very much like the southern states before the Civil War. So for the southern states before the Civil War, for the white people, yes, it's a democracy. For the free blacks, it's a partial democracy. For black slaves, it's not. So very much like today in the occupied Palestine, to the Jewish citizens, it looks like a democracy. To the Palestinian citizens, it's at best a partial democracy. To the Palestinians under occupation, it's a concentration camp. Okay, number two, 2021, January the 12th, the largest Israeli human rights organization, B'Tselem, issued a position paper. Position paper for these organizations is very important. Its title is, this is apartheid, a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Israel is not a democracy. This petition paper was endorsed in the following 1 year by 10 leading human rights organizations in Israel. So therefore, the guy, if I remember his name correctly, Steve. So Steve was basically advocating to support an apartheid. Not in my word, by the 10 leading Israeli human rights organizations. So think about it. And Steve was talking about, the Western society bring the democracy and things. You know what? That's exactly the similar logic used to rationalize colonization, right? Why should the West colonize Africa? Why should the West colonize other parts of the world? Well, to bring democracy, to bring advanced ideas, to bring better economic system. So I would like to go to Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe was a colony under Britain for a long time. For a long time, majority of the gold, mineral profits goes to Britain. Why? Because you know what? These resources in the hands of the British would be better utilized. This is the logic. So Steve would advocate, also support the colonization, the previous colony of his own country, which is very shocking to me. So I'm landing here. There's a lot of studies to decompose the absurdity of such arguments. But Steve is not alone. Okay, Steve has many people who is actually resonating his points in overseas Chinese community. They're advocating, rooting for Israel, a genocidal apartheid. So he's not alone, and their logic is the same. Using Suleiman's word. He's basically being like a good boy, good slave, like Uncle Tom, rooting house Negro, for lack of better words, to root for his master, which I find it's very shameful. That's my point.
Hey, Mr. Zhang, I really love the way you defined Israel's democracy by the American South before the Civil War. That's a mic drop, sir. You can drop the mic on that one. Absolutely.
Sure, that's actually by the leading Jewish historian on Palestine, Dr. Norm Finkelstein. So I said that way. I just borrowed his words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I want to theorize something about the oil fields being blown up, because I was starting to think about it a little bit more, and maybe Sully or Andrew, if you want to give your takes on it. But let's say Trump is crazy and he blows up the Iranian oil fields, and then Iran blows up the Gulf countries' oil fields. Would that not, in theory, be great for Israel? I mean, the United States would lose, the Gulf countries would lose, but then I guess what I'm saying is would they not be happy with that destruction, because then that leaves them in a situation, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the United States and Iran destroy each other and all the Gulf countries get destroyed, what does Israel care? It's actually kind of in their interest in this sick and twisted way, which is an uncomfortable thought, but I think it's a realistic thing to think through. And you can say, well, the United States isn't going to do that, but the United States shouldn't have done this war anyway, because it's not in our interest in any way.
Yeah, in comment, I would yeah, for sure. That scenario's, yeah, of course it would, because we're looking at the rear view mirror here and observing Israel and well, we'll just leave it there with Gaza. Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't surprise me at all. At this point, nothing would surprise me. Every single, from me, don't take my word for it. I'm not a military expert. I mean, I know a considerable amount of it, put most of my adult life in it. But in all of my experience personally, and listening to several military experts, where we've gone, I like the way Suleiman summed it up. We are in a time unprecedented, but we're now looking at not only an existential, insane, problematic, I'll say insane, let's leave it there at the word insane situation. We're at a time never actually, I don't think, ever seen before in human history, in modern human history. Now, I say modern human history, but we definitely can see clearly that the United States, like it or not, Iran has brought us by the short hairs. They brought us down to our knees. We're in a position where they backed us into a corner. The only thing we know is Russia and China are not going to stand by idly if the United States starts throwing nuclear weapons in there. And I wouldn't want to see how that plays out. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me, sir, at all. Yeah, I think that's a good example.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, like, look, let's say I mean, it seems unthinkable because it would hurt the United States, and it would hurt a lot of the world. But if you're Israel, I mean, if you look at a lot of their plans with the Ben Gurion Canal and different other things in Gaza, there is a lot of gas and oil that they can get access to. And I mean, that oil is where the money is, right? And they know that. And if everybody gets knocked out, then they're the only player remaining. Then it is in their interest for us. It's in their interest for us to destroy each other's oil, even though it will be painful. But that would make them. It would honestly make it even better for them, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it's like some sort of chess game that they're playing. I think honestly they made a mistake. I mean, maybe I'm not reading it right, but I don't think that was the plan. But I think if now we're in uncharted territory, they might be thinking, well, if we're going down, we might as well take everybody down, and maybe it'll be the people that are harmed the least are going to be the winners here. So I don't know. I mean, obviously we're backed into a really crazy situation, but it's an uncomfortable thought because I think it does play to Israel's interest if us and Iran destroy each other's, or the Gulf countries and Iran destroy each other's oil or oil production facilities.
Yeah. Yeah, the only problem with that, I see what you're saying. Yes, theoretically it is. However, Israel can't do anything about it. They're incompetent, really. And I say incompetent, I mean their IDF is incompetent. And what are they going to do? They don't have a navy that could even do something like that. I mean, I know they got a little littoral navy there, but Israel can't really do anything. But theoretically, yeah, it would be perfect for them to watch both of their enemies destroying each other. Absolutely. But then what are they going to do to take advantage of it? They can't do anything militarily, but through their caretakers, or I should say through their parents, and they will jump into bed with anybody. The Israelis they were hosting. They were hosting Chinese warships in their ports and saying, "Hey, come on in. We're your best friends here." What? And not looking at it because it's right there in the Mediterranean, because China is definitely even looking at its reach in the Mediterranean, which has always been the United States has had that sovereign territory. But I'd be interesting to see how China would view that. Do you mind if I ask Mr. Jing about that, or Andy? I see Andy's hand up too, but Andy, okay, Mr. Jing, could you weigh in on that?
Yeah. Thank you again. Thank you, Andrew. So I agree with you. So yes, the concern, I fully understand on common sense is concerned, but I fully agree with you. It takes much more than the other parties kill themselves for Israel to benefit itself. Okay. So before I go any further, I would say this: Israel is literally functioning as a very easy to hire thief to go into United States military secrets. Okay. So Israel is behind Russia as the most important conduit to bring technology into China, military technology. Now, Russia, we all understand, because Chinese weapon system was basically built first modeling Russia. Soviet Union established a lot of factories in 1950s to help China, because at that time they were thinking about global communist revolution. Okay, it turned out to be a big mistake by Soviet side. But at the same time, when China was turning west, it used Israel a lot. Okay, Israel willingly made itself available to China. Having said that, if Israel is looking for a new host going to China, the answer will be heck no. China knows Israel is a thief, but you don't let the thief stay in your home. You use it to steal, to bring down other countries. You don't become a host to itself. There's very little chance Israel will find a host in China. China knows very well what Israel is for. Okay. The other thing is really going back to is this going to make Israel great? Sort of like Professor John's theory, right? My point is he went a little bit too far. So think about Israel as a cancer. Think about the United States as a body it invaded. The cancer can do great damage to the body, finally kill the body even. But when the body dies, the cancer will not become the new being per se, taking over everything. No, the cancer dies too. Israel is very parasitic. So what Israel is doing is bringing down the West. By bringing down the West, it also is going to, in the process, kill itself. Like I said, for Professor John's theory to work, okay, you almost have to assume, okay, when Israel take over Middle East, let's say, all the local fighters will willingly overnight turn themselves to become its foot soldier. Otherwise, how could you run such a large territory? How could you have a very powerful military? And let's not forget, Israel is very weak in manufacturing. Israel is not so great in running other than dropping bombs. Its military is not performing well. Year 2006, the U.S. Combined Arms Center did a study. It's a scathing review of Israel's military capability as compared to Hezbollah. In 2006, 50,000 IDF with the support of jet fighters, tanks, artillery attacked the Hezbollah. Hezbollah has 3,000 fighters, mostly with light arms and a little bit outdated Katyusha countering them. In the end, the IDF pulled out. It was defeated. So the American military had a scathing review of the IDF's capability. It was a report called We Were Caught Unprepared, written by Matt Matthews in 2006. It's still downloadable. So from 2006 to now, IDF's readiness actually declined. Because what do you think about a troop with no moral, no nothing? They're basically just using the American aids to kill the women and children, drop bombs from the sky, and use the Mossad to assassinate people. When it comes to combat operation, they're terrible now, which is not a surprise because if you look at the occupation forces around the world in history, when they took over territory, they looked like invincible, but over the years, their fighting capacity degrades very rapidly. Israel is no exception. So therefore, yes, I have no doubt certain people in Israel might look at this as something they would love to see. But I have no doubt this genocidal state is driven by people with a very irrational thoughts. But in the end, can they make this work? I don't think so. That's my point.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not saying that it's the plan or I'm just trying to think through. I mean, I guess I'm trying to rationalize it because it seems so insane to even suggest it. I mean, on its face, it just seems like Trump is throwing a Hail Mary, trying to scare Iran back to the negotiating table by saying, we will destroy your oil, which obviously sounds like another suicide mission besides the original mission, which isn't starting this war in the first place, because obviously oil would just go up more if the United States destroyed the Iranian oil production. It would make the situation for the United States even worse. So I guess because I'm assuming we didn't do this war in our own interest, then is there some weird way if we destroyed their oil facilities and then they destroyed the Gulf country oil facilities, it would benefit Israel? And maybe it would in some way, but it's probably more of just the reality that it's a Hail Mary. I'm just trying to rationalize it because it's so irrational. It's hard to even comprehend.
Yeah, my point is, regardless of which path it would take, America is going to be out of the Middle East for good. Because think about any scenario in the end. There's almost no way America could rebuild its military installation bases in the Middle East. It's gone. Then after that, there's no way America could really bring itself back. When you look at, for example, the balance of power, without any question, Russia is in a much more advantageous position. There's no way you can reverse it. So if you look at the US empire, right, there are 3 points, very important: Middle East, Europe, and Southeast Asia, Taiwan, the Western Pacific. America is going to lose too, almost for sure, regardless if they blow up or they reach an agreement or do whatever. It's a different path to end up in the same place. So therefore, the good time for Israel is going to be numbered. But I agree with, for example, Professor Ilan Pappé is saying. Professor Ilan Pappé, the leading Israeli historian, he already said the Zionism movement as a movement has failed. However, when it dies, usually for such a regime, they would rather die a violent death. Something very ugly was likely to happen. Also, he said, when it dies, it could be very much like the collapse of the Soviet Union. All of a sudden, we're not prepared. I actually buy into these projections by him.
I do agree with your analysis that obviously Israelis and Zionists were trying to get into China, but it just didn't really, it doesn't seem like it ever worked. I mean, I think that's why if you look at like Jamie Dimon, who's Epstein's banker, and all the deals he was trying to do, I actually think that's more of what the tariff war was about. I think the sell to the American people for the tariffs was that they would be for American manufacturing, but that's not what they were. What they were trying to do is liberalize China's economy so they can put it on more of an American stock system where, you know, capitalistic bankers can go in there, because China has very strict rules where you can't own more than, they see what's happened with us and how it's gone sideways. Basically, internationalist bankers own our companies. So obviously we're not doing things that are in America's interest. We're doing into things that are in international banking interests. And I feel like really China's more of a fascist state. They claimed it like a communist state, but it seems like more of a fascist state to me. They just rebranded it to make it more palatable.
You're correct. If you look at the history, it should make everybody find it easy to understand. So China actually opened up to the West, okay, in the 19th century. So Hong Kong and Shanghai, the two cities, are the prime examples. So it was trying to learn from the West, trying to keep itself open. In the process, what happened is it found itself repeatedly being taken advantage of. Now, the Jewish capital played a very big role. Shanghai was pretty much built by the Jewish capital. So in the process, you look at all the ugly underpinnings. And the other thing was, when China was trying to evolve itself, it was very open to different ideas. But the Western power, led by, for example, all different kind of capitalistic powers, they actually backed different factions, then fight each other. So China went through a period with constant civil wars, starting from 1860s all the way to 1949. Okay, and in the middle, Japan invaded. So China has basically got the mentality that we have tried everything. You're trying to sell me. Nothing worked. Eventually, China adopted communism, not because it loved Marxism. No, Mao Zedong himself never read a page of Marxist work. He didn't care. But he was using the I would say the technique to organize different factions up, organize a military to reestablish a nation, rebuild a nation. That was actually the outcome. So now, when we look at, for example, the Middle East, right? It was in a chaos for a long time. You have no idea if this thing continues, all of a sudden, maybe 20, 30 years down the way, there's going to be some I would say military dictatorship, be able to unite the entire area, and came out a great power, that power will be very anti-West. Sort of China went through the same way. So right now, if you look at, for example, China is very suspicious to the Western influence. It was very sometimes against, right? Taking a very hostile way. And the other thing was trying to build its military because China went through this very long history. Basically, it concluded we tried everything. We finally came into the conclusion this is the way to go. Sort of like the Iran, right? We try to negotiate. We try to listen to you. You guys bomb us over and over again. Now we're going to throw the gauntlet down and fight the final fight. Same mentality.
Yeah, my mic is sticking there. Thank you there, John. Great overview and analysis there. Yeah, whoa. Do we have any hands up? Anybody going here? Let's see. No. Sully, I don't see any hands up or anything. Adam, you there? Or we got hey, there's Jay. Hey Jay.
Hey, what's going on, Andrew,
Hey,
Sully,
brother.
Beatrix? What's up, man? How you guys holding up over here? Still going strong, I see, but how's everything going?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Jay, this last, I'd say that, well, we're going in here now, day 4. This is going into day 15. We got to update the title of the space, but we're into day 15. And if I could look at it, I've said this before if someone heard me say it, but this reminds me of a gigantic jigsaw puzzle with thousands of pieces. And as we put more pieces together, it's coming clearer and clearer. It's obvious that Iran has the United States on our knees right now. And I know we're never supposed to say that, but we have a madman at the helm, and we're on a runaway train, saying things that are unprecedented militarily, financially. I've heard financial experts come in. We're listening, and thank you. Like everyone's coming in and weighing in on us. Like we just had Zhang making some great overviews, and Uncommon was saying some, really some obvious things that completely don't make sense, but we're seeing it. So we are on a runaway train, and we're been with it, and the latest, most horrifying, and I'll say it, I'll stand on it. It's beyond insane. Is to make a land incursion in a kill box. I mean, literally, when it comes to that, and that's what it looks like. But I'm hoping that they're going to only use that as a feign, a military feign, or just a fake to get for that to support the maybe special forces trying to take control of the oil fields. I don't know, but nothing really makes sense. So we're in very uncharted waters. But what do you have there, Jay? You always have a great analysis in your overview, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I agree, with pretty much everything you said just now. It is sad to see Trump bumbling through, contradicting himself all the time. But I do, think that his threat to blow up the oil refineries on that island, or is it the refineries or is it a transport point? But his effect to essentially blow up everything on that island. What is it? It's the transport point and a refinery, right? The island he's talking about invading.
Well, definitely a transport point, but how far the refinery? From what I understand, there is refinery on there, and I haven't researched it myself. Adam had quite a bit on that. He said, according to Adam, like 90%, and I think that's again just a transport point. But there are refineries of some sort there, but I haven't done the research there, unless someone else can weigh in on it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought. I remember reading that 90% pass through there, and then there's still a refinery there too. So what I would say, sorry, did someone want to weigh in on that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
someone there?
No,
Nope.
I could so yeah, so my opinion on what's happening is I don't actually believe that Trump is going to start to target the Iranian oil fields. I do think that's more of a threat, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to see boots on the ground. Maybe he's trying to do a pump fake to make the make Iranians believe that he's going to take over that island. But before the war started, I was actually one of the lone voices brave enough to come on stage and say that I do expect American boots to hit the ground. Assuming we start up the operation again. Most people thought it would just be decapitation strikes and we wouldn't do it. And reasonably so. I don't think it's logical to put American boots on the ground because if the goal is to overthrow the regime, it's not likely to happen. It's likely to be a failed mission. But I do think their real goal is to destroy the ballistic missile capabilities. So the plants that manufacture the ballistic missiles, as well as the ballistic missile storage, and probably also to try to overthrow the government at some point too and balkanize the country. But considering how much the world depends on oil and how they want to control the oil markets, I don't expect them to actually blow up the Iranian oil infrastructure because like speakers have pointed out, the response to that would be to blow up all the oil infrastructure across the Middle East, and then that's the end of the American petrodollars. And Trump must know that that would be the response, that like Iran would start hitting back the Gulf oil infrastructure too. So what they're most concerned about is degrading Iran's capability to be a power in the area, because they don't want the West Asia to be able to take care of its own security. They want West Asia to be dependent like on someone else. So preferably America as of now. But to be honest with you, I don't think the elites have any allegiance to any one nation. So as unlikely as it may seem, I could imagine, like a pivot to China, who does already have several elements of the surveillance dystopia, like that they want to roll out. Like if you think about the social credit score system, if you empower China, to be the next superpower in the world, they already have a social credit score system that they can export. And they already have ties in Africa. It's just that with America as the main superpower, we likely wouldn't, import their social credit score system unless, they were clearly the most dominant. So maybe this could be a play to like hand the reins to China, make everyone believe that, we're China's enemy. And then after the fact, the elites essentially make a switch over there. And, so but long story short, if you look at, the BRICS bloc, they are already reaching out to Russia and China, about regional security. So I don't think, it's out the cards that this could be a transfer of power, from the West, to the East. And when you think about it, the American middle class will have a lot less room to push back, if our country goes broke in a long, extended boots on the ground war, in the Middle East. So I don't expect the confrontation that people have been talking about with China to ever actually occur, because like at this point, like China creates the rare earth minerals we need, for our defenses. But if we get stuck, fighting in Iran and in Ukraine, defending the Europeans who are going to embark on a suicide mission to fight Russia, our economy is going to be completely devastated. And at that point, we'll have no choice but to accept UBI and the surveillance dystopia, that they, want to roll out. And again, China already has a few key
Jay,
parts built
Jay,
up
your
in that
mic's not great,
system.
you know. I
So,
think you got your headset on.
oh, oh yeah, sorry.
You back?
Hello? Yeah, did you guys hear any of that or no?
I mean, we heard it, but the mic
Yeah,
wasn't clear. But now it's fine. But I think they heard it though, so you don't need to repeat it.
Yeah,
it was
so
hard, it was hard to hear, but I heard Jim. Go ahead. I
yeah,
just
so
screamed as I'm thinking.
Yeah, so that would be a summary of my position. I expect boots on the ground. I don't think they're actually going to do too much with that island if that's where the oil goes through. I think they're going to try to go after the ballistic missile infrastructure. And I think the American economy is going to get completely destroyed. So we get forced into a social credit score system and UBI, which Trump will directly profit off. Because let's not forget his company, World Liberty Financial, has a programmable dollar stablecoin that they've already rolled out. So Trump will be in the perfect position to capitalize on it once that surveillance dystopia goes out. And the Trump family will be, a new Rothschild family, essentially moving forward.
Thanks, Jay.
So
Appreciate that.
what
Go
do
ahead,
you
Jay.
guys think, though? Do you guys think that they're actually going to, blow up the oil refineries on that island? And do you think this could all be a play to pivot east? Like, what do you guys think the possibility of that is?
I'm with you. I think it's an
Well,
empty threat.
so
It's an empty threat,
yeah,
and then they're probably going
I
to.
pray it's an empty. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I pray it's an empty threat. Suleiman, who he was weighing in on that. And I'm like, Sully, from all your years of experience and from your expertise, and it doesn't look good. But I pray it's an empty threat.
So, Uncommon, you think it's an empty threat to achieve what?
I think he's trying to get. I think he's. I honestly, I think it's insane, but I think he's just trying to get Iran. He's trying to get Iran to the negotiating table because if you bomb Iran's oil, right, like that's
So,
then
so can we go through this? So he gets Iran to the negotiation table. Then what?
no. I mean, he's not going to succeed. it's
So
a
when he doesn't,
it's a
so
hail
that's what I'm asking.
mary.
So let's say he fails. Let's say he doesn't get around to the negotiation table, or they get to the negotiation table but don't come to an agreement. Then what?
Like you're saying, how do I think the war is going to play out?
No, no. I guess in a way I'm asking that, but I'm asking like, if they don't, he doesn't get Iran to the negotiation table, or Iran and him do not come to an agreement, what happens next in the war?
I think a ground invasion is the most likely. I would say
Okay, so
70%,
ground.
70%
Okay,
chance of that.
so the question then is what what type of ground invasion? The ground invasion that he seems to be doing, but we don't know if he is, which is a 5 to 7,000 man invasion into the islands. One of them is the Hormuz Islands, and the other one is into Karaj. Or is it a full on ground invasion through Iraq where you probably need about 500,000 soldiers?
I think it'll be if you want me to. I'm speculating. Obviously,
Of course, everything we're doing is speculating
yeah,
because
yeah,
we
yeah.
kind of
But I
don't know
think
what
it'll
Trump
be
doing.
like Vietnam style. I think they'll start with the 2,500 and then they'll escalate it. And if and like Andrew said, it'll be a kill box. But
2,500. Wait, do you think he'll send 2,500 people through the Iraq border?
no, no, no. 2,500 is what he's doing on the. That's what's announced for this operation so far. 2,500 to
Yeah, but
5,000.
but you think, no, because you said Vietnam style invasion. I'm trying to ascertain if you mean
I
through the.
I simply mean
Uh,
that Vietnam started with a small number and then they escalated into different things. That it started with
okay.
almost the exact same number as this.
No, oh yeah, yeah. But what I guess I'm trying to ask is, that small number that you're referring to, does that small number invade to the islands or to the mainland?
I'm not sure. It sounded. I mean, I'm just basing it off what they announced. So, like, I'm not making a military prediction as far as like where they're going to go or what they're going to do. I'm not really a military guy
Mm.
in that regard,
Ah,
but
okay.
I'm just betting based on the geopolitical situation. Trump has three options. He's either got to walk away and accept defeat, which I don't think he will
Mm.
do, or he's going to nuke them, which I don't think he's going to do, or he can send in troops, which I think is the
Oh,
most likely situation. And
okay.
I think and then we'll probably well, we're going to have a lot more people dead. But I just think that I mean it's uncomfortable because I think it's the wrong call. But he should just walk away. But I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. No, I mean, I think I think we're not too far off on what we think is going to happen. It's just that what it seems to be
is that he's saying he wants to take the islands, to take control over the oil, and that's where we get this kind of crazy scenario we're all thinking of. Um, and he has
Well,
to go to the. Yeah, go ahead.
you're not, I mean, the strait is the problem for the United States. If the United States could control the strait right now, the entire
Mm,
war would be different, right? I mean, I think we can all agree on that. Like, that is the biggest lever
yeah.
Iran, the biggest card that Iran has. And surely
You know,
everybody knows that, right? Would you agree with
yeah,
that?
So,
really.
so his problem is this, uncommon. I discussed this earlier, but I don't mind repeating it. So he has two choices. One is to take the islands, um, on the Strait of Hormuz. Now you can take those islands. The three islands you could take them. The issue you have is if you take those islands, you're in an open landscape to be bombed with missiles. Iran can basically kill American soldiers very easily without any tactical concerns about what the negatives of that are. So open season, you kill Americans, you get the American public to again push back against the war. And so I believe that even though Hormuz is the one that he would choose, but the reason it seems like he's going for Karaj Island is because the oil almost acts as a like a defense mechanism where then Iran has to make a calculation that if they do the same thing, which is to bomb the American soldiers to take them out in order to get the public on their side who are now taking control over their oil, they have to also make a decision that they want to take their own oil fields out. They take their own oil capabilities out, or they have to then go for the Middle East ones. So they have to make all these calculations, and it makes it more complex. So it becomes like a barrier, and I think that's the reason he's going for Karaj Island rather than the Strait.
Well, I think you're right about that. And I would probably, it also is probably militarily, it sounds like it would be an easier, I mean, I think it's still a stupid decision,
It
but
is.
it's definitely easier to accomplish than,
Yeah.
because in the I mean, the Strait of Hormuz, you're just you're running into a kill box like Andrews. I mean, I think they're both kind of like that, but the islands is probably, I mean, just thinking about it tactically, and of course, like I said, I'm not a military guy, but it just seems like it's common sense. Take an island or something, or versus getting hit with a submarine and a drone and a big boat. I mean, you're a sitting duck on a big boat.
Exactly. I mean, look, if it was me, and even if they went to Karaj and I was the IAGC, I'd still hit them. Like you just gotta be cutthroat in that situation. You gotta take the hit to inflict the maximum damage. I'd hit that. I'd hit the GCC oil. I'd hit the water salination, and I'd actually tell them like this is what we're gonna do if you do take Karaj. And then it's like, but then that happens. That's the end. That's literally the end of what everything we know.
And that's why I'm saying I don't think it's likely that he'll actually go through with that because, like, that's the end of oil infrastructure in the world. Plus, trying to hold on to both of those places presents a huge problem because,
True.
what I just realized, there was a rumor that Iran had laid underwater mines. Then it came out that that wasn't actually true. What they're using instead is actually underwater drone technology that the Russians stole from the Ukrainians and then
Yeah,
gave,
they're using Russian
to,
Russian torpedoes.
yeah, Russian underwater drones. So, like, it'll be really hard for them to control either of those territories because of, Iran's drone capabilities and
So what
Russia.
do you think? So Ajay,
Yeah,
and what you're saying makes sense. So I'm not like saying, oh,
yeah.
guess what? But so if they don't do that, which is they don't go to Karaj, they don't go to the Hormuz Islands, you think it's going to be a ground invasion through Iraq?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I
So
hate to
I guess
say
my
it, but
question,
Mhm.
so my question to you on that is how many soldiers partake in this ground invasion?
yeah, I mean, I don't know how they're gonna roll it out and what steps they're gonna take to get there, but I
Not just
think you
numerical,
called
like
it.
numerically, the
Yeah,
Pentagon have quite
yeah.
clearly released in their own paper that they believe an invasion into Iran requires 500,000 soldiers.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've already implemented the ability to draft 18 to 26-year-olds. We saw what happened in Ukraine. They just kept going up and up the ladder and drafting more people as more people got, excuse me, pushed into the Russian meat grinder. Iran is a very strong foe, but they're not obviously as strong as Russia. So I don't think know if it's going to be as many people dying, but it's going to be a long war. It'll probably wind up like Vietnam, where it goes on for 10 years and then lose anyway. But yeah, the Pentagon, the government has already passed the ability to draft people. They're starting out with 18 to 26-year-olds. They'll keep going up, as much as they need to. And I think that's where we're
So
going.
there's no way they can. There's no way. By the way, I'm not saying I disagree with you. It's just interesting discussion. So there's no way that that number will be hit with just 18 to 26-year-olds because, like previously, as you know, in the Iraq War, they had the UK, they had all these other countries which were not as open to joining this time. So basically, you're gonna all be drafted. So what are you gonna do, Jay, when you get drafted?
I might change my name to Jane Scott. We'll see. But I don't know if you guys heard, but
Wait,
Pete
wait.
Hegseth
You're
doesn't
gonna change your
allow
name to what?
Jane Scott. Pete Hegseth doesn't allow
Oh,
transgender people in the military. So,
okay. What
we'll
about
see.
Jay? What about Jay Scottstein? What about Jay
Nah,
Scottstein? You ain't gonna
nah,
then
nah.
you won't need to be on the front lines either.
I'll sit in jail or I'll change to a transgender before I claim
No,
any
just change to
Jewish
Jay
identity.
Scottstein.
So, huh?
Just say you're Jay Scottstein. They won't put you on the front lines.
Nah, I'll pass on that. So, I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Muhammad Ali went to jail, to prove
Yeah,
how
I'll
much he
trust you.
believed in it. So,
I'm very confident.
but
I'm very
yeah.
confident. If I was drafted in the UK, I would definitely go to jail. Because
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm gonna do in that situation, but I know one thing I'm not gonna do, and that's go in the front lines to die in a pointless war to kill, Iranians that don't
innocent,
deserve it. So
exactly. I
yeah.
agree.
I will say that if you, I mean, like I said, I'm not a military guy, but if you just look at, this is just a quick Google search, like the U.S. has 1.3 million active duty. In the Army specifically, they have 450,000 active duty, and they have, when you include reserves and then National Guard, I mean, it depends on how crazy they get. But if we're talking draft, I mean, obviously that's crazy, but I'm saying if you're estimating they need 500,000 soldiers, there's a chance they don't need a draft just based on how many they have alone. It looks like if you're just eyeballing it, but obviously I think that would be in, I don't know. I mean, I can't even imagine because it's not. I mean, it's the most unpopular war in American history, so I can't imagine them
It,
even
it
trying to go to that
It's
well.
it sounds crazy, but don't forget also, Pete Hegseth has also been directed to create a rapid deployment force to quote unquote subdue what is it like civil unrest in the country. So they know how unpopular it is. They're prepared for protest against it, which tells me they're on the pathway to go full steam ahead, unless this really is a bluff and Trump really does cut a deal. But again, I just don't see how that's possible considering what Iran is demanding at this point.
Yeah, can somebody or Sully, maybe can you kind of go through, I don't know, the 4 or 5 points, or maybe it was 10 different. I loosely remember what Iran laid out was their demands, but I mean, I read through them quickly and was like, okay, yeah, like Trump's not going to accept that, so it's probably going to be escalatory. But if anybody has that list or knows it
I
offhand, that would
mean,
be good to know.
I didn't see it as a list format, but it's basically sanction relief, reparations. Um, they're probably going to ask for the West Bank settlements to be removed, Palestinians to have their own land.
Yeah.
Those are going to be the
Clear out
main.
and clear out the GCC from all for
Yes,
U.S. troops.
exactly.
Yeah, I think one of the foreign ministers or something put it out on Twitter. I'll see if I can find it, but I want to say he laid it out pretty cleanly. But I don't know because I've also want to see if it's changed at all, or does anybody know if it's changed, or has it always been the same demands?
I mean, the ones I said are largely going to be the demands. I mean, the one you talk about specifically is just going to be a statement, but it is interesting to see what that statement was. I mean, I've seen that one.
Yeah, and the fact that they put reparations in their list of demands essentially lets you know that they're in this for the long run and they have a real negotiating position. Because can you imagine how embarrassing that would be if Trump actually agreed to pay, Iranians reparations? Not that it would be wrong, because they're absolutely owed reparations for how much we've destroyed their country for absolutely no reason. But like, just imagine the embarrassment that Trump would, face if he did wind up paying Iran reparations. So that shows you that they're serious. They're not about to just shut it down. So fill up your gas tanks, folks.
Thanks, Jay.
That's crazy, guys. It's crazy times. Like the fact that we're even discussing this is just crazy. Um,
Yeah, Suli, you should have heard your voice. I mean, I've known you for a year now and worked pretty close with you on and off and during this last 15 days very closely. And your voice was really, I mean, you could tell like you were like what reading a sci fiction movie or, in a
that's what it
class
feels
B
like, Andrew.
movie.
It actually literally feels like we're in a sci-fi movie in real life. Like, as someone
Yeah.
who actually has read probably thousands, actually probably more than thousands of sci-fi books, this is like we're in dystopia. This is like every single sci-fi movie that turns out into a nightmare. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. We're on that runaway train with you, bro. We're on the same runaway train, bro.
Bro, it's crazy. It's like, I don't know, like we always like they always cause so many divisions between, people, whether it was about religion or race or whatever it is. And in the end, if these guys decided it all and they're gonna take us down the path that they wanted us to take us down, and it's kind of like a roadmap they used against us. It's just really anyway, we're gonna continue fighting against them, but it's just shocking that Trump is gonna do something mental like that. It's just absolutely crazy. Like, and Boots, but he's stuck. He's stuck, isn't he? Because he's just put himself in a situation where they just can't. They just can't. There's no way out. There's no way out for him unless he abandons Israel, and he can't abandon them because they've got him by the kahunas. So
But but when you think about it though, right, Suli, isn't this exactly what the WEF plan was with the 15-minute cities? Because this kind of forces the hand of
yeah,
governments to
it
adopt
does.
that plan even quicker.
It's gonna be that Jay. You weren't here.
Conspiracy theorists were right.
Yep.
Jay, you weren't here. I said that. I said that's what they're gonna do. Yeah, I don't think it's even a conspiracy theory. I think we've been saying it, and actually, it was a very logical is a very logical conclusion based on the development of these companies in terms of surveillance. And I don't think this was a conspiracy theory. If you look at um like, I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I was saying that this is going to happen because if you look at the Patriot Act in the United States of America, the Terrorism Act, the mass surveillance of their own population, the fact that everything we did was viewed, the fact that the way things were developing, you look at the Clarity Act, you look at all the things they put in place, you look at Palantir, you look at the development, how they took all the contracts since 2020 in defense and in health and various other things, and you look at all of these developments that are occurring and the fact that there's a development of AI and robotics and these kind of things, it was definitely a clear roadmap towards that. I don't even think that's a conspiracy theory. I think it's just a legit assessment of the way you think things are going.
Exactly. And think about it, right? That's why they can't let the oil fields get destroyed, because the data centers need power. So that's why I don't think they're gonna actually go after that island in Iran, because Iran's response to that would like blow up their whole plan and end the surveillance dystopia. The surveillance
No,
dystopia
no,
only
I
works.
disagree.
Yeah.
Jay, I think it puts it in place. So
Really?
if they I think if there's anything that accelerates towards that dystopia is going for Karaj Island, because if Trump goes for Karaj Island and what's the name again? Iran responds and Iran takes out what do you call it again? The GCC oil facilities and desalination plants, and what do you call it again? And possibly even the oil in Karaj Island. Iran's oil's gone, the oil in the Middle East is gone. And they go for the electricity, that's all gone. Water's gone. Those all those countries basically die.
the entire global market is destroyed. Um, they basically have limited energy supplies, limited gas. This is where you start bringing in COVID measures times 1,000, because now they're like, you know what, Jay, you're only allowed like 15 minutes of electricity today. You're only allowed to go, you're not allowed to use your car. You can only walk X far, so on and so forth. And that's how you begin the dystopian society. If this happens, this is just an acceleration towards dystopia.
Well, the only issue I have with that is that will take a lot of energy to be able to track people and to store all the data and to run the data centers. So, I do think they need to be able to control the oil. So having the oil disruption without actually destroying all the refineries, but
But they'll
maybe
have that, won't they? They'll still have the control, because like American supply is not gone. The supply that's not in the Middle East is gone. So you have the limited supply that you have control over, that you can administer how you want, is what they want. Although they still got, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I need to look into how much energy it takes to actually run these data centers. But if you look at how much
It's
people's
quite a
bills have
bit.
gone
It
up,
takes quite a
that's what I'm
bit.
saying. That's
It
what I'm
takes
saying. So think about it, right? If you look at how much people's bills are already going up, and that's without all these crazy oil supply disruptions, like I don't think that they can just allow Iran to destroy all the oil refineries in the short term, because then you allow the space for people to start building outside the system, and that's the last thing they want. So I don't think they're
I
going to
don't think
let the
people are.
price. Yeah.
I don't think people can build outside the system. I think what would happen is, if they destroyed all those, they'd have control over the energy. They'd then administer the energy through control mechanism. You don't need an immediate kind of like Palantir type system, although that system can be used based on the energy they've got. But you'd have just control mechanisms which are like locally controlled and administered with an overarching oversight. And the aim would be is you would have control over the energy. So like if Jay wants like 15 minutes of energy, he needs to do X, Y, and Z, and then through the super stations in United States of America or whichever different places they have it, Jay will get his 15 minutes if he's a good boy, and if he's not, then he won't get his 15 minutes, and then that'll be administered through locally up to regionally, up to nationally, up to back to them. This is
But
actually
then,
the best way for them. This is the best way for them to control it, because what it does is it refines control to the smaller amounts. Whereas if you look at Iran having oil, and the Middle East having oil and energies, is actually dispersed a lot more. There is almost like, it's not multipolar world, but what I mean is the oil is multifaceted and multi-controlled. You can't. It's a lot harder to create a dystopian society when there's so many different interests and so many different countries and so many different nations and so many different people where this energies are possible to get to.
yeah, I mean, I guess I just
Because
don't
like think
agree.
about it, if the energy stayed as it is, and let's say there's a 2J, you can only have 15 minutes engine, and you're like, suck that, bro, I'm just gonna go to the Middle East. Or you're like, suck that, I'm gonna go to Iran or something. You're gonna have so many options. And when the options are not there, and you're like, listen, take your 15 minutes or you die. Or you don't have zero. So then you like have to, you gotta know the options. If there's
But
energy, yeah.
so then think about this, right? You're saying I get 15 minutes of energy. That means the rest of my day is not spent doing anything that takes electricity. That means the rest of my day I can get together with other people in my community and figure out like how to, overthrow the government peacefully, for example, and to take back control of like what's
Yeah.
happening. So I
Yeah,
think they want
I'm
people
obviously
addicted to
exaggerating.
screens.
Jay, I'm obviously exaggerating when I say 15 minutes, but what it actually would be is, yeah. So let's say now let's say they give you like 2 3 hours. I know this sounds like a dystopian movie now, but let's say they give you 2 3 hours, and then Jay's like, oh, you know what? I want to create a rebellion. So Jay gets there, Maze is there, and the rest are like 20 30 people are there trying to create this new infrastructure to create a rebellion, and then I find out, and then like literally now you get zero. So then a lot of people are like, shit, these people got zero now. We don't want to get zero. Less people stop. This is how you stop rebellions. But of course, there'll always be some form of resistance from oppression, for sure. There will always be that.
but then there'll always be a mechanism to clamp it down, and then obviously this is the cycle we're going to lead. But obviously, I believe there'll be resistance. There always is resistance, but it won't be overarching. Like they'll always be small in number.
It'll
Yeah,
drive people offline though. That's what I'm saying. Because like you don't know if people are gonna use that time online because it'll be obvious that you're being completely controlled and completely
Yeah,
watched.
yeah.
So
The
you
what
probably
you got,
wouldn't put
what you,
yourself out
well,
there.
but that would be with any dystopian society. If you believe in everything you're saying, you would still have the same problem. So it's whatever you're arguing against your own position as well.
in fact,
Um,
Suli,
mm,
real quick, I just reported Jay so I could get some more social credit points.
exactly, bro. I'm report J as well.
Jay,
No,
I'm
I'm not
sorry,
snitching.
bro.
I'm
I
not
love you,
snitching. I'm
bro,
gonna
but
report you,
I
Jay.
need some
I'm not
points.
snitching. Exactly.
Sully, you've been running some giant spaces on this topic for a while, so I think you might have the most reports. So, but yeah, a lot of these topics I've learned about in your spaces,
Wait.
Sully. Like
That's true.
you
That's
put a
true. We
lot of
got
people
Maze.
on,
Maze.
bro. So
Right. Listen. Give Maze. Maze can have 20 seconds. I'll have 30 seconds. Go ahead, Maze.
Oh, sorry. I was hit the wrong button. So here's like, okay, maybe people will start paying attention to Maze now. So funny. I swear to God, back 3 years ago, I was talking about this, but I had no idea. I couldn't foresee, like, how would they ever pull something like this off, right? And this is where it's kind of headed. But just so you know, they're gonna make, and not to go too far down this path, but I think it's just maybe worthy to ponder, because I think people still find it to be something impossible. But with these allowances, they're creating an entire market for this. Okay, so a like people would still be able to, let's just say, earn these, and then b they, when you're compliant and when you're a good little boy or girl, you'll be fully entertained. They're taking everything into entertainment, and they want people to be completely distracted, and they're making everything very, they're going to invite, they're going to send an invitation to participate. It's a participatory thing, which is what's even crazier. They're like drawing people in ways, not like forcing you with like spatial containment. It's in a different way. It's more of a distracted contentment, if that makes sense.
is that what Grand Theft Auto 6 is for? They're trying to get everyone ready to sit in front of the TV screen all day.
Yeah, it's a good point. Okay, let's go
Well, it's
to.
from your data. It's from all the data. Like when with digital twins, guys, just look this up. And maybe one day we could talk about it. But look up digital twins. Look up how that's going to play a role into everything. Everything on the planet would have a digital twin, but including you. And so it's able, like, it's very predictive in nature. And then eventually, as some of these white papers show, is that it could eventually become prescriptive. It's crazy.
Really quick, I'd encourage everyone to, look up what they've done with data rights in Estonia because there is a solution to this problem. And the solution is we need to own our data and have control over how our data is used and shared. And we should be sharing in the profits that are made off it if it is shared. So there are solutions to this that exist, but enough people don't know about them. So look into the digital ID laws in Estonia. I think we should all learn from that a little bit.
Yeah, let's go to Jing. Jing, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to respond a little bit to Jay's points. Jay made some very good points, but there's one thing I have to point out. So you were saying, you were thinking that the Israelis might go to China, and because the system, the similarity,
No, no,
this might become.
I didn't mean the Israelis. Me and
Well,
Suli
yeah,
disagree on this. I think secret societies are at the top, not Israelis. But
okay,
sure, go ahead.
okay, okay, sure. So the chance for that is very unlikely, and for this reason, okay? So this is actually going into the Chinese Machian Machianism, okay? So basically, that's the way to stay in power. So in the Chinese political, uh, I would say the calculation or the practice,
Jing,
it
sorry, we got some
yeah,
breaking news. If you don't mind, I'm just really
okay, sure,
clueless.
go ahead.
So a missile struck a helicopter pad inside the U.S. It says inside the U.S. embassy compound in Baghdad. Iraqi security officials confirmed to Associated Press that the smoke seen rising from the embassy complex in Baghdad fortified green zone was due to a projectile landing within the embassy perimeter. Video shared by Dropsite earlier shows smoke rising from the inside the large diplomatic compound. The embassy had renewed a level 4 security alert early Friday morning in Iran, and Iran aligned militias may target U.S. interests, and that's what AP added to it. That's crazy. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Jing.
Sure. So in the Chinese political multi-imperialism, basically they're saying those who bring your enemy down from your inside on the victory day, they're the first to be executed. Reward those inside your enemy who were defending your enemy to the last minute, even though they fail. They are your future assets. So basically you've probably heard the previous years the CCP was trying to cleanse the Chinese oligarchs, right? There's a lot of talks about the Chinese punching down on people like Jack Ma. So this is basically a preemptive strike. They were trying to put these people under control, very much like what Putin did to the Russian oligarchs. So basically, they're trying to make sure when the country goes forward, grows in power, there's no chance for the secret society, like you said, the cabal, to come in to take advantage of it. So therefore, the China right now, based on what I know, is doing a very in deep study on the Israeli-American relationship. Basically, China looked at the things like APAC, all these things are the exact reason destroyed, brought down the American empire. So now, because of that, they came to the top. So their big lesson learned was, you know what, on the victory day, if any of these people come to you, send them to the execution ground. This is exactly what Mao Zedong did. So CCP, when they came into power, they used a lot of people who were kind of subverting the previous regime. Okay, so lots of it were their people they co-opted. Lots of it were their own agents. You know what CCP did after it came into power? They spent about 30 years. Pick out each one of them. Doesn't matter you are the CCP Mossad agent or you are someone co-opted by the CCP Mossad agent. To be safe, you either executed or serving a life sentence or put in some situation. Basically, your life is completely destroyed. People like you can never be put into a position of power. Why? Because we have already used you. We're not in power. We cannot give you any chance anymore. Now, there's one possibility. They can potentially use these people overseas. So there's no place for you in China. But you know what? In order for us not to hunt you down for the rest of your life, right? You can continue to work for us to bring our enemy down. But in China, there's no place for you. Only maybe the prison cell or execution ground. That's what China would do. So I just want to get this straight. If Xi Jinping doesn't know how to do that, Xi Jinping should be removed by a coup. He's probably already dying in a prison cell. There's no way he doesn't know how to do that. People around him wouldn't allow that. CCP is very, very cruel. That's my point. Okay, I'll end here.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that they're cruel and they're power hungry, then it doesn't make sense to me that they wouldn't collaborate with corrupt, powers across the globe to, find out how to maintain control. But I do think in every Hegelian dialectic, you need to have a good cop and a bad cop. And to a lot of the world, America is the bad cop right now, and China is the good cop. There is organized crime in China. The triads, exist. There's organized crime in America. And, a lot of these intelligence agencies, happen to work, through organized crime for a lot of their networks. So, if you don't believe that that the CCP is altruistic and, the good guys, then I just don't see any way that they're not working, with the same global elites. And I think, the pandemic, although I'm sure there are plenty of people who, I guess, believe the official narrative of what happened, there's no way the pandemic, could have happened the way it did unless the Chinese government and the American government do partner up on a lot of these projects to, seize power in the world. So I think it's a good cop, bad cop situation. So I really don't think that China at its highest levels doesn't coordinate with the same elites that don't care about, the populations in each country. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, you pretty much see the model today, okay? So in China, the internet has basically the internet for its own netizens is fully enclosed. Okay, it's not open to the world. But you can use VPN to go outside. China is very active in the internet economy in the world. Okay, pretty much the same way. For secret society, if you want to set foot inside China, be careful. You'll be hunted down and eliminated. The CCP wouldn't give you any chance. So CCP look at the secret society or the cabal or like the Israeli lobby could have such unchecked influence in the United States. They were appalled. They were like, how could this happen? How could Americans be so stupid? But yes, globally, I don't rule that out. They will coordinate with them, use them to do the dirty work. You have a point. I'll end here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like the names of them and the mechanisms behind how it works, but if they're coordinating with the same people who are running our country, then they are coordinating with secret societies. And the CCP itself, I'm sure they have closed door meetings, so I don't know how it works, but I know there's organized crime that they run through. I know they have intelligence agencies, and I know, that they probably, so I don't know if they're doing the same stuff, like as what we see with Epstein. It wouldn't surprise me if they were. But like clearly, like unless the CCP is 100% transparent about everything they do, then that in itself is a kind of a secret society in a way. So
Correct. Just inside China, if you have someone like the like for example like APAC, right, openly advocate foreign interest, pretty much you are going to disappear into a prison cell for the rest of your life, at the best, if they don't execute you right away.
This is a little bit going back, but I was looking through some of the to see if I could find like if there was an official IRGC list or something that the Iranians had put out for their demands, and it looks like it's hard to tell because a couple different of them have said different things. You're right, Sully, that the consistent ones is that the United States has to get out of the region. They do want reparations, which it sounds like either financial or they'll confiscate. I don't know exactly what that would be at this point because they destroyed like all of the American bases nearby. So, but they do want reparations. They want the United States out of the region, and then they want, they say things like we want our legitimate rights. We want, I'm assuming it has to do with the. It's hard because some of it I feel like is a little vague. And then of course they do say that they want to some of the military leaders, it seems like, have said things like they want to punish Israel. They want to punish Israel, and some have even, I think, said they're going to destroy Israel. So it's, I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to read through the tea leaves on the ones for the United States seem pretty obvious. They want reparations and they want the United States out of the region. As for Israel is concerned, it doesn't seem like they definitely want to. They've made the comments. We're going to teach them a lesson. We're going to break the cycle of fake negotiations leading to war. But what does that really mean? And I think that's something that's open to interpretation because, like, let's say the United States comes to the table and says, "Hey, we will get out of here and we'll pay for the damage or whatever," which I don't think would happen. But let's say they did do that. Would the Iranians even be satisfied with that? It sounds like they want something more, obviously, for Israel. Now, if Netanyahu's dead, maybe they're more interested in coming to the table because maybe they'll see it more eye for an eye. But I don't know. It's a little, I guess what I'm saying is it's a little gray on some of those finer points on how much damage they're going to feel satisfied with in inflicting on Israel.
Anywhere on the
Another thing I find,
any
I just one last thing I want to say, and then I'll jump off here. But the one thing I do find interesting is obviously Israel is invading Lebanon, and it makes me wonder. Obviously, we don't have as much footage on Israel as we're getting. They're clamping down. Based on all the reports that Sully's getting and what I'm seeing from other people, they are getting hit pretty hard. But it makes me wonder, I don't know, are they just hoping the United States is going to take care of Iran while they invade Lebanon, or do they care? Like, I don't know. I find that interesting, I guess. Like, why are you looking to expand if you're worried about survival? I guess it makes me question some of the things.
exactly. We're all questioning some things on that. But anything on there? I think they also want to enrich go and want enrichment to give themselves nuclear weapons, which I think will
I
be
don't think I've seen anything that says that explicitly, though. I'm not saying that, but that's what I'm saying. I think, and if anybody has anything, I looked around and I looked at all the foreign minister tweets I could find,
man.
and the new Ayatollah, but and I couldn't find anything specific on that. As like, whereas the United States bases being out of there, they were explicit in that communication.
Yes, exactly. There was his name was I believe Gabriel. He's Iraqi but half Iranian, and he was talking about that they're right now over 60% capable. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he said it'll just be a matter of months. They will be nuclear capable, and I think that'll be one of the tenets in that. Just letting the world know we're now nuclear capable, and you'll let us finish this. That was one that Gabriel was talking about. So I think
Yeah, they'll either they would want to be nuclear capable or they would want to remove Israel's nukes, right? Because they want to be able, and they would probably prefer to have their own nuke.
yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
would imagine,
Oh
but
yeah.
it would probably have to be one or the other
Yeah. Oh yeah.
in order for them to walk away. I mean, I think Scott Ritter said something similar to the effect a couple weeks back. He kind of thinks that Putin's gonna. He's like, if there's gonna be a deal, he's like, it's probably gonna be Putin that's gonna be the guy in the middle of it because he's the only one that has semi relations with everybody involved.
Yeah, I think it'll be definitely Putin's will be involved in it, and China, and I think it'll come to the UN in that agreement. And down the road, I said this day one, the end game eventually will be peace, peace. Which not going into the eschatology of it, both Islamic and Christian eschatology, there is that's involved, and it lines up about the peace and security thing. I won't go into that. But they're desperately going to be wanting peace and security. And we see what the eschatology talks about that. But yeah, they're definitely they should be nuclear armed. They should be. I mean, it's absurd. That's what mutual assured destruction is all about. Don't mess with me. I've got a nuke.
You know what
That'll,
would
I
be
just
like?
just before you go, Jay, I just wanted to thank Truck Quest for the $10 super chat, saying you are awesome, guys, and I believe he also became a member of the community. Yes, he did. So welcome to the best community on the whole of social media. Appreciate you coming on and supporting the space. It does help a lot, mean a lot. Back to you, Jay. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, you know what? By the way, guys, if you haven't checked out Suli's YouTube channel, it is great. I do watch those daily updates. He posts at the end of the day, whenever I get a chance to. So if you guys miss what's going on, there's no better channel to get, a summary of what's happened each day from than his YouTube channel. So just search it. It's spelled the same way, as his name right here on X, Suleiman Ahmed. It's great info. But what I would love to see Iran do, instead of, like just talking about their own nuclear rights, is they could simply, give an ultimatum of a choice, right? They could say either, Israel, disarms from their nuclear weapons that we all know, Israel has, or we are allowed to have nuclear weapons. Like that would be a great ultimatum to put out there in the world, because right now, like Israel just maintains this quote unquote strategic ambiguity where they don't admit it, but everyone knows they have it. So, I think that would be an interesting way for them to go about, making the same demand.
That's a really good point, Jay. But do you know what? As you were saying that, I was wondering in that all the rounds of negotiations and all the years of you've got to let inspectors in, you can't have nukes, you can't have uranium, why Iran did not make a bigger deal of that and say, look, we've got two nuclear countries telling us what we can and cannot do, like sheer hypocrisy. Do you know what I mean? But they never did. Well, not that I know of, or maybe I just don't remember.
Yeah, and that would be an easy. I'm not the whole. Most of the world already agrees with what Iran is doing, but then we'll be perfectly clear that Iran just wants everyone in the region to be safe. Because at the end of the day, I understand why Iran wants nukes, but the more nukes there are in the world, like the worse off everyone is, in my opinion. So, but I understand 100% why they want it.
The problem is Israel hasn't been checked, so who knows how many nukes they're making per day. So what difference would it be if like Iran were to make a few nukes too to defend itself? And I think it's like necessary nowadays because it seems like the U.S. hasn't attacked North Korea for that reason. They're too scared to do it because Kim Jong Un could take care of them with the one button. So I mean, I see where you're coming from, Jay, and I agree. But it's like we're far past that unless we want to start holding every entity, every genocider accountable first. Then I could see a world without it, but it'd be really hard to get rid of it in a way where it wouldn't decimate the world either at this point either.
The problem is we're so far removed from what happened in Japan. I think a lot of people, nukes are just like a remote idea for a lot of people, and they don't understand like the danger that it actually poses to the world. So because of that, the public isn't as outraged about it. But now we're actually in a more dangerous time than ever, because the last nuclear treaty that existed in the world, which was between America and Russia, the START treaty, that recently expired. So right now there's nothing stopping any of these countries from sharing their nuclear technology with other people. So we are in a very dangerous spot. So I do think it's something we should talk about more. But I understand your point too. Mofit, at the end of the day, like we need to have a holistic conversation about how the whole world reigns in this new problem, because no one wants to live in a radioactive wasteland. So yeah.
Did you guys just talk about how Korea launched a missile over into the ocean?
No, tell us about it. I was just literally talking about Korea.
That's why I asked, because I couldn't unmute. So I reset and I come back and you guys are talking about Korea. But this is breaking news. North Korea launched a missile toward the Sea of Japan, and it landed in the sea. Like, what are they doing? That's so wild.
I think they're doing
Um,
tests because, like, I think North Korea, like, they're not stupid. They're seeing the pattern. They're seeing the pattern that America, the U.S., Israel, Epstein regime is taking, which is going down further south to conquer. First it starts with Palestine, then it goes to Syria, then it goes to, further down to Iran, then it goes to, Iraq, then Iran, then now it's going,
but also,
past that to
Mofet,
China, and then it's North Korea. So I think he's experimenting for sure. I think they're getting prepared.
but check this out. So a couple of days ago, well, last week they United States requested their THAAD whatever system back. And so South Korea gave it back and they were salty about it because there was news reports like that's what they were talking about on the news. I'd clipped it and whatever. But and so North Korea doing this, I think that takes on an interesting twist, The timing of it is crazy.
Absolutely. I was just talking about Sudan too, how they're starting to get some, their resistance is starting to come up a little bit because, like, with Iran attacking, defending itself against the UAE, their supplies, the RSF terrorist supplies have ran low. So I could definitely see the same thing happening here with North Korea now that they realize that, like, all the THAAD systems are gone out of South Korea. And it just goes to show, like, once again, when you side with the U.S. Israel Epstein regime, that they're literally going to leave you in the trenches. Like, they had to take the THAAD system to use it for Israel. So now, like, South Korea is basically naked. Um, but yeah, I think for sure they might take advantage of that too, Mace. That's a very good point.
Yeah, that's wild. I see Warsenal and I see Andy. I don't know who was first. I assume it was Warsenal since I just brought up Andy a minute ago. Go ahead, Warsenal.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of obviously great topics once again on this space. Obviously, wanted to dive back into the idea of Iran having nukes and obviously the discussion of nuclear deterrence. I mean, if you're going to negotiate and come to the table and be like, hey, you know what, Israel needs to disarm and also have, you know, investigations from the IAEA or some third party. I know even if you were to even tell even on the conditions of just have like an investigation, Israel's going to decline. They've already declined it many times before. Their program is in secret. So if they're not going to play that card and play fair, which they're not going to, obviously, then Iran's going to obviously pursue that idea of getting nuclear weapons, and I think that, you know, they should even boot out the IAEA from Iran as well, because obviously they did some pretty shady stuff, especially during the 12-day war, which they didn't warn anybody of, like, you know, what the repercussions would be of attacking those specific nuclear so on called nuclear sites. But now that the new Ayatollah's in, obviously he might rescind the fatwa that was given to not have nuclear weapons. It's common sense to have it. And yeah, and getting back to the subject also about the islands, I understand that the corrupted island man is probably missing the idea of being on an island, so that's probably why he's looking at those options. But yeah, like I mean, you know, the idea that, you know, American troops are gonna come in and, you know, I forgot which island. I forgot, it was the Karj Island. I believe that's what it was. The issue with that is, and I know that when you look into the Russia-Ukrainian conflict, Russia was able to obviously take certain key points when when they did that invasion into Ukraine. But it's not only about the idea about getting there and capturing it, but it's also about holding it and obviously establishing supply lines. Now, same situation is going to be here, where okay, the issue of getting to the island is one thing. Obviously, you're going to be in severe risk. You might even get killed on the way there. Let's say somehow you get to the island, you land there. You got to establish bases. You got to establish supply lines. You got to establish comms. You got to establish a lot of things, and then still you're in like open space, like in open territory. So I don't think that's gonna happen. Because they're gonna get like smoked out of the water, and it's gonna obviously escalate from there. And I think Uncommon also mentioned about what a potential ground invasion will look like, and I second with him. I think it's gonna be a gradual increase, just like how they did in Vietnam. I don't think it's gonna be like a 500,000 troop or whatever on the line of Iraq and Iran. I don't think that's gonna happen. But it's gonna be something that's gradual. And last thing I want to say to Jay, you mentioned quickly about GTA 6. I would just say to Rockstar, bro, just keep the game. It's too late. Forget about pushing it out. It's just too late at this point. That's all I gotta say.
I don't even play video games, but when that drops, I will probably get my hands on a PlayStation. I'll play that. That's like the
We
only exception
boycotting
right
that,
there.
man. They Zios, aren't they Zios? we
I
boy,
had no idea.
we boycotting that. We're boycotting every Goy game made by the Zios guys. So don't get no GTA. First, do some research. See who's owning. You know who's owner of it. Make sure you guys boycott. If the GCC, right, if they had boycotted the UAE, all these places, Bahrain had boycotted Israel, there wouldn't be missiles flying above their heads right now because the genocide probably would have ended within a month, you know? So just keep that in mind the next time someone tells you boycotts doesn't work. It doesn't work because half the world's not following it along. We get the whole world on top of it, then this thing would have literally been ended within 1 week. So, and look at what's happening. The people who doubted it the most were the people in the GCC, and look what's happening to them now. So,
Yeah, I mean, I agree, you know, for sure. I was kind of joking about GTA 6, but I haven't gone to Starbucks you know, in years. You know, obviously McDonald's. You know, I stopped using Expedia to like book my tickets and all that. So I think the website is bdsmovement.net or something like that. But, you know, definitely Google it and, you know, avoid supporting, you know, any country that deals with the Zionist entity. I agree with that 100%. So.
There's also an app as well. I forgot what app it was. I was using it. Obviously now, like I know from the top of my head of what to do. But when the whole Gaza thing started, there was an app where you scan products in the supermarket, and it will tell you if it has any affiliations with Israel or countries that associate with Israel or support Israel indirectly. So it kind of shows you like that trail basically. So that's pretty cool.
Indeed. Go ahead, Andy. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the betting markets don't mean anything, but they say, right, last time I checked, it said a 43% chance, according to Polymarket, of them striking the.
Andy, I'm sure I asked you
Okay.
before, please don't mention them on this space. I understand that people are incentivized on this app, but please,
I have no
like
wages.
literally,
I
Say
just
the
haven't
Xio
mentioned.
gambling site or something like that.
no, don't.
Okay, I'll stop.
Just don't mention any gambling site at all on this
Okay, I won't
space.
do that.
Please, Andy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the way this could escalate, as we've been saying, it's just completely unpredictable. I mean, the way they're massing troops, I feel like Trump is desperate to try to do something, and I just can't see this ending without some type of ground incursion of some sort. And you've had all of the MAGA influencers drumming up round invasion. You had Randy Fine post bombs away. I trust Trump. So I feel it's like some type of invasion is going to go down, whether it's that island or they're going to take some other small island of some sort just to claim some type of victory. Like Trump has to get something that he can try to spin as a victory. Like he can't just walk away at this moment. Like, I mean, the way it's headed, he can't just walk away with his tail between his legs. This isn't, oh, he bombed the Houthis and failed. Like, they weren't really firing back. They didn't destroy a bunch of assets. They didn't kill Americans. This isn't that. This is, I mean, basically a full blown war. I mean, there wasn't a full blown ground invasion, but despite what Mike Johnson says, oh, this was just a little excursion. No, this is not an excursion. Venezuela was an excursion. This is a war. In words matter, his base needs it because his base is under the illusion that we decimated Iran. So if we just walk away now, unless he can strike a deal with Iran where Iran pretends they're defeated and he actually gives them real sanctions relief, like he'd have to spin some type of deal with them, which I don't see him doing because I think his ego actually wants to see Iran decimated in ruins, which is just absolutely sick and demonic.
So, two questions, Andy, right? Oh, this is to the panel actually, but they're sending like what 2,500 to some island. I missed that whole thing. I was like listening today, but I just missed that whole thing. So he's not actually doing and just clarify this for me, please. Anybody mains, anybody, he's not actually sending them into Iran, number one. And number two, I was thinking earlier while I was listening to the space, if Netanyahu has been offed, right? And given all the speculation, I'm surprised they haven't come out with a denial or evidence to suggest otherwise or something. I don't know what's going on there. But let's just assume he has. Or he's in a coma, or unable to make decisions. Then who is making the decisions? Because I don't think it's Trump. I think Trump's just going around like a madman saying, we're winning, we're great, we're winning, look, they got no military, they got no navy, they got no nothing. But I actually don't think he's the commander-in-chief of this operation. And that's really worrying. Who is? You know what I mean?
Jared.
I mean, I've seen people post that on Twitter. I mean, obviously they don't have things, but they're basically insinuating like that Jared Kushner is the new Jeffrey Epstein. Not that he's running a trafficking ring, but in the way that he has all of these different foreign policy connections. He has connections with the Gulf countries. He has connections with Israel. He's getting all this money. So in the way that he kind of has the control there, I mean, I do think Jared kind of is running it. That does make sense.
Let's not forget too that genocider was behind the Abraham Accords.
You're right, he was. And
He
then
was also behind the Prosperity for Peace plan that didn't work out prior to the Abraham Accords. And then he's also on the Board of Peace. He's recently, there was some divestiture request, I think, or something's going on with like some of the investments that he has with the Gulf states. and how there could be some sort of conflict of interest. I actually need to look. I'm about to look that up, but I think he's also involved in creating the Isaac Accords, but not necessarily. I don't know if how much of the involvement he has in getting the signatories, but he like who's inviting these people to be a part of this treaty. But he was at the helm of that too. He's definitely he's got his hands in a lot of things.
Yeah, and don't forget the UAE had that CEO that was in the Epstein files, and then they signed on to the Abraham Accords. Like, I don't think that's a coincidence. I mean, that was some blackmail that could have gotten him to convince their leader, like, hey, I bet he was definitely involved in convincing them to sign on to the Abraham Accords. And then you have a country like Saudi Arabia that has not signed on yet because I mean they didn't necessarily have anyone in those files, or maybe there is someone from Saudi in the files and it just hasn't been released yet. Because I mean we don't know who's in those files that hasn't been released since half of them haven't been released yet.
Saudi hasn't signed. Well, what they claim is that they won't sign until Palestine is recognized as its own state. Um, but they've already moved forward with normalizing in action, maybe not per treaty, but they're very much a part of all of this, um, business ventures that were created by Jared Kushner and Trump. And a lot of there was some deals made on also weaponry, like the United States would be, partnering with them and supplying them, or in some way allowing them to buy certain weapons, if they are investing in the AI, or no, it's chips, AI chips. Matter of fact, let me go look. But there is, so in other words, though, to me, this, and it's all connected with Israel, because Israel's, part of it's like they're in the partnership for cybercrime, and they're going to be like this big tech hub, if you will. And so they've already normalized via business transactions, but they just haven't technically signed the treaty yet.
On that point, they actually have like their intelligence agencies have a long history of working with ours, as well as like the organized crime in both countries. In fact, anyone wants to read One Nation Under Blackmail, in that book they talk about Adnan Khashoggi, who is part of Saudi intelligence. He was working with Mossad and the CIA to run guns and arms trafficking all over the Middle East. So, a lot of the connections come through those organized crime networks, but they were already there before Epstein was even really a thing. And I don't think Epstein was a lone wolf. There are definitely other actors like him. Out there in the world, and he wasn't, the only one. So, and real quick, just as another example of how deep those networks run, another thing people don't realize, I don't know if anyone remembers Mark Middleton, who was the one of the guys on the Clinton body count, but essentially he was the guy who hung himself and shot himself with a shotgun, and then they said that he died by suicide. But he was actually the connection between the CIA and organized crime over in China, or some of those investments. And he was coordinating a lot of the money going into the Democrats and the Clintons in particular, like back in the 90s. So I meant to bring that up actually when Jing was on stage earlier, because, like those networks between, the Democrats and, our oligarchs over here and Chinese oligarchs already exist. So yeah, Epstein isn't a lone actor. There are other people like him, doing the same thing. And the whole operation existed long before him, too.
I mean, you had Diddy, the whole Diddy parties. I mean, he was obviously blackmailing Hollywood elite, and of course, that just goes away magically. Ooh, 4-year sentence. So, I mean, that was, I mean, at least it wasn't kids, but that's still blackmail when you have uh, um, celebrities vaping adults. Like, yeah, that's illegal. And why do you think? So you have all of Hollywood serving their masters because of stuff like that.
Yep, exactly. And there were a few kids actually getting caught up in the Diddy thing. He did get accused of dealing with underage girls too. But yeah, it was a
Yeah,
lot going on in that Diddy trial for sure.
yeah. Wasn't Justin Bieber something allegedly? Like, didn't he allegedly have Justin Bieber hook up with an adult when Justin Bieber was like 14 or something weird?
Yeah, Justin, he apparently sent Justin Bieber, sorry, like Justin Bieber was at Diddy's house,
Diddy's, yeah.
and yeah, and Justin Bieber actually has apparently a lot of hidden messages, in his music. I forget the song, Yummy. If anyone goes and looks up like the Yummy conspiracy, you'll see like in the whole video, he's essentially talking about old men raping him. He's trying to give like hidden messages about that and old men like, eating kids. That's kind of what, the vibe you get from the music video is real weird. It's all a bunch of old men, at a dinner table, eating off a plate with his face on it. And yeah, it's real dark. But yep, good point.
I really like what Kim.com is posting as of late. He's been all about free Palestine. Thank you, Mr. .com. And he's also been very outspoken against Israel and their war crimes. So just really quick, I saw a post. Okay, this is very interesting. This isn't necessarily war related, but the Trump administration apparently is going to receive $10 billion for brokering the TikTok deal. Well, the issue with the TikTok deal is that because of Larry Ellison's very extensive portfolio of media companies, he's already past the point of this being antitrust issues, right? So let's just see. I think right now, CBS, CNN, HBO, Discovery Channel, BET, Cartoon Network, Comedy Central, DC Studios, MTV, Miramax. I mean, there's about 10 more. TikTok on top of that. Okay. This is violating antitrust laws. Now, one of the things that I am aware that Larry Ellison did is that he got the top prosecutor of antitrust for this is like I think it was a government prosecutor. I don't know if it was federal or what, but anyway, top prosecutor to basically help him navigate this. And apparently the Trump administration brokered it. Isn't like I just feel like the whole thing is slimy. I mean, what's
Well,
going
Larry
on?
Ellison donated, I believe, 15 million to Trump's campaign, and I mean, we all know what religion Larry Ellison is. So, I mean, of course, they could get away with it if Larry Ellison was a liberal. I mean, who was against Trump. Trump wouldn't be letting him do this. But I mean, yeah, you know how this all works. Donors, connections, yeah, done. It's all corruption.
Yeah, it's crazy. So when they say the Trump administration gets 10 billion, I'm curious to know how that works out. How does that like is he accepting bribes? Is the whole administration accepting bribes? It's quite interesting. Quite interesting
And it
and
should tell you that both parties are in on this because after he got TikTok and CBS, while they were negotiating the Netflix, HBO, Discovery, which was the whole Warner Bros. Deal, there were almost no Democrats in Congress speaking up about this. So the fact that they were all silent should tell you that I mean I mean not we know both parties are controlled and normally they're opposed to antitrust violations, but the fact that they weren't speaking up loudly about this really just tells you I mean, the level of control that they have. Because if you had more people on social media speaking up about this, that might have been able to put enough public pressure to at least try to stop something like this from happening. I mean, maybe not because I mean the TikTok sales still happen, but
just really quickly, we'll come right back to that. But Zelensky met with Reza Pahlavi, and the meeting took place at the Ukrainian embassy in France. Pahlavi reportedly expressed interest in establishing more direct contact and requested a private one-on-one discussion with Zelensky. This is pretty interesting. That guys, go to Suleiman's page and make sure that you like it, and you can watch the video. He posted a video above it too. I thought that was quite interesting that they are, Wonder what they're going to be
Looks like they're
congregating
coaching
about.
him. They're probably using Zelensky because he's a perfect example of a military industrial plant. He's made the military industrial complex billions of dollars. So they're probably training Riza Pahlavi to do the same here. Maybe they're still confident, thinking they're going to replace the current Iran regime in coaching this peasant.
Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting take. I know that Reza Pahlavi himself has not been really connected to the Iranian community in Iran. And so, like, trying to retrofit back into the Pahlavi days all of a sudden in a country that's for the past 40 plus years has been vastly different. And then, like, they act like as if the people who are deeply religious, are just gonna, like, welcome him. Like, it's just crazy. I swear I can't. The amount of chaos that these countries have put all these other countries in, and when I say these countries, I'm very critical of my own government, and I don't care. I think it's important for people to do that. It's more patriotic to call these things out so that we as a country can remediate it. How else would we be able to do that? And then also in Israel, it's just the amount of displacement, disruption, corruption. It's just got to stop. And I'm watching it like every day creep even harder within our own country. That it's crazy. Like, people just really underestimate the power of this, and they feel like they can just keep minding their business. But if it's not talked about like all day every day, I feel like that there's a point at which the Overton window will close. But guys, repost the space if you don't mind. We're about what is it, 1:20 on the East Coast, and this is 24/7 around the clock coverage of the Iranian war. Well, the war on Iran. Um, as you see in the title, there were ground troops that are confirmed to go, but I'm not exactly sure of the circumstance, whether they're going to go as like a ground invasion. I heard you say, Beatrix, that they're not going to do that. Um,
I'm confused, Maze, because I've seen a report of 2,500, and then I've seen just now even Middle East Eye is saying there are 5,000 going. So are we talking about two different sets of troops going? Like, I'm not really sure what's going on there. Are they going to the island? I'll tell you what it is. Let me just I was just trying to look this up now. And by the way, guys, JD Vance is speaking, and he's just said that the soaring gas prices are because of Joe Biden, literally.
I was literally, oh
So
my
they're
God, I
lying.
literally tweeted before this war started that they're going to spike gas prices and somehow Trump's going to somehow try to blame Biden. I literally was saying that in the weeks leading up to the war. So, I mean, of course, blame Biden. Of course. Of course.
I'm surprised he didn't blame
You know what it
Obama.
is? Yeah, exactly. But you know what it is? They do that, right? And they do it here as well. But I've seen them do it so because they have made America so divided on so many issues, and most of all, it's on the party line. They both have the. We know that both parties do. And everybody on this space, the majority of people do realize that they both have the same master, but a lot of people don't. They're like, oh, the Democrats, if we were in, we wouldn't have done that. Oh, you know what? This isn't Trump's fault. It's Biden. The Democrats let in all the migrants, and Trump's going to close that border. And it's just a way of dividing people, even more so than anything else. The only reason we're not as divided in the UK is because everyone who comes into power here is utterly useless, so no one's got any hope from any of them, to be honest. So we're just not divided. We've just given up all hope on ours. But yeah, so he's just blamed. I just sent it to Amaze. I've just sent you the two posts that are really confusing, and I've also sent you this one, right? So Al Jazeera tweeted out footage of Trump that Trump actually shared. So Al Jazeera says President Trump shared footage of airstrikes hours after saying the US carried out powerful bombing raids on Iran's hub of Kaj Island. So Trump apparently tweeted something out about Kaj Island already, saying there were powerful bomb raids. But the thing that strikes me about this is the video has been deleted from Al Jazeera's page, and that's not Al Jazeera deleting it because the tweet's still there, and it's been deleted from a few other places. So I'm wondering now if Trump's deleted it as well. I haven't looked. I'm just checking the news now, and then I've sent you the two mails where one of them says 5,000 more American Marines and sailors are headed to the Middle East. And then I've sent you the other one, which says 2,500 US Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit are being deployed from Okinawa aboard the USS Tripoli, though it's unclear whether their mission is crisis response or potentially taking control of part of the Iranian territory. So maybe one of you good guys or mates, if you know, like, is it 2,500? Is it 5,000? Or is it 7,500? Are there two lots going in two different places?
Well, I'm about to find out right now. Thank you for sending me those. And you know what's crazy? I saw a post about JD Vance, but it was basically well, I didn't watch the video because I was on the space and I couldn't listen to it, but in the captions it said that JD Vance said basically blamed Trump for it. Did you guys watch the actual video? Because I guess that person was wrong. I don't know, but
Blame Trump for the like
yeah,
for
and
what?
that's and then they put Trump is so cooked, basically saying that JD Vance now kind of is
I saw a
piloting.
different video where JD Vance is blaming like genocide Biden for everything, including like the gas prices increasing.
Okay, so then yeah, that means that this one was wrong. Interesting. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, so I got some interesting news. I just came across. So apparently, America, or Israel, just did some airstrikes on a company called Shiraz Electronics Industries Company in Iran, and I did a quick, grok search on it, and apparently, it's essentially part of their military industrial complex, and this comes after rumors that Iran was going to start targeting some of, the American businesses in the Middle East. So, by the way, I also saw some news saying that wasn't true, but did anyone see that list that came out earlier about the businesses that Iran was going to be targeting in West Asia? And they had like Google, Salesforce, IBM, Microsoft, and a bunch of other tech companies on that list too. Was that true, or was that just people trying to go viral?
I didn't see anything on that. Why? What do you mean attack? Attack how?
So they essentially said that they're going to bomb. Well, the Post claimed that Iran, put out a statement saying it was going to bomb all those different companies, all
No,
their
that's
presence in the Middle East, including Amazon and a bunch of others. But I didn't see it confirmed anywhere. So people are spreading a bunch of lies about what's happening, just trying to get their posts to go viral. So I guess that was one of them.
well. I will say there was a disruption in the AWS data center, which was I think it was in Dubai, and apparently there were reports. Now, mind you, this is unconfirmed. Well, what is confirmed is that yes, that is a place where Israeli intelligence does house some of their data or whatever. Um, but what isn't confirmed is that data was just, there was any destruction to it. That place did catch on fire and it did cause disruptions. But I don't know that it was any permanent damage done as a result of it. Now, I also don't know that it was targeted per se. I thought, based on the research I found, just kind of seemed like more it was a happenstance happening as a result of the conflict, but it didn't seem like anything because I feel like they would have highlighted that as something that was targeted. Because I think that does fall outside of the lines of the rules for engagement, and I don't think Iran's going to do that. I don't. I think that they're going to match the energy. So if if there's something that's done that's outside of the bounds, they'll match the energy, but they're not just going to all of a sudden, be the first ones to do it. You know what I mean?
Yep, I heard about that, and from what I understand, the Anthropic AI called Claude was being used to target Iran early in the war. In fact, I believe they had tried to blame the strike on the school on Anthropic AI, and apparently Anthropic AI uses like that same Amazon data center to house their data and to essentially help make everything work. So from what I understood, I thought I saw an announcement that the attack on that Amazon data center was a direct response to the Anthropic situation. But that was before. This is something new I just saw going viral earlier today. But it does seem like what I saw today, wasn't true. But with this targeting on Iran's military industrial complex, if there's any businesses from America that have to do with our MIC, in the area that are not directly on military bases, it does seem like, they're about to be fair game over there too. So yeah, interesting news.
Thank you, Jay. So just an update on the troops. This is what I'm finding is that they are so the Marine Expeditionary Unit MEU. They're basically the USS Tripoli. They're gonna be deployed via the USS Tripoli and support the ships from Japan. But then there's also the Marines. Let's see, it'll integrate. Okay. So it says that this deployment is officially for flexible response in the region, not explicitly for invading Iran, per Pentagon statements. However, the Wall Street Journal notes that it gives President Trump the option to seize the key Iranian assets like Karg Island, which was recently bombed by the U.S. forces, which could involve limited ground actions from the sea. Now, MEE, which is the Middle Eastern Eye, which is one of the posts that you sent me, the way that they're framing it is like kind of signaling that United States is not de-escalating. Um, they're not with like the ongoing operations, including the strikes that killed. Let's see, including strikes that killed Iran's former leader. Okay, and they're degraded. So conflicting reports persist. Iranian claims of imminent invasion. Iranian claims of imminent invasion hype, mobilizing 1 million troops. So that's the other thing. That's because I just feel like that they would have to know better. Like 5,000 troops, over there, knowing what's on the other side would just be a suicide, right? Mission. So I think this is, I wonder, like, it's just giving them flexible use of these soldiers. But I
The,
mean,
the only
Something more dangerous than that, May. Something more dangerous than that. You just made me think of something. Trump, remember some months ago, 4, 5, 6 months ago, whenever he took control of the press corps, and he said, when we share sensitive information, defense information, blah, 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 we want those who are not going to challenge us, so you can get lost, you can get lost, you can get lost, and I'm going to control who can come in and who's going to share what we give them. What if they're only telling us it's 5,000 or 2,500? What if they're actually sending a lot more, but they're not telling us that?
If it is just the 2,500, then it's definitely, essentially Trump's way of trying to sacrifice them to get people riled up and angry at Iran, to manufacture consent for a ground war. Because, like both of you said, if you send them to that island, 2,500 or 5,000, it's just a death sentence. If it doesn't all happen in the first day or, two, it'll definitely happen like over a few days. So they can't seriously expect to accomplish anything, and to shut down that island for an extended period of time to do that. So, it would be extremely sad, if he's willing to sacrifice that many people. But again, Operation Northwoods, this wouldn't be the first time we've done it, and you don't even need to go to Mossad, for that type of sacrifice. Our own CIA has literally proposed sacrificing our own troops, to manufacture consent for war before. So, yeah.
so yeah, I would be interested in knowing, but they, the cost of sending 5,000 people is already, think about that. That's a lot of like, I don't even know how they're going to pull this, but I guess they're sending them via naval ship. I mean, don't you hate, like, I swear I might figure out how to slap somebody online next time they tell me this is the most transparent, administration. Like, there's nothing transparent about this. Like, we have no clue what's going on. Every 5 seconds, he's kind of making it seem like it's over. And then, like, 2 seconds later, when it's over. You know what I'm saying? It's like he keeps putting these really cryptic messaging out there, and nobody really knows what the heck is going on. I mean, everything that we know for sure is going on is usually because it's being reported by another country or by another country's media.
He wants to, try to keep some confidence in the markets because he's really just trying to manipulate people because he knows how unpopular what he's about to do is. So he's trying to give hope to his base. So his stands and his super fans out there can still try to justify some 5D chess BS. But he knows how unpopular it is, and every time he says something, even if it doesn't make sense, like the markets react to it. So, I'm pretty sure part of that is, his way of trying to make some money too.
Indeed. Yes, darling. Um, Sorry, guys. Repost the space. I'll be. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, guys, make sure you repost the space. Follow Suleiman, follow the space, hit that repost. We're talking about Iran War Day 14. Ground troops confirmed. A lot of folks gonna die for Israel, guys. A lot of goyim are about to be sacrificed. And we're updating everyone with news. If you want to check out the most recent news, Suleiman's posting. We have Zelensky met with Reza Pahlavi to coach that clown. Um, Looks like the U.S. is really confident they're going to get that clown in. We got satellite imagery shows the USS Tripoli and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit heading toward the Middle East. So it looks like there are going to be a sacrificial goyim here. We see a CRAM defense systems in the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad is destroyed. So things are still heating up in a massive way, guys. And I think this is far from over. So stay tuned. We got the White House came out with that one kafir, Pete Hegseth. He said basically, the White House will investigate the school bombing, the girls' school bombing that the U.S. Israel Epstein regime did, where they massacred 170 schoolgirls plus. So anytime the genocider house says that they will investigate, it means that is they will invest in Israel's gate. So just keep that in mind as well about that genocider house. So a lot of things picking up, as you guys heard, 2,500 U.S. soldiers. So that's crazy too. They're sending U.S. soldiers, not Israelis. If this is Israel's war, they could go ahead and give them the tools and stuff and send them there. But they're sending U.S. troops there. So keep that in mind there. A lot of people are about to be sacrificial lambs, and this is exactly why Israel acts the way that it does, because it doesn't have to face the consequences for most of its decisions. But make sure, guys, if you're in this space, you follow Suleiman, you hit that repost button, smash that repost button for us. Let's get to way more reposts. Let's get to at least 1,000 reposts. We're at 464 with 2,000 people in here. So smash that repost button and make sure you tune in. Follow Suleiman as well. He's hitting and hit that notification bell on his profile picture because just in case the space goes down, he restarts it. These are 24/7 spaces. So stay tuned, guys, and more breaking news will come up.
Thank you so much, Mofit. I appreciate you. Hi, Josie, and I believe we brought up somebody else a minute ago. I guess. Oh, the real channel zero. Welcome. And I don't know if we heard.
Yes,
Hi.
that's Many-Faced Dad from Clubhouse.
Oh my God! How are you, Manyface?
How you doing? How you doing?
Good, good. What's your take on all of this? Nice to see you in X Spaces. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long while. Miss hearing your voice. Shout out to the stage. Me and Maze go way back a few years, but my take on this is interesting. I think I mean, I don't know if y'all seen the post from what's I mean, on the conspiracy theory side, there's a post that I read about maybe 15, 20 years ago of Albert Pike. I don't know, maybe I might have discussed it, predicting the three world wars, and it's kind of playing out, at least the third one, to what's happening right now with Iran and America. I personally think it's a distraction to bring in the digital enslavement system with crypto. There's a lot going on in the background with crypto and moving from cash society to cashless with the crypto reserve. Not sure how it's going to play out war wise. Not sure if it's going to be nuclear or just distractions, but I do think a lot of economic turmoil might come, as well as the sleeper cells after Biden was letting in everybody at the border. We don't know who's in America and what could happen and at what time. So those are the things I'm just paying attention to, staying alert. I really can't call it. The biggest thing I could say is just the financial system is probably going to change really soon.
By the way, Albert Pike, 33rd degree Freemason, also started the KKK. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean the way he outlined the three world wars is chilling to how this one is playing out. I think I actually posted it in terms of the goal of even having this war. So it's really really interesting the fact that he's spot on with it being between Islamic or Muslim country and the Jewish state. Like he literally said that, and I remember reading it. I'm like, wow, it's almost like make believe. It's kind of surreal to see how it's playing out now with Iran and Israel. So that's my small take. I've been listening to these spaces a few times. I was like, let me come up and share my take. But I've been listening for a while. You've been dropping a lot of high quality um, information, credible. Sorry, I meant the word I meant to say, credible information. So I'm thankful for that. Um, Not sure where it's going next. There's so much going on, but good seeing you guys.
Good seeing you too. There was a time where I actually thought about that map and how you were talking when the whole deep state map, not that it fully applies to today, but I was thinking like, gosh, I bet you that if we went back to that map and looked at like what was kind of past the last stage that we were at when we looked at it. But I do think about that a lot. We did some epic spaces back in Clubhouse, but it's good to see you here.
Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. I have the world hierarchy map too, so it's two of them that you could look into that kind of like connects the dots with everything going on. I actually have a video posted to my account that like almost hit like 1 million on TikTok, and they took it down. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna come to X because this censorship shit is annoying. Pardon my language, but I made a video literally with on a map showing the connections and why America has no choice but to support Israel, because a lot of people are confused on it. But I broke it down in a simple terms so you can really understand what's going on and why America keeps backing Israel. People are like, why do we have to do it? Why do we have to do it? There's a lot of history behind why America has no choice but to support whatever Israel does. So y'all could check that out if y'all want.
Yeah, so that's in the high. What is it that where I could find that?
It's on you click on my page and it's pinned. I pinned it to the top because they literally took my video down on TikTok. It hit like 800,000 views in like 2 days, and then they took it down. I was like, yeah, I knew that was gonna happen.
Wow, I will definitely check that out. Thank you very much. I
Yeah, I'll
appreciate
send
it.
it to you. No problem.
Question: Can I ask you one question about that? Real Channel Zero.
Yes.
So, does your video go into the history of the Knights Templar who conquered that land back in the back in the Crusades, and how that connects to the Freemasons, or is it more about the oil and the like the transport routes that go through Israel?
It's neither. However, the first part of your question with Knights Templar is actually the more in depth version. I kept it very surface so people could grasp it, because the map that Maze is talking about that we used to do on Clubhouse actually goes more into that with the Knights Templar, and you kind of not only do you see like the transition of the Knights Templar into the Crusades, sorry, after the Crusades, and forward to current day USA, but you see what happened before. You kind of see the connections to the Vatican, Israel, Egypt. This map is extensive. It's called the Cult of Ball map. If you have never bumped into it, it's a map that literally you could probably run spaces for the next year or so, just like maybe even 2 years every day, literally trying to go through everything that's on that map. But I have the world hierarchy map, and it kind of also shows you like the corporations and basically the hierarchy from the top to the bottom, where we, the common folk, would fall. As a second part of your question, is it about oil? No. What this video shows is the connection between the United States, the UK, Rome, and Israel, and how they're connected and why everything is playing out the way it is. So it's very simple, it's very digestible. I would love to go into depth with the Knights Templar because that's very important. It ties into the Epstein files, it ties into the Rothschilds on a factual level, at least historically. So I hope I answered your question there, bro.
Yeah, we got to do a space on that one day. Let's connect after the
Oh
space.
yeah, definitely message me. I'm kind of new to spaces, so I don't even know who's speaking. I'm trying to figure it out. It's a little different. Who was that?
Got you. That's Jay Scott. I just followed you and and shared that post you're talking about, pinned at your profile. But good
Thank you,
info.
thank you.
Let's talk
Yeah, no
about that
doubt.
later.
Thanks, Suleiman, for having me here. Maze, thank you also as well, and everybody else.
My pleasure. I'm looking for the latest news to see what's happening. It seems like things have kind of slowed down a little bit for now, but there on Gaza March 13th, which was yesterday. Israel strikes and with gunfire have killed at least 6 Palestinians in Gaza, including 2 children. And this is reports from Palestine Today, and the AP, which is, what's interesting is like this is every day. That's actually lighter than 2 days ago, where it was, I think, 12 people. But just constantly, these are civilians, war crime after war crime after war crime. Okay, so yeah, we already talked about the embassy. Let me see what else is going on. Sorry about that, guys. Um, let's see. Yeah, if you guys see anything that we haven't talked about or reported, then just tag me, put it inside of the purple pill, and tag me, and I will take a look at it. But we can kind of go back to the discussion before. I think we were talking about JD Vance and then the troops and some of the other things. One of the other. Let me just highlight another point of corruption that I mean, it's so blatant that sometimes it's like I can't even believe that he's getting away with it. But you guys remember when Trump was running and he ended up getting his tax. He wouldn't reveal his tax record and tax, like, what do you call it? The tax returns. And then there was a huge leak that happened that included his and 400,000 other people. You guys remember that? Well, he is suing the IRS and he's suing the Treasury for $10 billion. Now, get this, we're not talking about Trump the president, it's Trump the citizen that is suing the Trump administration. And so they're going to have to settle. He's going to have to settle with himself on this $10 billion claim, which actually turns out to be very lucky for him because you would have to prove damages and you would have to also prove that your reputation was damaged. And, that's unlikely considering you managed to become the president since then. And you also have made about roughly $4 billion since all of this. So he is going to settle out of court with himself. Like, how do we even let this type of stuff happen? It's just so crazy to me.
And the American taxpayers are going to pay for it too. You
100%.
know, that's the craziest part.
100%. So yeah, I just think that, there was other things that I saw today too, where he has invited, hold on, I'll tell you another one. Here it is. Oh, that was 8 hours ago. Okay. So Trump, the Pentagon, and so Wall Street bankers offered lucrative access to join the Pentagon. And it was a presentation from a headhunting firm aimed to recruit Wall Street investors to the Pentagon by offering unmatched access to government officials and fundraising opportunities among foreign sovereigns. What? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense. This was according to a New York Times article, um, and this was today. But it's all of this that's happening. And Whitney Webb actually called this out when she was talking about she was on Redacted, talking about how what they're doing is kind of creating this, through these public-private partnerships, Wall Street, bankers, and big tech and government are like, you know what I mean, building this and then with the cybersecurity aspect of Israel, they can frame anybody they want for any cyber crime. They can get it. They can pretty much, like they're already capable of doing and affecting the way that the market goes. I mean, just as anything that Trump says can make it go up or down, and it's wild. But guys, we have a bunch of people requesting, so if the people on the stage, if you have stuff to say, then jump on in the conversation. Otherwise, we're gonna start rotating some folks. I'm gonna go check some of these profiles. Go, Andy, jump on in.
So Mario Newfall said multiple drones just slammed into the Fiora oil terminal in the UAE. Huge plumes of smoke rising from the facility. This is 5 minutes ago. Fiora is one of the biggest oil export points, handling millions of barrels daily outside the Strait of Hormuz. This was posted 5 minutes ago.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
Mario Newfall, 5 minutes ago, said multiple drones just slammed into the Fedura oil terminal in the UAE. Huge plumes of smoke rising from the facility. Fedura is one of the world's biggest oil export points, handling millions of barrels daily outside the Strait of Hormuz.
It's funny how they waited till the market closed to start doing all this.
So, do you think Iran actually hit? So, Iran finally actually went for the oil. Interesting.
There were reports earlier, but I think Beatrix Remaze made the point that it's been deleted now. That Trump and the Israel Epstein regime were claiming they had first hit oil depositories or repositories, something like that, in Iran. So maybe this is retaliatory, and maybe they deleted those posts because they don't want the oil price to skyrocket on Monday from this back and forth. I don't know, just a theory.
Yeah, I'm going and looking at other people's posts about it, and they're saying that these were Iranian drones that struck the oil storage tanks. Let's see if we can get some official sources. Multiple drones just slammed into, yeah. So this is interesting. Because Iran, okay, so a little backstory here. Trump threatened Iran by saying that they would be able to launch attacks on their energy grid and have a nationwide outage. So then Iran fires back and says, "Yeah, haha, if you should do so," and he said he could do it in an hour. So then Iran fires back with, "Well, if you do that, then we will target the regional infrastructure, and the entire region will be out in 30 minutes." So then what happened today, like a couple hours ago, was Iran said that there were attack. Well, first Trump had said that they went to the island and that they had completely destroyed all of their capability there and their air defenses there, which Iran comes back and debunks and says, obviously, we've had subsequent strikes, which show that we still very much have military or missile capability. And then he said, they basically, we told you what would happen if you attacked our oil. What was it called? The Iranian oil. Hold on, I'm going to go find the post now. I want to go read it again. Because this is, okay, so, oh, that's the Saudi Arabia one. Hold on, one more. Okay, this is the, oh, that's in Baghdad. Wait. Dang, so much has happened so far. A projectile hit. Okay, we saw that already. Drone attack against the U.S. Embassy. We saw that. I'm sorry, I'm going through all these things. Okay, so this is the Karg Island. Where did that other post go? Okay, so Iran's report regarding the U.S. attacks in Karg Island. According to FAR's field reports, Karg Island was subjected to U.S. attacks with more than 15 explosions on the island. During these attacks, the U.S. attempted to damage the Army's air defense systems, the Joshin Naval Base, the airport control tower, and the Iranian offshore oil company. That's what it was. And the helicopter hangar. And FAR's field observations indicate thick smoke, which were rising from several parts of the island, but none of the oil infrastructure was damaged in these attacks. Iran had previously warned of the consequences of attacking the country's energy infrastructure, stating that it should such an event occur, all oil and gas infrastructure in the region in which the U.S. and its allies have an interest would be set ablaze and destroyed. Following these attacks, Trump claimed that the U.S. has successfully targeted all military objectives and completely destroyed the island's air defense systems. However, an hour after the attack, there was air defense activity on the island, which debunks their claims. And he also repeatedly claimed that complete destruction of Iran's missile capabilities, yet the wave of missile and drone attacks from Iran has now reached its 48th round. So, with that being said, I wonder if this attack was targeting that oil infrastructure as a retaliation to this.
Maze, where were you reading that from?
I was reading it from, oh, hold on. I'll get it for you. I'll send it to you. It was one of these people that I put notifications on because their reports are pretty fire. And he said it
Yeah,
came from,
it is.
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. He said it came from.
Far Fars Media, which is like the Iranian media. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Yeah, what's interesting, right? Because he's pretty right about the fact that Trump has, from day 2 or day 3 of this war, said we've destroyed, their navy, we've destroyed their military, we've destroyed this. And that last sentence was actually quite solid. That Trump keeps claiming that he's destroyed their ability to strike or whatever it said, what you were just reading. Yet they're on their like 47th wave of attacks. So it's amazing that he just gets away with making those statements.
Yeah, of course Trump he's there's a word for this. Like he keeps selling wolf tickets. Like he's trying to give the Americans this impression that like, oh, this is a piece of cake. We're dominating. We're dominating. Yet you're still there. You're still calling for more troops to go and support for flexible usage. Yet they're still bombing the bases in which attack them. So, it's quite interesting.
Nobody believes Trump anymore, I don't think, but his hardcore supporters. I mean, he's absolutely unreliable to listen to. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. You're absolutely correct. Let's see what else is coming through here. You know, it's interesting now with, well, earlier, like, I think a lot of the theme of the conversation was around the 15-minute cities and stuff, but I was cooking dinner when you guys started talking about it. I don't know how we had gotten onto that subject, but I did want to kind of be able to talk about what that, the research and see where it overlaps, that I've done, but how this could be a pivotal point in this paradigm shift. But I don't know how you guys got on the subject of that, specifically.
Yeah, Maze. What happened was, it's about the energy infrastructure, from what I remember, and the fact that I think Trump was going to attack their energy infrastructure. I can't remember either, but and then Iran said, if you do, we'll retaliate back, and that could impact all of our electricity usage or something. I can't remember. There was some news at the time, and I have to go back to Suleiman's page. So we're talking about like limiting usage, or something to do with the companies as well involved. There'd been some statement that had come out about how it would impact us all and our use of electricity and stuff. And there were some companies involved, and Suleiman was saying that, you know how he was joking, like, oh my God, what if I can't do spaces, and we can't have YouTube, we can't have this, we can't have that. We're going to have limited usage, and if they attack the energy infrastructure. I think, Andy, you were there, right? And that's when I jumped in and said, "Oh, I was talking about this the other day. Andrew was here about how this gas shortage, people are not going to be able to fill up their cars, either because of a shortage or because of the cost of it. Average everyday people, the cost of it's going to be too much, and slowly they're normalizing us on that because of the changes that they're making anyway." In the UK. And when it happens in the UK, it happens around Europe, and then it will happen across America. And I said, these 15-minute cities, it's going to be like, you don't really need to have that much gas. You're going to be within your 15-minute radius. You don't need to use all these things, and then carbon credits and the things you were talking about as well. Maze, do you know what? We need to remember just to keep giving because I forget Suleiman's YouTuber shout out. Guys, in the nest, just before I go back to the lovely Maze, in the nest, above where you can see Suleiman, Maze, and myself, is a pinned post. And it says, "The Truth About Iran War. Follow us on YouTube." Please do click on that link. And when you click on that link, go and press the bell icon. It's free to subscribe, but Suleiman's done awesome, awesome videos on there. He did one today, which I haven't had a chance to watch yet, but Maze did watch, is Netanyahu dead? And that's done really well, that video. And he did another one today about these islands and if they're going to be troops, ground troops going on there. So it's breaking news posts he does, and also interview with the ex-CIA agent Larry Johnson, interviews with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. All the analysts are on there. So you get lots and lots of good content. So please make sure you go to that YouTube, press YouTube link. It's just up there where you see Suleiman, Mays, and myself. There's a tweet. If you press the link in there, it takes you to Suleiman's YouTube page, and just press the bell icon and subscribe to it, please. Let's get this community growing. Let's get this movement growing. Let's get the word out there. I was just thinking, Maze, who is it? It's Sonny's boy. He just said something about, I don't think anybody believes Trump. And I was thinking about this over the last 24 hours or so. I was like, look, we're doing these spaces 24/7. When Trump was about to do that speech 3 or 4 days ago, we streamed it here. And just before that, we were kind of speculating if it's going to be the off ramp. And I think we were pretty certain that he's going to give an off ramp there. And Andrew and I and Simon, and we're all talking about it. And I was thinking, oh my God, if he does an off ramp, we don't have to do these 24/7 spaces. That would be brilliant. He didn't give us an off ramp. We don't know how long this is going to go on for. And there's a real team effort behind keeping this going. None of us are paid for this, right? Suleiman's not even monetized across the board, but we're doing it. And I was thinking about what if we were not doing this? What would the media be telling us? Because I know UK media is lying. UK media is saying that we, Great Britain, have nothing to do with this war. Trump hates us because we've not actually given them any of our resources, which is not true. Because we know through using this app and doing our spaces and the information we get here, B2 bombers are actually, American B2 bombers are actually using our bases right here, just down in the south, just below London. In Guildford, we've got an Air Force base there, an RAF base there, and they're using the one in Cyprus as well. So we know that mainstream media is lying, and I just think this is probably the only place to get the real news, to get the real analysis of what could happen and what is happening. So it's really important to keep it going. It's a community, and I do feel it's a movement. And so let's get this movement growing, guys. Please do like that YouTube
You know
page.
what? I'm so glad that you just said that. I never thought about that. I never thought about it because, like, even me trying to contribute to this space had me looking for very credible sources to bookmark and follow and set notifications on and alerts and stuff. And I think that my feed would have been filled with a whole bunch of the MAGA stuff that would have been pissing me off, and I would have been, fighting with bots, but still not really informed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that you just mentioned that because I do think that these 24-hour spaces keeps a lot of eyes out there for real information. And you have a bunch of people that are fact checking, even my friends. Like when I had posted something, so it hasn't been verified officially, an official, like some sort of app that does it, like the whole AI video thing. But they'll keep you in check. They're like, how is this officially like AI? Was there a source that officially verified it was? And I was like, you know what? Actually, no. And it makes me strive to be more accurate. So I deleted that post. I was meaning to go write another one. But we have a lot of eyes on what is happening, and we have a lot of great analysis that's done in the conversations in between, that's giving the well-rounded perspective from all these different people. You can't, that's it. Like when I tell you it's priceless, you can't buy that anywhere. You can't. And I think it's phenomenal what you guys have done, and it is a movement, and I'm part of it. Yay. Sign me up.
I was just going to jump in. When you said what you guys have done, I was just going to jump in and say what we have done. Literally, all of us here, like every listener, every speaker, everybody on YouTube, like we're a growing movement. Everyone who comments on YouTube, apart from frigging Zios and
No, but
retards, but
I've had the luxury
majority
of
of our
popping in
YouTube.
and out and stuff like that, and I do my best to kind of help out in the times where I know you guys are feeling the weight of it. But at the end of the day, you guys have literally built this from ground up, and you got so many great people wanting to participate, and including like my inspiration to do it. It stems from you guys. So um definitely just take where credit's due. I'll never ever um Okay. Okay, my mic. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Welcome to the space. Please repost the space. I'm bringing people up right now. For some reason, I can't bring people up. What is going on?
I'm
Okay,
right
hold
here.
on. Huh?
Hello,
I'm
hello, hello.
Hello. Hello, hello, darling. Hello. We made it back. Okay. Nothing can take
Yeah,
us down for long.
yeah, yeah.
The Zios can attack all they want to, okay? The resilience here is unmatched. So guys, repost the space, please. For some reason I can't bring anybody up and it's really annoying. So I'm gonna have to reset one more time. I'm gonna completely like close out the app and I'll be right back. But you guys, I guess you guys can carry on for 1 second. I'll be right back. Is the Zios.
Who came back here? We got here. We got Omar, brother, you're back. Suleiman back space. Sam. All listeners coming in. A lot of listeners. Are this many? 400 listeners made it back this fast. That is
Yep.
amazing.
King
It's
of
an
Wow.
Twitter.
addiction. It's an addiction.
There's a king of Twitter.
Josie, where you at? Oh, there you are. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It's just
I was talking shit. That's why they did it again.
Can't stop us. Look how
Back at it, y'all. Back at it. Guys, repost the space, please. You guys know the drill. Make sure you're reposting it, putting in your DM groups. Please also what's it called? Because there's a lot of people that were, DMing and looking for the space. And I'm going to get the link for the YouTube to put up top in just a second. But yeah, guys, we're covering the war and all the news 24/7 around the clock. As soon as we get started, I'll give you guys kind of a recap of what all that's happened overnight. And then we can pick back up from where we left off. In the meantime, we have the lovely Beatrix back with us. And I think Sully was doing that in his sleep, which is very, very skillful. And Josie, Sam, welcome to the stage. But yeah, guys, go ahead and
I said the Zio and it got nuked.
yeah, so it's your fault then. Now I know. You guys, this was
I did.
stressing me out. The 10 minutes that it wasn't open, I like literally was going, like, I almost opened a whole thing of ice cream. Like, oh my God, I got to calm down. What I got to think.
They
What's
didn't
gonna
like
go?
that I spelled Zio in French Ziaux.
Mm-hmm. But, oh, I see a few people up here. Oh yeah, Puta. I can't wait to hear Beatrix call on him again. That was hilarious. Where'd you go, Omar? Omar, are you up here? You're showing as a
I'm here. You
Oh,
hear me?
okay. Yep, yep. It's weird, but you look like a listener. There's
How many
Amira.
times are they going to take the space down?
Bro, they just did it like 3 times in like, well, they did it 2 times in.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
So it crashed, and apparently his team restarted it, and then it crashed. They restarted it again briefly, and then this is the third attempt. And you know what, Maze? I think it's that freaking Nima spamming it with emojis or something. I don't know what did that. It was freaky. I can't even see you on this space, Maze.
That's wild. I don't know what it was. I just know that like started looping, you know, and then we got the little signal that it was gonna crash. The host thing, and then yeah. And so
Yeah, it
I had
started.
to download old apps to get in touch with. I was like, hold on.
I dropped my AirPod, and like when I put it back in my ear, it started playing on like 3 loops. That was so weird.
Oh
So
my God, one of the MAGA influencers, Gunther Eagleman, just posted last night U.S. forces executed large scale precision strikes on Karg Island. Trump is finishing this. They're going to keep posting their propaganda. Yeah, they said Trump was finishing this 2 weeks ago, and look where we are now. 2 weeks from now, they're going to still be posting Trump is finishing this as oil hits 150 a barrel.
Yeah, if my utilities cost more, I don't give a crap. That's as simple as that.
2 weeks to slow the spread.
Oh,
Maze, Maze, you're
PTSD.
so nice. You're so sweet. You're way nicer than me. When and you said to Nima, Nimat, I just don't have the patience for you right now. Like I just can't. I would have been like, oh hell no, Nimat.
Well,
Girl.
I don't have patience for certain people like Namat because for some reason, okay, if you were in all these spaces and you were fighting for Palestine, I at least know you're human. You got flaws, and right now I'm fighting flaws, and that's okay. I have space for that. But Zios, like the people that have zero humanity, I don't have patience for them. I think, look, if you guys don't know, I've had a few meltdowns that you could hear on the other side of Twitter, okay? I have lost my shit on some of these people. But when it comes to people like Namat, for years, the whole time, every time I looked down, he was in the audience in a lot of the pro-Palestinian spaces, and he was doing the comment wars with people, which is why I'm like, bro, this is the devil that did that shit. Like, what are you doing right now? Like, it's just crazy. I hope that I can reach them. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, why would you even have any more patience for Zios after 79 years?
After what?
After 79 years of occupation of the whole world, not just Palestine.
But
I
he's
mean, no.
not. But he's not a Zio. He's a monarch. Well, not even, yeah, really. Yeah, I guess he's considered a monarch. He wants the regime change in Iran, but he's very pro-Palestinian, and so like for me, that's where the contradiction is. Or
Yeah.
how are you not making the connection, the correlation? Like what happened there was by the same people you want to save you. It's just crazy, you
It
know?
is crazy. I don't know. I really don't know. I've seen so many people, like you're saying, but I don't know if it's brainwashed to the point, or if they actually believe it, or they don't want to believe it, or it just not. It baffles me, honestly.
Sometimes just spreading their homosexual agenda is more important, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. But we have to figure out how to contend with this at some point. I think that um there's people that can be reached, like if they have any type of awareness as to what we're dealing with in terms of Israel and whatever. But I don't know, there's some people that just aren't honest about their intentions. Their
Yeah,
intentions
but
are
Maze,
not.
Maze,
Yeah.
isn't it so funny how everybody has got like a cousin who got deleted and nobody can like name anyone? Like everybody's got a cousin that got chopped by the IRGC. Like,
Yeah.
my cousin
I
died. It's
mean, I
like,
mean, I'm sure. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sure it's true to some point, but I mean, it's getting over exaggerated. It's getting used as an excuse just to say, "Oh, please feel sorry for me because this is what I'm going through, and that's why I'm not in Iran." You know, so it's like it's just getting exaggerated. But I do have respect for all the lives lost all over. I mean, even Sudan, Palestine, Libya, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, Iran. There's no place left where you cannot feel the sorrow and the sadness within the people. And I'm sure everything in this life just gets exaggerated to a point where it gets used as a mechanism for a certain agenda.
You know, I can't
Yeah.
stop worrying about the draft, Maze. And I'm like, I've never experienced that in my lifetime, so I don't know what to expect on, how to know it when it exactly is coming so that I could pluck my kid out of here. Like I just don't know.
oh, if it happens, DM me. I'll tell you what to do.
Well, okay, so I can go through the process for you. I can tell you the changes that just came. Sorry guys, I'm making myself a, like in my son's famous words, a cappuccino so I can do my yapping. He's like,
It's a
your cappuccino.
yappuccino. I
Yeah,
started using that with
yappuccino.
Myron too, and somebody starts with my yapping. I'm like, yappuccino. What is this?
Yeah, man. But so here's the deal. Basically, something that new that's coming in. The fuck was that? About the registration process. Is that it's going to now be automatically. So people that are 18 to 26 will become, starting in December, by the way, not anytime soon. Because I trust me, I went all the way. I was like, whoa, wait, what? This came out as a part of the national defense. It was one of these recent bills that was just passed. I can put my post in the nest, and they will begin to automatically register people between the ages of 18 to 26. And then once you're in the system, typically people are supposed to go register themselves, but if they don't, then, it's kind of like good luck catching them. But so the people now that are automatically registered, what would have to activate a draft would require two things. One, the president with an executive order, and two, it would require an act of Congress. So Congress would have to sign off on it. Then they would do this lottery. So once it's activated, they would do this lottery type of a draft type thing where they're going to get the people that are closest to 20 years old. And then, but it's like, I'll explain the lottery thing in a second. But then they also would eventually fill in with the older people um, as needed, depending on the numbers that's needed and what type of a conflict it is.
Would they reject passports in that age range if there was a draft?
What do you mean reject them?
Well, I'm wondering, should I get him a passport now? Like, or do I wait
Yeah,
until.
you
Girl, you
should. You
better
should
just do
always
that
have.
shit. As easy as hell. It's so easy to get a
Yeah,
passport.
just do it. Just do it.
Just
It's
do it.
better to like, yeah, have
My son
somewhere to
has a
go.
passport. Shoot, I got him when very like at 5. Well, I was ready. But yeah, definitely do it. But we'll talk more about that. I know you're nervous about that. Um, really quickly, guys, repost the space. This is our third little round of it crashing in a row. So I still have people surprisingly who do not see the space. I had to send it to them. So please, your repost is everything. Kelfs, how do I pronounce that?
Oh, can you hear me?
Huh? Hi.
Yeah, can you hear me? I heard my name.
Yeah. You had your hand up. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, sorry
Well, jump in.
to button like that. Okay. I've been a listener right from the 12-day war. Um, you guys dropped very amazing updates. Thank you very much to Maze and Suleiman. I really appreciate the work you're doing. My name is Kelvin. I'm from Nigeria. So this is a perspective of someone that's in a whole nother continent. Sorry for the loud noises. I'm actually outside right now. I'm at work, but
Yeah,
I
it's
just wanted
very,
to drop
very loud. It's almost hard to hear you, honestly.
okay. Let me walk towards a more quiet area. But what I'm trying to say, because I don't want to, take up all the whole time. It's about the war that's currently going on. So
Okay.
there are some few questions that I would like someone to help me to answer. First, it would be about I want to understand something about the intelligence agency in Israel. They are Mossad. There's always people always talk about how good they are. They're the best intelligence agency because of how lethal I think they are and their information gathering. I want to understand that is it because of the kind of methods that they take trying to acquire these informations like we can already tell that they don't really have regard for human life in the sense that what they did to Palestinians in Gaza. So I want to understand, is it like because of the kind of methods that they approach intelligence gathering is so unorthodox and so something that you don't actually think of? Is that the exact reason why they are so good at getting information? Just you can see
I think
from
that's
what
an
they
excellent question. I mean, I can basically say some of the pretty distinct things about it that I'm aware of, but I don't know if other people want to chime in on some other reasons.
Yeah,
But
after
so,
you.
so
okay.
um I'm gonna mute you real quick, okay? Just because I'm hearing all the beeping. You sound like don't get hit by a car, you know what I'm saying? Walking too fast. So basically one of the things that I heard is like once you get into, and I think that there's different factions, right? There's the 8200 unit. I think and there's Mossad, and then there's other parts of like Israeli intelligence. Some of them, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's overlap of sorts, but what the interesting thing is that anybody that's like in these top roles of government and whatever, like all of them have been 8200 Mossad. So like it's almost like all of them keep their secrets, right? Like and yes, I do think that they have mastered the art of deception. One of the things that I would say, like, if you guys look into the side group, I mean, they have privatized intelligence, psyops, psychological operations. There's articles about how that was leveraged even to get Trump into office, which is interesting. But long story short, I guess my part that I would contribute to that probably very complex answer around that question is just that you know, it's like a big club of people that go in there and they don't ever, even though they say former 8200 unit, they're never really former. And I think that just like we see this unification, especially in Jewish Zionists, even more so than Christian Zionists, but like Jewish Zionism, you see that they have this blind allegiance, like it doesn't matter. Like they're going to defend any and everything that each other does. I think that's just one aspect of it that's pretty unique to them. But if anybody else, oh, and technology is another thing. They are actively engaged in, I think, the center of like cybersecurity across the Five Eyes. And even though they're not in the Five Eyes, they're like a part of the cybersecurity for the Five Eyes. And they're also heavily using things like Palantir, and they have a lot of infiltration. Their Mossad agents go and they literally shapeshift into whatever group they want to infiltrate, unlike anything else. Honeypots, where that came from, like I think Jared Kushner, like they're lifelong honeypots. They're the ones that like will literally bury you to use you for that situation. I don't know. I'm being a little facetious now, but if anybody else wants to chime in, you can.
Yeah, I mean,
Omar, just before you go, guys, please can I ask everybody to repost the space? Anybody who quote tweets it, quote posts it, Suleiman's team will actually retweet it. We are also live on YouTube. I'm still just sending it out in DMs. Put it in your group chats. We were on really high numbers before the 3 simultaneous crashes. Put it in your group chats. I've just pinned it to my profile. If you pin it to your profile, you can just retweet it, quote tweet it, pin it to your profile. All your followers will get it. We're live on YouTube as well. Maze, I'll send you this post. If you can, because I can't even put anything in the nest. If you could put it in the nest for me, please. Which is the link for the live on YouTube, guys. YouTube guys, thank you so much for rallying so quickly. They're all on there. The mods are on there. The team are on there. Please, everybody on YouTube, share it as well, and share it in your groups. And I'm going to send it to Maze now. Please, please, please repost the space. Everyone, put it in your group chats. Let's get this going. And anybody who quote tweets it, Suleiman's team will retweet it. So sorry, Oman. I'm gonna Maze and I are gonna keep jumping in to ask people to do that. Because this is just completely ridiculous that they keep crashing our space like this. But yeah, sorry, Oman, back to you.
thank you. Oh no, I was just gonna add exactly what May said. Basically, they have a very 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 good infrastructure about with cybersecurity, but the thing is that once you have a unit, whether it's the 8200 or all the other units, let's just not mention them, and they had Pegasus before, and let's not mention the new ones now. But just from my experience, I can tell you, just so you know what the Mossad is. I mean, we were living in Turkey, and the Mossad basically had all the intel of where my father was staying, and they came, and then all of a sudden, when we did the autopsy after he passed away, it turned out that he was poisoned. So the Mossad operates in a way where it's like there is no morals. Even what they did in Dubai, they went to the hotel just as the people wearing like tennis outfits. Uh,
Where'd he go?
Oh my God, do you know what? I was holding my breath thinking, oh my God, please don't tell me it's about to crash again.
The Mossad got him, I guess.
Come back. I know. We talking about why is that the first question this dude had to ask? You know what I'm saying? We could at least let us, take flight. But anyway, are you back, Omar?
Yeah, yeah, I'm back. I
Okay,
think,
go.
yeah. So, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought.
I don't
You
know.
you
You were talking
said
about
you hold
cybersecurity.
on. No, 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 wait. He was saying when his father was assassinated by Mossad, he was saying that they have no morals, they have no compulse, they'll do anything. They will go to any length.
Oh yeah, yeah, and so and he was expecting it because he knew what he was into and what we were into as a political family, and he was expecting it. But the thing is, he was not expecting it in Turkey, where there was a lot of cells in Turkey that gotten taken out after October 7th, and there's still some left. But he was like, Turkey is the safest space between the Middle East, between the West, between Latin America, which is where our headquarters are. So we decided to stay in Turkey, although business wasn't good for us there. Life wasn't easy. People are just way different. The country's beautiful. I'm not talking about that. He was expecting it, but the way it happened is they walked in as housekeepers, his housekeepers that gained his loyalty because my father was a very distrusting man and always security around him. And then his housekeepers gained that loyalty after let's say 2.5 years of being in Turkey, and then all of a sudden he passed away, and then the housekeepers disappeared. And when we looked at the footage on the camera, it all showed, and they don't even care. And it's like who's gonna say anything? What are you gonna do about it? That's how they operate because they feel like they're untouchable, God's chosen people, and they're protected by everything they do inside this occupied state, Palestine. And Bibi and all the cabinet people and Ben Gavir and all these people give them the green light to do whatever they want. So we're goyim and they're the chosen people. So imagine that. That's just the summary of it. They act the way they want to act, and whoever wants to say, "Oh, you did this," it's be like, "All right, you're next." It's just no morals, nothing you can add. No morals, no ethics, no religion, no higher power, nothing. It's just we're doing this so we can get to our heaven. So that's how they are.
You know, Mark, our hearts go out for your loss, brother. I mean, I knew you when Sully saw your name come up, he said, "Whoa, wait a minute." Your family name, he recognized the family name coming up there, the Barghouti. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it right. And the your in your heritage, you come from a great Bargot, the Bargot legacy, and so we honor you, sir.
I appreciate that very much, and honestly, I really appreciate it. And I say this story with pride. I mean, when I lost my father, I didn't even cry because once you know once you're what you're getting into, and we spoke about, and he was telling me since I was 7. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm not here. So be the man you want to act like the man, and do what you got to do. And then he took his path, and I took my path, and we all ended up in the same path, but. I never look for sympathy because once you know what you're getting into, honestly, it's very normal. I mean, a loss of loved ones is very hard on the heart, but once you know it's for a good cause, it's like, all right, he's not better than all the other people in Gaza or Lebanon or Syria or Sudan. He's not better than none of us are.
I
That's
agree.
that's what joins us in this cause. I'm Christian, and but I've seen the destruction, and they have destroyed so many lives, and by wars. And I heard you down there. You came out down there speaking down there. Am I right there? You're saying you want to get your son out of this, and you know May said she has her son protected. Yeah, you know you have two choices: either feed your children to the altar, blood sacrifice altar ball. You know, just say goodbye and for a useless, stupid. I not stupid. It's a insane and demonic war, or protect them. So, yeah, there's your options.
Guys, really quickly, got some breaking news. This is the latest reporting coming in that the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel, Meir Ber, was killed last night in an Iranian missile barrage. Rabbi Kalman Meir, born the 24th of December 1957, is the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel and the president of the Chief Rabbinite Council. I don't know how to pronounce that. Previously, he served as the rabbi of Netanyahu and a rabbi in Yeshivat Karim B. Yavne, among other positions.
Yeah, it's rabbinic orders, you know, different rabbinic orders. Yeah, you know, and like we say, we don't love watching people die and suffer. No, no one, and even that IDF nurse that he DM'd me and said, "Please pray for us." Yeah, I pray for peace for the whole world and no suffering. But what about? And I told her, I said, "Then what about the suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza? What about that?" Boom, that was it. She was gone.
Yep, it's
If I may
wild.
jump in,
Yes, Puta.
hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi.
Nice.
Hi. Hey, Andrew. Yeah, you know that statement you just made about loss of life and stuff. Look, to a people that have been conditioned for over, I don't know, not, I would say like 27 plus years, but way more than that, that they've just been conditioned that, you know, certain lives mean more than other lives. I'm pretty sure recently we saw that article where it said over 400 dead in Lebanon and only 2 killed from Israeli side. So, you know, it's crazy to think that these people have somehow just mentally they have made it so that certain lives just don't hold that much value. And I even had one of my college professors last year, I remember distinctively having this conversation with them. I was telling them, how can you say that people have not been desensitized to this? Because every time you turn on the news, you go on social media, you see hundreds of videos of babies, dead children. You see hundreds of videos of people oppressed, their houses, buildings, cities leveled to the ground. How can you not have any sympathy? And then how can you say that you're not desensitized to this? The only time there's an outrage, and it is a very clear selective outrage, it occurs when it is those specific Zionist lives. God forbid one of them dies, it's an outrage. You just need to go to
But
Truth Social.
respectfully, we get the same on both sides, and I think it needs to stop on both sides. That every innocent life lost is tragic. Period.
It is tragic, and I agree with you 100%. But the desensitization of certain lives, when you look at the death tolls on the Palestinian sides, the death tolls on the Iranian sides, it's clear to
There is
see.
no but. I'm sorry. There's no but.
Oh, there is a bot.
There is a very big but. No disrespect to you, but we have seen
There
Putin's
is
this.
a
talking about
big
big
bot.
butts.
Puta
Sorry,
talking about
that's it.
butts. Let's
Oh
fucking
my, I'm
go.
so sorry,
I'm
guys. I
serious.
can't. It's
I
my
couldn't
name.
help it. I couldn't help it. I had to. Anyway, go ahead. I was kidding.
But yeah, just
Oh, so,
that was my little point. You know, it's kind of sad to see this, but obviously we have to do our part and combat this and raise awareness as much as we can. We got to do our part. So, and spaces like this, multiple people have said it builds movements, and it's crucial that all of us participate in spaces like this and that we continue to do our part and share them, because the only way you combat this selective outrage is by being aggressive in your own right and calling people out for their hypocrisy.
Yep, amen. That's absolutely right, Puta. I'm sorry, it hurts to say that, Puta, but for those that don't know,
Are we on
Puta in
YouTube?
Spanish.
yes,
No,
and
Guys,
the
I'm
Puta.
just
link
gonna
is
go
in the
change my
nest.
name.
Hey,
Damn it.
Puta, it means prostitute in Spanish. No, but I love you, bro. I followed you.
Andrew, that means the most for me because I love and respect everything you have to say about this. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you, sir. Well, God bless, bro. We thank you, and I know you're suffering from being an outcast among your quote friends, and I lost so-called friends likewise. Marine Colonel, when I were good buddies, our kid we barbecued together, our kids hung out together. He told me I was a Hamas sympathizer. Yep. He said, you are he said, you sound like Hamas. Bye. And I said, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Adios. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen.
Andrew,
Thank you.
you know
Oh,
what? Sorry.
well, go ahead
Uh,
because your hands up. I'll go to them after you finish.
just one last thing, Andrew. You know the crazy thing is these people that after our last conversation that I was on the panel for, these people that have the courage online to say all these things, I realized the same buddies that were texting me over social saying this and this, you're un-American, blah blah. The same people, the moment, and not even in person, but even on a video game, we got on later, that same night after you guys invited me to the space. None of them said a thing to me. Like the slightest bit of confrontation, not even in person. These people are so, like, they have no guts. No, behind their screens, they're powerful. In person, all that shit goes out. A
Oh, they love
bunch
to
of
clip you and like do some shit, but like that's about it. It's kind of
And hey,
Okay,
can
I
I
got
just say
breaking news, guys.
one?
I'm sorry. I got breaking news. So the Qatam Al Anibia spokesperson says, due to the devastation to its military bases in the region, the invading U.S. Army has fired its missiles at the Iranian island of Bu Musa from the cover of ports, docks, and hideouts in the city of UAE. We announced to the leaders of the UAE that the Islamic Republic of Iran considers it its legitimate right, in defense of its national sovereignty and territory, to strike and target the launch points of the enemy's American missiles in shipping ports, docks, and hideouts of U.S. forces sheltered in some UAE cities. We ask the Muslim people of the UAE and population centers to evacuate ports, docks, and American hideouts in UAE cities so that they will not be harmed.
There you
Wow.
go. I hope people understood what Mays just read. That means that if you're even near any commercial structure, everything's off the table now. It went up in ante that Iran will hit back those ports or anywhere in there, and that includes, I would even imagine, even civilian infrastructure that they even have a hint being used. That, but can I just say something real quick here, Maze? Let me just respond, and I'll get off here. And what Puto was saying, Puto, always remember this: if I could have my son back before his life ended, we had a long talk after 3 combat tours. We had like hours talking, and I would love for him, a highly decorated 2nd Ranger 75th Regiment, tip of the spear, multiple combat. He would say to you, "You are the true hero, sir." Yeah, I'll write it there.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Kay, and then we're going to go to Henry.
Hey, I wanted to make 3 points. I was waiting to get up Maze. Hey, Maze, hi. Anyway, it's been a while. To mention